What's up?
Hey,
Oh my God, what's happening?
what happened?
What? How about now? All right, I think we're better now.
Can I don't think I can see you.
Yeah, I know my camera's all fucked up. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Great.
Sick. All right. Hold on. I'm working on getting this. I want to share the screen.
Yep.
All right. So now I show that on the stream.
Person who wishes to speak more than
I see
All
it.
right.
one agenda item shall
And
combine
we
the
see it. All
testimony
right.
to
So we only
all
missed a little
items to
bit. What's
one
up,
attorney's
everybody?
And the time for speaking shall
Nobody,
last
because
2
I
minutes for
started this
any one speaker,
immediately
30 minutes for all
because I was late.
speakers.
How you doing, Brendan?
So if,
I'm great, man.
come up to the
How are you?
microphone, there's your name, city
I'm
residence,
all
and the
right,
item
I'm
number
good.
you're speaking on, or the subject.
I think we probably lost everyone because, we haven't had government in 2 months.
Yeah, 5 weeks without this.
Through the chair, Dave Dick, 39 Thorndike Road. The question is about the National Grid and what's going to happen on the Thorndike Road abutters. That's what I was looking to find out. Is that right?
Yeah, I technically have to watch this,
And
but
that's-
I
think that's allotted by
don't
Council
want
Priscilla,
to.
Yeah.
I think
The agenda
the
is
National Grid.
miserable.
We can find out. We can call
What's
you
up, big
tomorrow.
brother? What's up,
Yeah.
George Seption? How you doing?
We shouldn't expect anyone to actually be interested in
Oh,
accomplishing
you have a
anything. Just
official
look.
meeting? You received a notice?
No.
Okay.
I
Okay, so we'll
I
get
was
back to you
late
tomorrow on that.
because I decided
It's
I
on
had
the
to go get a
council
six pack
calendar
for this meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
I just would not do
Council
it
Priscilla,
without it.
you'll take care of that tomorrow. Okay.
So
Thank
that's priorities right there. Now I have to figure out how to make my camera work.
Mr. Dick, were you talking about Beverly Road or Thorndike?
Nothing too
Thorndike is-
interesting on the agenda.
Okay, next is your name, city residence, and item number.
We have some Green Hill Golf Course items,
My
which
name
might
is
be
Jessica
interesting.
Saxon. I'm from Washington, D.C., and this is regarding 25C.
What the fuck is this?
I need to provide public notice. This is in accordance with USCS Rules of Civil Procedure as well as Rule 17 and Rule 20 from the United States Supreme Court.
The fuck?
The Constitution for the United States is the overarching requirement that every state must follow. I trust that all of you here would agree with that. States
good
are not
Lord.
able to enact their own alternative
this some sort of, like-
legislation and substitute that for
We got a
the
Christy
guarantees of the
Nome,
Constitution. That would mean that your state laws are more powerful than the Constitution. That would be simply unlawful. Clause 1 to Amendment 5 states that no person should be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on presentment or indictment by a grand jury.
Can I just
However,
ask
the
you,
state of-
what item you looking, what item you have?
If you don't mind stopping my time.
All right, she's cool.
25C, we don't have a 25C, I apologize.
It's 25C.
We might have changed the number, maybe.
At least on the agenda item that you guys had out there, recommended adoption for finance regarding the police department, ordinary
Okay,
and
go ahead.
maintenance.
Yep.
What? That's not on the
Thank
agenda.
you so much.
What's that? It's on the finance item, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, my understanding is the participant is stating 25C on the manager's item, which is a transfer from the fiscal year 25 cost center, police department ordinary maintenance. Is that correct?
Yes.
What the fuck is going on?
This is
Okay, we can continue with your time.
Thank you so much. Clause
It's
1 of
already
Amendment
rules.
5 to the United States Constitution says that no person should be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on presentment or indictment by a grand jury. However, the state of Massachusetts, unfortunately, has enacted an alternative legislation that permits your prosecuting attorneys and your police officers to charge by way of information as opposed to indictment as required by law. That is unconstitutional. An emolument violation is when you pay public officials to break the law. The first area that reinforces this in the Constitution is Article 1, Section 10. That's where it says that no state shall create or enforce any law that shall impair the obligation of contract. So police officers, your prosecutors, your judges, they're all under a contract. That's a contract to perform based on their oath or affirmation that they take to
Everybody in this
support
building
and
is so
defend
confused
the
right now.
Constitution of the
Dude,
United
I'm
States.
wicked confused.
So when a state enacts a law that directs their agents to disobey that law, which is the Constitution of the United States, that would be a violation of Article 1, Section 10. The other area is the 14th Amendment that
fuck is
states
going- what?
the states, no state shall create or enforce any law that shall abridge the privileges and immunities of United States citizens. I'm here to provide notice that you cannot continue to pay public officials to commit crimes, and you cannot support that.
Thank you. Our next speaker. Richard.
I'm glad she came.
I still have no idea what she's talking
Item
about.
number.
My name is Tanwood Downing, and I'm a civil rights advocate and litigator from Washington, D.C. So Ms. Saxon provided a little bit of a lead-in. I need to provide a little bit of clarification to all of you. This is the exact same item, number 25. So if your police officers are going out and relying upon an inferior state statute that permits them to charge a person improperly in violation of the Constitution of the United States, they're committing a crime. It's called deprivation of rights under color of law. It's Title 18, subsection 242. So I have approximately 32,000 criminal affidavits
Point
on
of order,
behalf of
Mr. Chairman.
victims.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Reclaim time.
Excuse, I will hold you, 128 you got. What's that?
Point of order. If this is about the item that they're referencing, I don't see where it is.
It's on, it's on finance item.
Yeah, I see the item, but what's that got to do with what these folks are talking about?
I would
from
be happy to
Washington?
explain.
I'll go give a few minutes because I'm a little lost here too, so.
Can I explain outside
Wow,
of my
contrast to
presentation,
competence. We
Your
love
Honor?
it. Your honor.
No,
Just shut up.
just go ahead. Go ahead, we'll
Mr.
continue.
Chairman, we'll start the clock again.
So the
Oh,
first
my God.
crime that these affidavits identify is deprivation of rights under color of law. It's Title 18, subsection 242. What that statute says is that any person who, under the color of any state statute, ordinance, custom, or regulation, deprives any person of any rights secured by the Constitution commits that crime. The second crime that these affidavits identify is Title 18, subsection 241, which is conspiracy to deprive of rights. That states when two or more persons conspire with the purpose of depriving any person of any rights secured by the Constitution commits that crime. Now, the laws of criminal conspiracy state that any person who, having knowledge of any of the wrongs conspired to be done, and who have the power to prevent or aid in the prevention of a commission of the same, neglects or refuses to do so, may be joined in spending the action. So upon having been provided this notice that you guys are paying for law enforcement to go out and commit an unconstitutional act, I would ask you guys to please step up.
I kinda like these
Discharge the
guys.
duties of your office, fulfill the obligations promised that you made to the people of the state of Massachusetts, and let's choose to protect, defend, and preserve the Constitution of the United States. Now, I know that you're going to go to your attorney. You're going to ask your attorney whether or not what I'm saying is true.
You sitting
That
over
attorney is
there?
going to point you to a case from 1884 called Hurtado versus California from the United States Supreme Court. And before you guys choose to rely upon that as the foundation, I want to remind each and every single one of you that the Constitution of the United States of America is the foundation, not a judge-made ruling. The Supreme Court of the United States has no constituted authority to be able to alter, amend, or destroy any of the provisions that guarantees the Constitution. That must be done by an authentic act of people in accordance with the special amending procedure of Article 5. If you don't mind, I will explain how this
No,
applies.
we're good, thank you. And so are you representing yourself here, or are you representing a serve?
We have 32 affidavits on behalf of victims here in the state of Massachusetts that have been charged improperly. We're trying to
Okay.
avoid having to convert those from affidavits into criminal complaints.
Okay.
So we're asking you please correct these unlawful acts.
Okay.
I have a notice I need to give to the record.
Okay, thank you.
Where would you like me to
Nice.
give the record?
They're getting bamboozled here.
The next speaker?
I'm glad they came.
I am too. I don't know what they're talking about, but I like it.
Len Zalaskis, I'm from Worcester. I'm here to talk about.
Back to normal. I think they're good.
Suggestions to make the speed bumps more palatable.
I don't think they're good.
And stop signs, like for instance.
I want to believe
I
they're
go to
good, but they
Beachmont
look
Road
like
almost every day, and
Manhattan
there's,
Institute type
Yeah.
people.
essentially 7 stops. So you go through 6 of them. There's 4 speed bumps and a stop sign.
Hurtado
and
versus
then At the end
California.
of either way you go, there's a stop sign. So that's 6 intrusions. And so there's no notice. Like if I know that there's speed bumps on the road, I try not to go that way. Now, they just put some speed bumps down on Flag Street near the school. And so I just go the other way. It did the same thing when they put speed bumps down by Park Avenue, by Elm Park. I can't think of the name of the road right now, but when they put speed bumps there, people just went to the next couple of roads up. And so
He said with no evidence.
the other problem with them is I didn't have notice. I was going down the street and boom, and thank God I have I have a Toyota truck. And so my
Ah,
car
good
didn't
for
get
you.
wiped out like it has before. And the other thing is that I'm just out of curiosity, is there any kind of data that shows what the impact of these speed bumps are on a vehicle per mile, say 10 miles or 15 or 20 or 25? You know, I don't know if you guys ever saw any kind of data that shows the impact of this on these cars. Because the big issue is, for me at least, I've seen a lot of poor people, including my kids, who they drive over this car, drive over the speed bump, and the speed bump basically loosens their rusted parts and they drop off their cars. And so they're doing damage to people's cars.
Thank you.
That's
Does
the
everyone
best.
know who this is, by the way?
Appreciate it.
No, I don't know.
Lenny is the former
Thank you,
head
Lenny.
of the teachers union.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Is our next speaker your name and city of residence?
Man, this meeting rocks already. What the fuck?
There we go.
I still can't figure out my video.
Good evening, Shaun, 145 Front Street. Here to speak on behalf of 15E. I'm a lifelong Worcester resident. If none of you recognize me, I'm an architect, I'm a dad, I'm a business owner. I spent more than the last 15 years working on projects to strengthen our city and communities across central Massachusetts. Worcester is my home, and I'm proud to be supporting the Claremont Tiny Home Project. I've taken on the support of this project pro bono because I believe deeply in its mission and its potential impact. We are facing a crisis that touches our neighbors, parents, and grandparents. Senior homelessness. Between 2018 and 2020, senior homelessness in Worcester rose nearly 29%. And nationally, older adults represent almost half of the homeless population. This is not just a statistic. It's people in our neighborhoods who deserve dignity and stability. The Claremont Street project delivers safe, permanent, and cost-effective housing that is appropriately scaled so it does not have an adverse effect on the neighborhood. These modular, ADA-accessible units will provide stable home for seniors. Each unit costs significantly less than the conventional low-income housing approaches.
They
and will be
always start
ready
this shit
in
at
6
6 in the
months.
summer. It's so
Both
annoying.
fiscally responsive and compassionate, a real solution we can replicate. The project also has ties into the broader housing challenges Worcester faces. The Harvard Joint Center on Housing Studies projects
Wait,
Massachusetts will need
Was there a press release about this
220,000 new
today?
homes
Is
by
this like a
2035.
coordinated media thing?
The Gateway Cities Housing
Claremont.
Monitor put out by Secretary Ed Gus's office says Worcester rents went up almost 40% in just 4 years, outpacing incomes and pushing seniors on fixed incomes into crisis. The Claremont Street project is exactly the kind of small-scale neighborhood housing that we call missing middle housing that Worcester once built. And
I wouldn't
urgently
call this
needs.
middle housing.
Together, we can show that Worcester
Jesus
invests
Christ, that's really
in not only
lowering the
buildings,
bar
but
right
in
there.
the dignity and future of all its people. Thank you for the time today.
Thank you. Our next speaker?
All right, hi guys. I know you remember me.
Is your name, city of residence, and item number?
You don't remember? I'm kidding. It's Mario from Miami, the person that applied to 400 jobs, 6 included for the city.
I remember
as
you.
your intern. To make $15 an hour, I did apply. I applied to work in the garage. I applied to be a clerk.
You have an item number on the
No
calendar?
response. However, I did get a job. After
Okay.
you guys made the city the sanctuary city for
Okay.
transgender, then I got fired from a job.
Okay, this isn't the proper venue for that.
No, I'm speaking as it relates to 15E, so
Oh,
now we
okay.
have to stop
I
my
get you.
time over.
Okay, I'm
'cause
sorry.
You interrupted me. So
I'll
we
give you a
can
few
try
more
again.
seconds. Go ahead.
No, we have to go from the top, because now we were like conversing as it relates to what?
I hate
We're not
everything.
gonna start.
We
This
can start
is,
again.
There we go. Thank you.
my will.
So as it relates to 15E, which speaks about the tiny home, correct? So after not getting the jobs that I wanted, it took me probably 2 to 3 months to get the jobs. After getting the job, I got fired for obvious reasons. Now that case is being litigated right now for obvious reasons. So that again led me to not have a job, to then now having a job. As soon as I got the job, I tore my MCL. I got kicked off of mass hire within a week or 2 of having that job. Now my paycheck for the first month, they took out almost $700. So now I'm not covered on the mass. I am paying for my visits to the doctor, and that's hindering me from being able to afford the $1,800 one-bedroom houses here. So now I don't have a place. I don't
Isn't
wanna
it
keep
for
going in a
seniors?
cycle of not having a job.
I don't
getting
know
into
the
it.
what
So
they're
as it
talking
relates to
about.
15E, how is it
I don't know
not
what
a
anybody in Worcester's
place
talking about anymore.
that's
There was
deemed
a
to be
tiny home
sanctuary
thing,
city
like,
for single transgender women like me, making it easy for us to have a job
4 years
and to have
ago
a
that never
sustainable
came
life
to
to be able
fruition.
to
I don't
work
think it's the
and
same
live
thing.
without having any government assistance. Because how are we supposed to pay for almost $2,000 one-bedroom houses? So it's kind of like an oxymoron that we're providing free buses to the residents that live here that does not have a job. And the ones that do have a job is getting taken $700 out of their paycheck and having their health care cut.
That's right. You
So
can't
how
ride the
are we
bus if
supposed
you
to be
don't.
able to put together the
if you
money
have a
to
job,
help
you can't
to
ride the
fund
bus.
our pockets to pay for these tiny homes? Passing so many of the infrastructures, they say that they're like awarding those to women with kids. Majority of the people that I've met here on the
This is
housing,
so
they do
sick.
not work.
This is an
It's
order
so
from Joe Petty
serious.
requesting
So
an
as a working
update
person with a bachelor's
on
in
the
construction project management that
2021
understands how economy works.
announcement
It's
of
an
a tiny homes
oxymoron to have
project
free
that definitely went belly up
transportation
when
to
the
attract
markets
people
changed.
with low income that are not
So this is
working,
all Joe's fault.
to overpopulate and saturate the city for people.
Oh my God.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Wonderful. Good evening, counselors. My name is Debbie Hall. I'm a Worcester resident and the founder of Worcester Black History Project. I'm here tonight to speak in strong support of item 9E, the request to designate the section of
I
Winfield
don't
Street
think I
from
said
Park
he. Did I
Avenue
say
to
he?
Mason Street as Bethany Veeney Way. Bethany Veeney was a remarkable woman whose life and legacy
If I
deserves
did,
to
I'm
be
sorry, but I don't
recognized
think
and
I did.
honored in the city she
I
once
did not
called
hear that.
home. Born into slavery in Virginia in 1812, she endured unimaginable hardship, but she never gave up her pursuit of freedom and dignity. She eventually purchased her own freedom and that of her son, and in 1858, they made Worcester their home. Here in Worcester, she became an active member of the African American community and a respected resident of the Laurel Clayton neighborhood. Her 1889 autobiography, The Narrative of Bethany Veeney, a Slave Woman, is one of the few firsthand accounts of slavery written by a woman. It stands as a vital historical document and an inspiring testament to resilience, faith, and hope. Naming a street in her honor, especially in the neighborhood where she lived, would not only celebrate her contributions to Worcester, but also affirm this city's commitment to remembering the stories of those whose voices have too often been left out of our public spaces. Bethany Veeney's life is part of Worcester's history, and honoring her in this way gives our community an opportunity to learn, reflect, and take pride in the richness and diversity of our past. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right.
Idella Hazard, 15C.
Idella Hazard, let's go.
Court of Christian King requesting the Human Services increase social services regarding the homeless and more social workers and clinical outreach staff. I also think that it's time, again, that we look into sheltering for the winter, and hopefully, once again, we can open up the registry of motor vehicle on Main Street for them, which also brings me to
I wonder
Mayor
if
Joseph
anyone's thought
Petty's
about that.
requesting the city manager to update, looking into the tiny homes again. That was a concern, I think, like 6
Looking
years
into, what are
ago.
you talking about?
And I guess they did a couple.
You have no authority over that at all. Anybody on the city council.
And then to 15H, per Councilor George Russell, request the city manager once again consider accommodating bulk waste on weekdays and one weekend day, free of charge to city residents with no appointments. We end up doing spring cleaning, fall cleaning, buying new furniture, and we have to get rid of the old, and we have to take it someplace. And
It's very interesting, Tyler. Thank you.
it adds up, and we need some place to take it. And we do pay taxes, so it makes sense for us to be able to take it to the city dump. And it should be free of charge. It would be a great benefit to city residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Manager, members of the council. Robin Kennedy, Worcester resident. I'm here to also speak on 15E, request the city manager provide city council with an update concerning tiny home projects in the city, including such a project on Claremont Street. As was noted, elder homelessness is the fastest growing segment of the unhoused population. Here in Worcester, homelessness amongst people 65 plus grew by 29% between 2018 and 2022. This is a city crisis, but I'm here tonight because I also know that it requires a state response, and I'm in here to stand in partnership with the city in addressing this crisis. Tiny home model, similar to the project anticipated for Claremont Street, provides the opportunity for an innovative solution in the type of city, state, and philanthropic partnership we need to address this challenge. The modular homes are safe, accessible, and tailored to seniors' needs, single level, ADA accessible, equipped with safety features. The project provides independence, dignity, and a community in green, supportive environment. And tiny homes can be produced more efficiently and cost effectively. Units can be ready in 6 months at less than 25% the cost of traditional affordable housing. In partnership with United Way, Worcester Community Housing Resources, Open Sky Community Services, supportive services including case management, health coordination, life skills training, mental health support are also going to be provided. The state is already a partner with DPH funding, Mass DPH funding. We are also working with the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities to secure vouchers and additional support. We look forward to continuing to partner as the state in supporting the city, both to get the report from the city manager, but hopefully to also continue with projects such as this. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Chandler?
Micro homes, is that like, oh my God, we're all coming out for this.
It's a pleasure to be here. I'm here tonight to endorse Mayor Petty's agenda item number 15E, which looks at new and different approaches to dealing with homelessness. As city councilors, you are closer to your constituents and thus
Why don't we just call bedroom closets
any other
ADUs,
governmental unit.
and then we can just put our parents
You
in
know
closets,
that in Worcester, homelessness has been on the rise.
and they would
You know
then
that it
have legal,
impacts so many other
suitable housing.
aspects of life. And you know that like so many other cities and towns in the U.S.
Joe Petty is
we've
such a
been
little
fighting
frickin'
losing
snake
battle.
in the grass, getting these
And you
people
know
to come
that
out and
according
talk
to data from the Central Mass Housing
about
Alliance,
this shit.
while
This is
homelessness has
completely
increased
ridiculous.
over all
This
age
project
groups,
has
the most
been
notable
like
rise has been within the
shelved
senior
since
population
2021.
of 65 and over. Good people
I
have
don't
been
get it.
struggling with
It's
this
the same thing with
difficult
his
problem
clean up
as
the
long
city
as I can
push.
remember. As a state senator, I chaired the Housing and Urban
Fucking
Development Committee in the legislature for 4
bullshit.
years and accomplished very little other than
Whatever.
personal frustration. Yet while the task force, in Worcester's
There's
five-year
worse bullshit.
strategic plan, there is special focus on reducing homelessness. In Worcester's, yet while the task force identified a need for 103 units of permanent supportive housing, to date there are only 4 completed units available for the chronically homeless in Worcester. The process to create affordable housing has been slowed by factors such as zoning regulations, funding capacity, and the pandemic. It has also been complicated by the reality that Worcester has one of the lowest rental vacancy rates in the country, and while much housing is being built, most of it is very expensive market rate housing. Mayor Petty's agenda item speaks to a new and different approach to dealing with homelessness. The tiny homes approach is an
This is not new or different. We've been talking about this since 2021.
A host of community
This was like a
partners.
novelty 20 years
Worcester
ago.
Community Housing Resources is the owner of the property, and Open Sky Community Service will be the service provider for the project.
Yeah, the
Both
comments
are well known
about
in this
dirt
community, providing
is,
services to
it
a
becomes
range of
germane.
ages and abilities. The critical innovation here is a modular home designer builder now based in Worcester who has the technology and the know-how to construct as a demonstration project 4 624 square feet individual housing individual housing units in 3 to 5 days.
Who wrote all this shit?
In what otherwise would have taken weeks. Co-located on an otherwise unusable single parcel of land that would be too small to build on under normal zoning practices, and using very small modular units, they can form a full one-bedroom cottage housing 1 to 2 people. They can be combined in different orientations to fit particular sites and do not require the use of large transport trucks, cranes, road closures, utility line drops, and other costs incurred for more traditional construction. These savings are important, as is the ability to connect with healthcare and other supports and services for this vulnerable senior homeless population. The potential of this collaborative approach is really exciting. Our vision is that as a community, we use these 4 tiny homes to prove the efficacy of the process. To date, we have architects.
Dude, telling Harriet Chandler to
engineers,
wrap it up,
builders,
even though you
funders,
invited her to come
social
down and
workers,
speak
and
on
others
this,
who
is
can
awesome.
Wrap it up too?
I have
One
two
more?
more lines, two more
Okay.
lines. Oh, thank you. Who are enthusiastically donating their time and expertise. It is our belief that we can make a major dent in chronic homelessness if we can be open to a new approach to an old problem. We have learned in other sectors that if you keep applying the same solutions to the same problems, you get the same results.
You've learned that in other sectors?
To try another approach.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's it. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tim Garvin. I represent
Dude,
the Medway.
what
I am
are we
humbled to
doing
speak
here?
After Senator Kennedy and Senate President Emeritus Chandler, I will be very quick. I was on the phone at about 10 of 6 with a friend of mine who works for a federal legislator who works in a different city than here. And I told him what I was doing, and he said, you know, that's the difference between my city and Worcester. In my city, we complain about the issue, and in Worcester, you get to work and you make it happen, and you create creative solutions. This is
Dude,
literally
that's-
creating from hope to home. You've heard it's efficient. We've put up $100,000. We have another $500,000
This is so
that have been
annoying.
raised.
What?
4 tiny homes for under $1 million. They are presentable. They are beautiful. Thank you, Shaun Brennan. They are going to be built here, and they
You
will
have to be
built
such a fucking
quickly.
carnival
We
barker to
invite you
have
to
the job that
grand
this guy
opening.
has.
We hope in early October. Thank you very much. I'm giving a minute back to whomever is next.
Thank you.
Yes,
how this
nah,
works.
not how it works, bud. But a lovely anecdote about some
Hello,
other,
my name
even
is
more
Kara Munz,
mismanaged
and I'm a
city.
District 2 resident. I'm here in support of adoption of 15C, 15D, 15O, and the Housing Production Plan, Item 18A. Why I wrote this.
Oh, wow, you're
I'm
in
thankful
favor
to
of the
Councilors Merrill Carlson,
state-required
Pasillo, and
housing
Toomey for
production
moving the
plan.
plan to council. Thank you. Worcester is in desperate need of more housing supply. Without supply, we don't have affordability, and our neighbors pay the cost.
Oh my
I'm a
God.
downtown renter. I see the skyrocketing property costs reflected in our homeless population. I want to emphasize, the highest correlator to homelessness in this country is not poverty, it's not mental illness, it's not unemployment, it is housing cost. If the poor and mentally ill can afford housing, they no longer struggle on our streets. To help them bounce back, I support 15C from Councillor King for expanding our Health and Human Services Department. But the strongest long-term solution to our homelessness crisis is 18A, the Housing Production Plan, where we can encourage many small developers, like the tiny homes people, to build more housing to make our communities more affordable. I do not believe we can rely solely on big developers to bring down costs with luxury housing. We can barely trust them to build what they said they would. As a downtown resident, I'm
True.
constantly frustrated by the Notre Dame lot. Thus, I'm in support of 15D, a report for requiring green spaces for underdeveloped lots. These lots should serve our community instead of sitting vacant for years. Thank you, Mayor Petty, for the idea. In line with the values of the Housing Production Plan, I am finally in support of 15O from Councillor Hajji. I believe protecting tree shade like that at the Notre Dame lot will make streets more livable, and limiting parking minimums will encourage construction of that valuable housing stock we need. We must make it easy for small developers to build infill housing in neighborhoods that can support even the most basic walkability. I hope my comments portray my gratitude to the wide range of councillors with their parts to play in making this city more accessible and livable. Let's make this city fuller and more affordable than it is today. Adopt 18A, 15C, 15D, and 15O. Thank you.
Thank you. What's your name, say your residence, item number?
Hello, my name is Natalie Turner. I only need a minute. And I am speaking on under Orders number 14, I'm speaking on 14B, the order for Councilor Etel Hadjieh about the request for a review of the Beaverbrook softball field, permit holders for usage in the sound systems, and all of the complaints by the Park Ave residents. I am a lifelong resident of Worcester. I am the 8th generation here in this city. I am a Nipmuc tribal member as well. So my roots stretch back to thousands of years before the city was even here. And it is very disappointing that I live in an area where I grew up and to see it decline so badly and be neglected. The Beaverbrook Park area was once a, place everybody loved to go, and nowadays it's not that way anymore. There is constant alcohol drinking from this particular league. There is sound from 9 a.m. till 9, 10 o'clock at night when we as residents have to call the police. After a while, most of these people in that area have stopped calling the police because there's been no response from the city council. There's been no response from the city manager's office. And when I say that, please, City Manager Batista, it's not directed at you, it's at the institution of
I'll be right back.
city managers before you. I did put in a petition in April 15th of 2023, which this body did hear, and agreed that the sound ordinance should be reviewed. And to this date, it still has not been reviewed, and neither has a committee been formed that the city manager did put in for that order. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Is your name, city residence, and item number?
Good evening. My name is Sabrina Deasy. I'm a property owner in District 3. I'm here today to speak about item 10S, a safety concern affecting my property, myself, and my tenants. The business next door at 84 Blackstone River Road has installed a sign directly onto the sidewalk. The sign obstructs the view from my driveway, making it nearly impossible to safely exit without pulling out into the lane of oncoming traffic. As you can imagine, this creates a daily hazard, not just for me, but for my tenants and anyone visiting the property. When the business owner first purchased the property, he was cooperative and agreed to move the sign. However, since then, not only has the business's sign been placed back onto the sidewalk, but he has begun parking vehicles on the sidewalk as well, further blocking visibility. These actions have made an already dangerous situation worse. I've made multiple attempts to resolve this directly and respectfully, but the issue persists. I'm asking the council to intervene and help enforce sidewalk regulations that protect public safety and ensure fair use of shared space. No resident should have to risk an accident just to leave their driveway. I appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Amanda Shearstone, 36 Knox Street. I'm talking on behalf of 13A, the allowance of chickens in Worcester. I've said before, there's already a dozen of families that have chickens in Worcester, and it seems like there's minimal complaints. With inflation and costs going up, having 1 or 2 flocks in your neighborhood would actually help reduce a lot of waste. I'd encourage everyone who's voting this year to know where city councilors stand on the allowance of chickens,
we
as
make
it is a voting
chicken
year.
coops 80?
And I know that this is about requesting a creation of a task force, which I've been trying to help with for years, and I am here with my expertise of whatever I can do with that task force. I would be happy to join it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Paula Rosenblum. I live at 19 Haviland Street in Worcester. I'm here to speak on behalf of item 9D. As I said, as a resident of Haviland Street, in the beginning of June, we received notice that there were going to be speed bumps installed on our street, on 2 speed bumps, one located near number 7 and the other near 17. If you're familiar with our street, it's a cut-through street. It's got quite an incline. People are speeding at excessive speed. There are people who come down there at 50 miles an hour sometimes. It's quite absurd. But our concern, when I saw this notice and spoke to my neighbors who also signed the petition, we have 27 of us who signed the petition. that we really need consideration for 3 speed bumps placed in intervals that will slow down the traffic. And so I did contact
In the game,
Steve
Jack, at
Roll,
25.
the Commissioner of Transportation and Mobility, but I unfortunately didn't get a chance to speak to him, and that's why I sought some assistance from Councilor Bergman to submit the petition for consideration. And then also, the other portion of this this item is that we're requesting new sidewalks, because the sidewalks that we have, which Councilor Pasillo has assisted us in submitting the petition, our sidewalks are in very poor condition. They're not ADA compliant, and so we are requesting consideration for those 2 items.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Dan Didi, 223 June Street. I am here to speak in my 1 minute and 53 seconds remaining on item 10J, as in June Street. Without getting into a great deal of detail, there has been a problem on June Street, as there have been across the city with speed. And one common denominator that I've heard this evening in the time that I've been here is speed bumps, and what have you. So we have to tackle that. This is not the time or the place. I am here to just present this, and I'm recommending speed bumps. However, I'm also recommending or asking for the opportunity to present to subcommittee, of which this will probably be referred to subcommittee, and then together to address the issue on June Street, and how that resolution, whatever it may be, will also address issues of speed across the city. I look forward to my discussions with subcommittee, and I did that in just about a minute. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Thank you. You had 3, but... Is your name, city residence, and item number?
Yes, Fred Nathan, Worcester. So item 6, which has the 6A about keeping the city clean. When you have a city that's dirty, it's kind of the same kind of concept of broken windows. More windows get broken. If there's a lot of trash in the city, more trash gets dumped in the city streets.
This guy. Has anyone seen his
as far as the
cable access
item about conflict of interest
program?
of the
Yes,
city
spot?
councilors, I'm going to just assume, and I know they always say don't assume anything, but I would think every one of these councilors here owns their own place. So if you ever try to have a conflict of interest, who's going to vote if no one on the council can take a vote? Just a little thought in my mind. I don't know what it's all about, but number 18 in the finance, 18C. What?
Dude, we're just on Fred Nathan.
Oh, done. DCU.
Oh.
What's going on over there?
What is going on over there, Fred?
And
Fred has a TV show. You guys see that?
I just asked. No one seemed to notice.
$88,000 for a damage to a vehicle that's no fault. What did they do? Total it? And
That was snappy, Fred. That was snappy. I want to go on. Fred kind of likes me. I can probably get on his show.
Because let's face it, there is a lot of homelessness. In case no one knows it, there are 3,000 homeless people in Worcester County. But
Interesting.
Thank you.
Fred.
What just
With that,
happened?
we'll go on. Anybody else?
Naughty word.
He got knocked off.
Hello. My name is Jacqueline Weber. I'm a resident of 11 Catherine Street. I wanted to speak in support of 20Y, which is about the restrictions of parking on Catherine Street in front of the home I live in. The traffic
did get
down
more
Catherine, as
support
many
for speed
others
bumps on
have
June
voted
Street, Phil.
or mentioned, is
That's
very
great.
fast.
That's great.
People speed quite frequently.
They really
And
put those.
having parking in the block that
They put those up
I live
abruptly
in,
with
it's
no
the block
signage,
from,
and it's fun. Dude.
I'm sorry,
It's
the
like,
first block of Catherine down
you're all of
to
a sudden you're on
Adler.
a racetrack.
When you
Mario
have
Kart.
people parked
I remember
in
when
that
Auburn put in
area,
theirs on Auburn
the
Street,
oncoming traffic end up taking
which
up
is
more than half
honestly going to be the
of
weirdest
their
name for a
lane,
street. Like
and it
in
really
Auburn.
creates a
Auburn
safety
Street,
issue.
Auburn and Auburn
It
Street.
also,
West
Auburn
me,
Street and
as
Auburn.
the only
I already know
driver
where I
at
am.
this residence,
I need to know where
pulling
I'm
out of
going. But
my
anyways,
driveway
when they put
is
theirs up by
incredibly
Auburn High School,
dangerous and very difficult. I've
terrifying.
nearly been
It was
hit more
absolutely
times than I
terrifying
could
because you would
tell
just
you.
be.
And
The first time I
even
hit
when
it,
I'm
it was
walking through the area,
no warning.
The crossing
I was on the
walk is
motorcycle.
obstructed
Definitely got air.
a lot of the times by
Yeah.
people parking there, and people are unable to see you when you're crossing. So I just wanted to come today and communicate my support.
Oh,
of
huge
that.
news in the Worcester Sucks
Thank you.
Greater
Thank you.
media universe. I learned how to use a
We'll start with the online
vocoder,
callers. First
and
one
it
is David
sounds
Webb.
really, really funny on Eric Batista's
Please
voice.
state your name and city of residence and the item you're
A
calling
vocoder
on.
is like a 3-part synth, like it's Daft Punk.
Sorry, Mr. Webb, you're breaking up.
I will gladly talk over this one. So it's a 3-part synth. So you can take council quotes, add a MIDI track, and make melodies behind them. For instance, Candy Mel Carlson saying there are hundreds of dead fish. You can make a melody with that.
Mr. Webb,
so I'm
we're
very
having a hard time
excited.
hearing you.
Very excited about that. Here, let me see if I can.
Did maybe David discover vocoders at the same time?
It sounds not unlike a vocoder, honestly. Yeah, I got one where it's like water lawnmower.
Feels like a silly waste of time. But 14H, JK, and L, and 15AB.
He's just sorting his own stuff out. That's right. I'm sorry.
Actually taking care of them. 14M, congratulations, Worcester. You somehow made the website worse and harder to use, almost like you're trying to create a metaphor for the administration. 14U, maybe our police department would have better results if it wasn't.
It's totally epic. You've totally owned them every time you do this.
Requiring legal advocates from TC to legal on news at low top. 15C, thank you, Councillor King, for pointing out that Worcester's current catch and release plan isn't working. That we need a new plan, not just more funding.
I wonder how Christian feels. Is he like, don't thank me.
Our city needs actual long-term solutions and actual resources.
You don't have to thank me.
Thanks.
Thank you.
You can do background audio? All right. I'm in charge of the stream.
Resident now. Please say
Let's
your name
go.
and city of residence.
Natalie Gibson, Worcester, Mass. Can you please do me a favor and let me know when my time is about to expire because I don't hear a tone on my end. Thank you. 8A, thank you to the administration for the communication on the streets and sidewalks, the progress of that. I'm wondering if it would be able to, if you guys would be able to put it on the website so that the residents can refer to it. 9E, I do agree that Winifred Street from
I'll give you a little taste.
Madison Street
That I was without or what that is, what that's doing. If we could just get an answer on that, so I can. I don't know if you know what that is, through the chair. You know what that
Yeah, there's a system that we've now deployed there to try to raise that. It's basically it's.
I agree with this because
All right. So if you guys heard that, I think if you have any council quotes that you want vocoderified, you got to send them my way. Vocoded? Hold on. I got to play the candy one too. It's just hard to see where. I don't want to play the whole song. Oh yeah, here we go.
Hundreds, and I will say hundreds.
It makes me chuckle so much, man. Oh man.
am opposed to that because we're expecting a pedestrian to hopefully
Surprisingly
cross 4
difficult
lanes
to figure out.
of traffic unscathed.
You have
Embarrassed
5 seconds remaining.
to say
Thank
out loud
you.
how much time it took me to
10U,
figure out how to do
I'm
that.
talking about repainting the double yellow lines on Mill Street because it's not there. And also 10V, repainting, sorry, that was the white line. The double yellow line is 10V, and that is on Cove Street. We've been waiting for it since November of last year. That is also a very dangerous U-turn, hairpin
Your time is
turn.
up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, the last speaker is Alina Bluto. Please state your name and city of residence.
Hi, my name is Alina Bluto, and I'm a resident of Worcester. I'd like to speak on 6A for keeping Worcester clean. I just wanted to raise concerns that I have a 4-year-old son. I have brought him to 2 different parks in Worcester, one fairly new, Coal Mine Brook, and there have been many hypodermic needles, glass crack pipes, empty baggies. This is not only at Coal Mine Brook, this is another park in Worcester.
Oh, speaking of crack pipes, anybody see
Elm
Weapons?
Street. Just yesterday, I brought him to the Countdown to
That is a
Kindergarten
good-ass
at
movie.
The Polar Park, on the sidewalk, directly across from the park, walking to the event, 3 needles, 2 crack pipes, 1 switchblade knife open on the sidewalk.
Did you
and
get the
so I'm
knife?
just wondering.
Put that on eBay.
I guess
Those
I
are
just
legal
want
in
to
that.
state my concern that I don't feel that
Cornballs.
myself and my son should have.
I
to leave
loved
public-
Weapons,
Like this
Gio.
is a playground.
I
multiple playgrounds.
can see why people
that
wouldn't like
due
it,
to
but
the
I
homeless
loved it.
population and the substance use disorders that they suffer. This is a space designated for children. I don't think that it's fair or right that we have to leave because there's paraphernalia all over the place in spaces that are designated to children. Again, bringing him to a city event for the public schools yesterday. I just think it's out of control, and I'm hoping that the city can do something about it. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to end that. We're going to go back to the agenda.
See, if I was a little kid, I found a switchblade, I would tell no one. I take that right home.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio? Councilor Haji?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Yes. Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell? Yes. Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Here comes the agenda.
So motion.
Check this out. Since I'm in charge of the stream,
Opposition of
I'm
Belgrade
gonna
Road
pull
and
up
Harrison Street.
permanent
Condo locations, Council
porch
Pasillo.
cam,
I know Mr. Dick wants information on the one for.
and you can
Oh, no, that's
immediately
Beverly, never mind.
hear little kids
He
screaming.
said Thorndyke.
I know.
The little kids that live behind me, they're adorable,
They're right next to each other.
but they don't play anywhere but the driveway. The driveway of the house behind me is like perfectly aligned so that the space between my building and the building next to me is like a sound tunnel. Those kids are loud as hell out there.
Kids make a lot of noise.
And sometimes it's worrying.
I can touch base with him because I do.
It's one of those things they don't tell you when you start making them.
Is anybody in opposition to these items?
I hope to
Seeing
never
none,
learn.
Yeah.
The motion is to
Well, you
close
have.
the hearing and to approve.
Yeah.
By
7A
proxy.
and 7B, roll call.
Proxy's close enough.
Councilor Bergman? Yes. Councilor Calorio? Councilor
Loud
Haji?
enough.
Yes.
Proxy's
Councilor
great.
King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Yes. Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell? Yes. Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay, 8A, ROC, City Council, Candy Mayoral Council, as Chair of the City Council Standing Committee of Economic Development.
So,
in accordance with Rule 33,
Brendan, I know
the
you
City
probably don't have the
Council
details in
Council
front of you,
suspends rules
and neither do I, and I
as
don't feel like
August
getting them right
19,
now.
2020
But there
meeting,
is
take up
a
the report of
debate
the
at
planning
Cafe
board
Neo
upon
coming
the
up.
petition of Joshua Lee Smith, on
Yes.
behalf of
For
Oak Farms
District 4
LLC, requests to amend the zoning
City
map of the
Council.
city of
Everything you've
Worcester
said
as
so far is
referenced in Article
true.
3, Section 2 of the City of
And
Worcester
it's
zoning
going to
ordinance by
be
changing
in
zoning
September, I
designations of
think.
properties identified
And
below
again, let me
from
repeat, there is a
current
political
zoning- the current
debate
zoning designations of residence,
between
single
Louis
family,
Ojeda
RS7 to residence limited,
and
RL7,
Ted Costas,
as shown on the map attached to
moderated
the
and,
properties
I
included,
mean,
the properties
hosted
known
by
and numbered
the
as
Cafe
3,
Neo
6,
guy,
8, 10,
presumably
12, 14,
moderated
18,
by
40,
him.
42, and 44.
I
Malden
mean,
Street, 16 Malden Terrace.
that's incredible.
135
That
7,
is
8, 9,
incredible.
11,
We gotta
12,
get in on
14,
this.
15, 16, 17, and 18 Reynolds
I will
Street,
be sending an
88,
email,
85,
hopefully,
915,
if I don't forget,
919, 921, and 923 West
tomorrow.
Boylston Street.
We should
represented by
ask if we can
petition
moderate it.
Stand Committee Economic Development.
You know what?
on
Fuck it. I'll ask right
9:15
now.
a.m. to June
Ask if we can moderate it,
25.
and we'll just give
Council
Louis the
agenda
floor
along
to
with
spend
the
2
related
hours
items
talking about
pending
his
before
hatred
the
of
committee.
nicotine.
The first motion is
Don't
to,
get him going.
is to suspend the rules and adopt on the roll.
I hope they have it scheduled just on like a regular
Council Bergman?
karaoke night.
Council
Like they don't tell anybody.
Yes.
It's just happening in the corner.
Councilmember Carlson?
I'll show up and I'll
Council
do
Ian? Council Ojeda?
my mommy.
Yes.
Council Passero?
Yes.
Do Mother
Council
by
Russell?
Danzig, but you
Yes.
just do
Council
every
Toomey?
mother
Mayor
is
Petty?
mommy. That's my favorite karaoke thing.
Okay, next
That's
motion
how I'll
is
moderate
to
it, actually.
advertise proposed ordinance.
Oh, speaking of,
Council Bergman?
Worcester Sucks
Council
election
Calora?
squad,
Council Haji?
Yes.
Steel and
Council
Wire,
King?
Thursday night.
Yes.
Councilmember
We're bringing a
Carlson?
karaoke machine. We're not
Council
sure if
Ian?
we can
Council
use it.
Ojeda?
We're not,
Yes.
we're not
Council
quite
Passero?
sure, but it's
Council
going to be fun.
Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. 8B, in accordance with Rule 33C of the Rules of City Council, request City Council suspend its rules on August 19,
there's one at the
2025 meeting, take up an
YWCA
item not
tomorrow.
reasonably anticipated that the City Council of the City of Worcester does hereby convene an executive session.
I'm just
at
not
its
going.
August
I hate
19,
those things.
2025 meeting.
Wait, who's
for the purpose of
debating tomorrow?
discussing litigation strategy with respect to the case of the town of Holden versus Department of Conservation and Recreation and another pending in Superior Court for the County of Worcester, case number 23P 794. As having such a discussion in open session would be detrimental to the city's negotiating position. The City Council will not reconvene in open session, as we'll take this at the end of the meeting. Roll call.
Mr. Mayor, maybe we can take the roll call at the end of the meeting.
Okay.
You won't come back, so
Okay.
we'll just.
Roll
postpone
call
the meeting.
to end the meeting at the end of the meeting. That's great.
Okay, petitions. We have several petitions, so we have part
I'm
one,
looking for the YWCA debate. I
which
don't
is,
see it.
9A to 9Z. We have petitions part 2, which is 10A to 10Z, which is referred to traffic and parking, and the previous one was referred to Public Works. And also 9A was referred to Public Works and Parks. And so that's 9B. We have petitions part 3, referred to traffic and parking. For 11A, 11B, referred to the law
It's
department.
okay.
11C, set the hearing for September 9th, 2025, 6:30 for a condo location on Herman Street. And 11D for condo location at Harrison Street. And 11E, condo location at Winfield Street. Take those collectively on the roll call. Council Russell?
Mr. Chairman, 10S, could we send that to the Traffic and Mobility Department, to the administration, please?
Okay, that's 10S.
Yeah,
It's
just,
on
it looks more
Rivers-
as an administrative
84
thing than a
Blackstone
hearing,
River Road.
instead of waiting for a hearing, yeah.
Okay, we'll send that to Department of Transportation and Mobility. Take that
Mr.
separately.
Mayor?
Can you give me?
Oh, I thought I heard somebody, okay.
Yeah, that was me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Council. Go
No,
ahead, Councilor
no,
Ojeda.
Yeah, just on 10Q, I was hoping to, maybe amend it or add to it some way, to add the flashing light, the beacon light. It's those flashing beacon lights at the crosswalk. Someone did mention earlier the distance someone has to cross. I drive down Park Ave pretty often, and I think we do
I
need some
hate
beacon
Facebook
lights if
so
we're gonna go
much.
forward with the
Mm.
crosswalk.
It
So I
really
just
is
wanna try to
terrible.
I
put that in
cannot
there as well.
stand being on this
So
website.
We'll take 10Q as amended, and 10C, send that to.
Yep, August 20th,
I'm sorry,
Pride
10F,
Worcester
send that to
Candidates
the
Forum.
presentation, and take these collectively on a roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Dude,
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
I don't know if I'm going to make it through this
Councilmember
election,
Carlson?
guys.
Council Ian? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
I'm just not going.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. So we have communications of the city manager. The first is appointments, 12.1A through E. A is communication city manager recommending the appointment of Shepard Allen to the Trust Funds Commission. Second one is recommendation of appointment of Michael Murphy to the Worcester Ballpark Commission. Third one is recommending the appointment of Christian Roberts to the Elder Affairs Commission. D is the recommend the appointment of Erin McElody and attending term expirations of Cassandra Tortisi, Chris Melgotti, and Angelique Webster to the Worcester Arts Council. And Communications City Manager recommend the appointment of Danielle McGough to the Commission of Preservation of Historic Artifacts, Relics, and Military Memorials. So motion is I want to thank them for their service, and this motion is to file. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio? Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yeah.
Council Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. The next item up is Communication City Manager recommending of the appointments of Kelly.
Who's running next cycle?
Rochel and Sarah Garys.
Brendan, you running next cycle?
Advisory Committee.
No.
Recommend the appointment of Joseph McAvoy to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund Board of Trustees. Motion is confirmed on the roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Oh,
Agia?
Mr. Chungo has
Council
arrived.
King? Council Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
The Chungus, Rascal Flats,
Yes.
Rascal
Russell?
Fats.
Yes.
Council
Where is he?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Attila the Chun.
We are on 3A.
Attila the
Communication
Chun.
City
Oh.
Adoption proposal. Fiscal
Yeah,
year
buddy.
26 salary
Get in
ordinance
here.
amendment.
Get in the frame, buddy.
Motion is recommend the advertised proposed ordinance. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council
Have you
Calorio?
ever seen anybody
Council
more
Yes.
locked in,
Yes.
more
Council
chunned
Merrill
up,
Carlson? Council
more
Nguyen?
ready to
Council
chungus
Ojeda?
than this
Yes.
freaking little guy right
Yes.
here?
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Next item is Communication City Manager recommending adoption of corrected zoning map amendment for 18 Mountain Street East. Recommended advertised proposed ordinance. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio? Council Agia? Council
Yes.
King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson? Council
I
Nguyen?
didn't know.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
I didn't know
Council
it
Toomey?
messed you up when I stepped
Petty.
on your
Yes,
keyboard.
next item is Communication City Manager transmitting information communication of the quality report on Keep Worcester Clean and Clean City initiatives. Motion is referred to Public Works.
Cat's about as legal
By
as
Council, Council Russell,
a
followed by
water
Council
monitor
Pasillo.
Can
lizard
we also take 15G and 15H?
in
too?
Webster.
Same conversation.
With those orders?
They're my orders dealing with the drop-off center and
Sure.
the same issue.
Listen, I'm going for World's Strongest Cat Award.
15. I love the new number system we have here.
15, I think it was. It's hard to follow because
I know.
our numbers are not in order. We go from 27 to 13 on page 18. I don't know how that works.
Okay.
My brothers,
15,
the
what was it
brothers
again?
at St. John's would scold me if I did that.
I'm sorry.
Are you on hold?
Okay, what was again, Council?
15 G and H, I believe,
Okay,
on page 25.
25, 15, okay. Go ahead, Council.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, I want to congratulate the administration, the manager, the commissioner of Public Works on this initiative and this push for the clean cities. Basically, it's something that we on and off have talked about for a long time. And I'm very happy to see some of the initiatives that are put in place, some of the things that many of us on the council floor have talked about before, and that the administration, the previous administration has talked about, and even tried to do previously, but kind of got off track. And I'm really happy that the administration has moved forward with this, all hands on deck, full court press. I was disappointed, to be honest, Mr. Chairman, to find out that the drop-off center was booked up so fast. I think the manager told me today it was probably the 10th or something like that of the month, and all the appointments were taken. So I'm just asking through my two orders here that I'm joined with many of my colleagues. I think 5 of my colleagues signed on to this item also, and I welcome them to on this item. This is something that I've talked about for probably the last 10 years. And I think it's a great, great idea, and that's why it's so popular. That's why those slots filled up so much. But I really think that the administration needs to take a closer look at why the drop-off center is open by appointment, and even a closer look of why it's open only a couple days a week for that drop-off of those slots that are available. And I think that maybe even we need to go outside the box and think that if we
Too
for
much
some
police?
reason, as a community, as a city, can't handle it there, maybe we should be coming up with alternatives.
Maybe we could fund the DPW adequately
clear
if there wasn't
that folks
too much
want
police.
a place to bring their bulk waste items. And the recycle center, you can go in there and drop recycling off. You can go in there without an appointment and pick up yard mulch or whatever, drop off leaves. And I just would encourage the administration to take another close look at getting access to the community there. One of the most frustrating things for me over the years is the District 3 councilor is fielding complaints about dumping, especially dumping on Granite Street, only a couple blocks away. You know, if somebody goes to the gate there and they're told, sorry, you don't have an appointment, and they're sent on their way, especially if they don't have a line. I know they've had a busy few days there lately, but it's really not acceptable. And I would encourage the administration to take this whole thing one further. And for the people that are making appointments in the month of August, since the city made that offer of a free drop-off, let's honor it in September at least. If the people have called and put appointments in for September because August was filled up in 10 days, well, let's honor it in September. You know, Mr. Chairman, one of the things years ago under the previous administration, I asked for a report to say how much money was being generated in fees. And at that time, the fees were only $30,000 thereabouts, give or take a couple of thousand. And that was when we were charging $10 and $15 for most items. This administration has taken the initiative to lower those costs down to like $5 an item on a regular basis. So I'll bet you that I'm not going to bother the administration with a report again, but I'll bet you it's not much more than that 30,000.
If we funded the DPW, if we inverted the ratio of funding between the DPW and the police department, every single complaint that these fuckers have would be ameliorated within a year, maybe 2 tops, right?
So we'll send those to the city manager.
And they'd notice that,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
whoa, looks like a lot of crime was just made up.
Discussion last week as well. These are things that this body has been pushing for in this administration and past administrations, Mr. Chairman. I just want to concur.
But if you defund the police, that gives the courts less work to do. And the courts having less work to do means the jails have less work to do.
You want to let them go?
And then you're starting to cut into the pockets of some serious people.
I forgot what I was saying now. But basically, you know, when you have reports from folks in the neighborhood, and myself have also experienced it, you know, people pulling in, you don't have an appointment, they won't allow you in, yet it's completely...
Okay, so Bill, hear me out.
Using Ballard Street.
I'm listening.
And
I like what you just
trying to
said
figure that out, I think, will
about
go a
the
long
police
way.
and garbage.
We know that
I want to share this with the group. I just learned this week.
the bulk waste drop
And I
off
think
should
we can
be
take
open
what you're
on
getting at
additional dates. We do this seasonally.
one natural
increase the
step
hours and
further.
things of that nature.
All right.
We're really serious about
I'm
what we do,
intrigued.
what
Make
this
sure I'm
body
just
has requested,
sharing a
all the
tab so I
numerous
don't
amount of requests that
rest.
we've had over
Okay,
the
so
past
what I just shared you here.
years, should be
In New
implemented
York,
immediately. I know today one of the
when you
the,
are
initiatives that I put
named
forward,
sanitation
was to try
commissioner,
to
you get what amounts to a 4-star general's uniform.
Oh,
So if we
that is a lot of valor.
if we if we just switch the budgets around, we can then make the argument to the police department. They're like, guys, like, no, you go here, follow the money, and look what's waiting for you. Nowhere else in the city of Worcester could you get a 4-star general ranking than as our sanitation commissioner.
I feel like, oh shit.
Yeah, through Chit.
Um,
So we
There's something to
I
this.
know this body in conversations had requested.
Like,
and there was a
what if
discussion
we started
to
like
fulfill
a
that.
blue ribbon, sort of like a
Commissioner
awareness
Russell,
raising
we
campaign
were able to
for
drop off some of those items today to those agencies.
And through the
DPW
city
workers who
administration,
died in the
what-
line of
What do
duty.
you seek to
Right?
accomplish in doing
memorial.
I think one of the things that we wanted to do
And
is
like
to
associated
try
it, like
to
we need
see
like
if
a
we can
Punisher
offer
logo style
some
thing. Like we
assistance to some of our
associate like
residents,
being a
especially with
veteran
particular agencies
who's a real
that
American,
oftentimes come in for
not like those
services,
fucking
or
communist
are
like
limited in
libtards.
resources. Most of those agencies have
They go
supported
to
the
work
city
at the
in
DPW,
rental assistance
right?
programs and food insecurity programs, etc. And so we wanted to provide some assistance to them through this one-time initiative and see how that would work. And we noticed today that it was
Casella
received
is an
by
evil
some of
company.
our agencies in terms of these.
So is Superior Waste.
Thank you. And
The
I
waste
hope to
management
get a
business,
report back
wouldn't you know
on,
it?
The
Not as
request
friendly
here
as one would expect.
Wouldn't you know
do
it?
away
It's
with
not. It's
the
almost like there was a whole TV
appointments,
show about
related
this.
to bulk waste drop-off.
Um,
As mentioned, you
Making
know,
Tony
people may have
Soprano a
to
waste management
try to
consultant
figure out a way
is
to
like
keep that
the
those particular items at their
smartest
home in their vehicle,
TV writing of all time.
sometimes for weeks because they can't get back, you know, to that particular.
Too true to
site.
real life.
Meanwhile, they're there.
Yeah,
in the
Tony
moment,
Soprano would always say
everyone
his
else
job
doesn't.
was
So
he
certainly
was a
encourage
waste
and happy to
management
sign on to
consultant,
this, Mr.
and he had an
Chairman.
actual job
What I would also
with
like
an
by way of
actual
motion is
W-2
we can get a report
as a
back
consultant
on,
for a private
prior city council
waste management
orders and
company that had a
recommendations
public
related
contract in
to,
whatever like suburb.
how we're managing the trash. There were some great ideas from this body over the past few years that have not been recognized. And I think that rather than trying to reinvent the wheel, we should really look at what this council has unanimously.
Dude, the scene where they go and they like beat up
Council Pasul.
the union organizers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Come
I just
on.
want to agree with my colleagues that having an appointment for the bulk waste site can be really cumbersome, and ultimately when people just throw their mattress on Granite Street, it's going to end up at the dump anyway. But additionally, I do want to say this report, the
Dude.
Keep Worcester Clean report,
This is the most.
great. The data in it is awesome, and I want to thank
Brandon,
the City Manager's
read
Office,
this.
Commissioner Westerling, Quality of Life, and all the departments. And, you know, just let them know that throughout District 1, I have seen a
What is
difference
happening?
because of their work.
What?
They did
That is a
lot of work
reality
on
bending
Lincoln Street
comment,
that's
first of all.
appreciated
Second of all,
I
throughout the
I feel
it
like
makes
district.
total
It really does
sense.
make a difference
this is
in
where I
residents
say
and
once
what we're
again,
seeing.
Bill,
So
and I say this
thank
to
you
you all the
guys.
time. If we had a fully fleshed out media market,
Councilmember Carlson.
that's one of those things that somebody's career would be
Yes,
over.
Mr. Chairman, thank
But
you.
while I don't, I'm not
So
putting this
Dr.
weight on
Bobby
your
Bell,
shoulders.
back in
Like
June, I
in a
believe
normal
it
city,
If this was
when
Boston,
I
right?
had
Just
said
Like a Boston city councilor
Worcester
blows their
was
nose and then puts the
pretty
tissue
dirty.
back into the bag that the
And
tissue
I
out of.
just wanna
Career over.
say to the
That's it.
administration how much I
The fuck?
appreciate,
And we're just over here like hogging it,
them
basically to our own little
working
circle of
on
like
a
50 people.
really aggressive
Nobody else
in
gets to
Worcester.
share in the delight of this.
And
It's like
I
our own little private
really
garden.
want the manager and his team, all those
just skip the
involved,
tissue.
to
Just use the
understand
plastic
that
bag.
the people in the city of
That's next.
Worcester
He's just gonna
really
fucking
seen a
hold it
difference
up in like
they're
this.
making.
Just blow a snot rocket right in.
I know that we're on a mission for a month. I hope that
Oh my
after
God.
this month,
That's
that
fucking
we
awesome.
don't
All right, I gotta write down the
just stop
timestamp of this
and not
discovery so we can
continue
revisit it
do
later.
the cleaning of this city. Mr. Manager, as I spoke to you the other day.
Morning
we
Dove
talked about
enjoyer.
the Belmont
That's one of the
Street area,
most
the
pleasant,
Grafton Street area,
best
along
observations that's
with
ever been introduced to
Lennon
this
Street,
program.
Vernon
Keep them
Hill,
coming. We need those little
Providence
details in our
Street
lives.
area, which those are all areas that, quite honestly, my colleague, Council Russell, has talked about over and over and over again. But I do think it's important for you to know that the constituents are recognizing what you've done so far in this city. I do think that to Council Russell's point about the bulk drop-off.
It's okay. We
certainly
don't.
Those appointments filled up, so we definitely need to do something different. But again, between your efforts and really taking an aggressive approach And honestly, the tie-in, which happened to be in, I know, my district and also Council Pasillo's, with the trash bins that have all been put out there, it's made a
Speaking of crack pipe,
significant difference.
I'll be right back.
I have one request that when the mayor and myself did the walk in the Canal District, and there were several departments there, there is a trash receptacle that's been there forever. Nobody knows who it belongs to. And I did drive by there today to notice that that trash receptacle is still there and still not emptied. And I'm not quite sure, and nobody from any of the departments could identify who owns that particular trash receptacle. But again, just really want to
What a
say
great
how much
prank.
I
Just be
appreciate
putting
all
out
the work that
trash
all
barrels
the
around
departments have
Worcester.
done, and appreciate your efforts in taking this really serious.
Question for the chat. Do you people use
the looks of the city
superior
and,
waste when you have like
everybody
stuff to drop
saying
off?
that the city
All these
really
conversations
will
these folks
now
are having
take
about
recall and
municipal
saying that the city
dumps and what, I have
looks
no
much
idea what they're talking about. I've lived here my entire life, and
obviously
I
have a
still
lot
have no
more
idea
work
what
to
that
do,
means.
but thank you for all
I
your
just
efforts.
load a car up with whatever I feel like putting
Thank
in
you,
it,
Mr.
bring it
Chair.
down to
I just
superior
want to
waste.
give
They
a shout out
weigh
to
the car,
Department of Public
and they just make
Works.
the trash go away.
I called Commissioner Weston.
I don't think I've ever paid more than $20 to get rid of like an entire vehicle's worth of
scoped the
stuff. That
different
includes
areas,
mattresses.
and right when I had the conversation with the commissioner, he said yes, and the entire team said yes, and let's get to work right away. So I just want to give a kudos to them for going to work. This effort is not just, it was a one-time effort to try to deal with a lot of the logs and a lot of the complaints and stuff that we've been trying to work at. The good thing
I'm
is
just-
we've been able to hire the number of DPW employees. That's
Sorry for that.
increased,
Apparently, Bill's got some
employee
speeding on his street.
employees, the number
Yeah,
of
I'm just
employees
wicked confused by what they're.
to get
I
out
mean, the
there.
prices they're talking about for
But we've been,
municipal
we've been working hard.
waste removal is
There's gonna
ridiculous
be
compared
new
to what
efforts
Superior
that are
charges.
gonna be a part of this. But I do want to, I also want to.
And someone earlier mentioned
some of the elements
textile
in the report that
recycling.
talk about the zero waste master
And
plan. And so there's been a lot of
last time I
conversations
went down there, I was getting
around
rid of a
drop-off
ton of
center
clothes and old and shoes and whatnot,
that
just
we wanna
stuff that
take
just
into
didn't.
consideration, but
It's
we're
actually
gonna
kind of
look at
awesome. Like
holistic
the
thinking.
dudes who
So the
emptied
zero
out my
waste
car,
master plan,
they
we'll
opened
look
up the
at
bags
it. We'll look at the drop-off
and they
center,
started
the
just
time,
taking like
the
going.
fees, the
They were taking all my
structure
shoes,
that were
which is
there,
cool.
so
Like
that
everything was
hopefully
getting
we can come out
reused,
with
so
a
it was like
plan
totally
to better address this situation, because I do
recycling
acknowledge that
in,
issue
in the
that we
process.
have in the drop-off center, and this is
Hey, can you hear me?
my
Did this
12
work?
years of working
Oh,
hard,
wow.
heard about it
All right.
consistently.
I'm like an old pro at this
So we're
now.
going to try to address that to the zero waste master plan and try to see if we can come up with some ideas.
Tell your neighbor kids to pipe down.
address them in the long term. But again,
I know,
I
they're
just
so
wanted to
loud,
be
huh?
thankful for
I'll mute it now.
for the council,
Give you guys a
but
break.
also just thank the commissioner and the entire team, because it's not just DPW, Parks has played a role in this, Department of Sustainability and Resiliency, Quality of Life, even the police
Oh,
department.
do we have,
it's been a,
yeah, well, Eric
inspectional
Batista
services,
is
interdepartmental effort
slapping
to really
himself on
help
the back for
to clean the
nothing.
city in the months of August.
We have
so
Eric
that
Stratton
we
in the
get
chat
a
right now,
good
because I have
cadence
some
over the rest
tremendous
of the
news
year,
for him.
and then implement all the programs that we want to get done. So thank you.
Thank you.
I actually can't tell
Okay,
it.
I would like to thank DPW.
Anyway,
I was in the middle
so
of one of those dust
Roostergate,
storms out there on
that
Harrison
story,
Street,
the
and,
reporting is done.
seen
It's
5 to 10
getting
vehicles
published
clean up a whole neighborhood.
in a couple
so
days.
Thank you very much.
We're having a
So
full
we will
explainer of
send,
Roostergate.
one
And
orders.
would you
We're gonna
believe it?
send 6A. First of all,
It's
6A is going to go to Public
an
Works.
incredibly dumb
15G and
and
15H
wasteful
from
use
Council
of
Russell.
city resources.
We'll
Fantastic.
go to the city manager. I want to know if any orders. I'm sorry, roll call.
Bill, one thing you
Would
missed
you
that
put-
might be important.
Council Calorio?
Andy has
Council
discovered
Agia?
a mystery
Council
trash
King?
bin
Council
on one of her
Carlson?
neighborhood blocks.
Council Nguyen? Council
It's a
Ojeda?
trash bin that the city is not
Council Pasillo?
responsible for.
Council Russell?
Nobody can
Council
seem to
Toomey?
figure out who put it
Mayor
there,
Petty?
and nobody can seem to
Yes.
figure out who's responsible
Get
for
up on the
emptying
roll
it.
call. Communications senior manager requesting adoption of the Green
Wow.
Hill Golf Course maintenance contract.
Mystery
in excess
trash
of 3
bin.
years with the option to renew said contract for up to 3
We'll put
one-year
that at 7:15
extensions.
in the
Roll
street
call.
trash bin.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio? Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mauro Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Communication City Manager transmitting information communication of the request to provide counsel with a report concerning outreach done by the Green Hill Golf Course staff to invite and encourage Worcester Public School students to learn and play golf at the course. We can, thank you, we can file that, or we can send it to Parks.
Yeah, we can send it to Parks.
Okay, roll call.
Why do we have a
Council
municipal
Bergman?
golf course?
Yes. Council Calorio, Council Agia.
It doesn't seem like anybody
Council
asks
King?
that question.
Council Carlson. Council Nguyen. Council Ojeda.
Yes.
Council Pasillo.
Yes.
Council Russell.
Yes.
Council Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
You have no idea.
Communication to the City Manager, transmitting information communication of the street and sidewalk construction progress report for July 2025. Send that to Public
We have
Works.
so
Roll
many
call.
municipal
Bergman?
social
Try to do it, so
services in the
Councilmember
city, just
Carlson.
none that matter or make a
Just
dent
want
in any
to
of it.
say how much I appreciate this report,
Golf course,
that
ballpark,
we finally have this, as
concert venue
city council
for,
to see what's happening in terms of the progress
Trans-Siberian Orchestra.
for the streets and sidewalks. So want to say thank you to the Department of Transportation and
400 dog
Mobility
parks that are only to be used by dogs, even if they're empty. No people can be near them,
and
just dogs.
the administration.
Just dogs.
Thank you for
Um,
the report.
There's a report on this agenda
Council
where
Bergman?
Yes.
that shows how
Calorio,
much
Council
money
Agia.
the city has
Council King?
borrowed over the
Yes.
years to
Council
keep the
Carlson?
DCU center
Council
running,
Nguyen. Council Ojeda.
and it's like
Yes.
35
Pasillo?
million.
Council Russell.
Yes.
Council Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor
Like
Petty.
city loans.
Yes.
And it's like,
Okay.
I don't know how they figured out how to
We're on
make that not be
9A,
a story.
communications City
But
Manager
good job
transmitting
to whoever's doing
information
PR on that.
communication
That
of the
doesn't even
PFAS
track.
free
Yeah.
gear acquired by the fire department. We send it to public safety.
Yes.
Roll call.
Council Bergman.
Yes.
Council
Oh,
Calorio.
no
Council
comment
Agia.
at all on the
Yes.
most important
King?
items
Yes.
Council
on the
Carlson.
agenda.
Yes.
That's
Council
great.
Nguyen. Council Ojeda.
Oh, sprinklers is
Council
next.
Pasillo.
Yes.
Council Russell.
Yes.
You're
Council
see Kate Toomey and Kenny Mayor
Yes.
Carlson argue against
Yes.
it
Nine.
Mr. Chairman?
without saying Anthony
Just point of
Petroni's name.
clarification, could you repeat again who held 9B?
Uh,
I missed that at the beginning.
9B is held under privilege by Council Toomey.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, is that it? Is that
Yeah.
9B?
Yeah.
Police Department,
my
communication to the
God,
city manager, transmitting
that's
information communication
awesome.
of the
Well done by
police
Atelda.
party camera report.
Yeah.
We send it to public safety. Roll call.
Council Bergman.
Yes.
Council Calorio.
I cannot
Council
believe that.
Agia.
Even
Yes.
after,
Council
Yes.
like,
Councilmember Carlson. Council Nguyen.
she really
Council Ojeda.
is just going to
Yes.
Council Pasillo.
Yes.
hold
Council
Anthony
Russell.
Petroni's water
Yes.
on that
Council Toomey.
as chair of
And Mayor
public
Petty.
safety.
Yes.
That's crazy. The
We
fire
are on,
department is begging for that sprinkler
12A,
ordinance.
communication city
Yeah.
manager requesting.
The city
review and
manager
approve the
supports
amendments
it.
to The municipalities' organizational.
The majority of the
ordinances
city
for the
council would
Department of
vote
Public
for
Works
it.
and Parks, creating the Parks Cemetery and Recreation Department, and relocating the Design and Selection Board to the Department of Administration and Finance, and restructuring of the Fire Department. Roll call. I'm sorry, I'll send that to Municipal on the Legislative Operations Committee for a hearing. Roll call.
Council Bergman.
Yes.
Council Calorio. Council Agia.
Yes.
Council King.
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson. Council Nguyen. Council Ojeda.
Yes.
Pasillo.
Yes.
Council Russell.
Yes.
Council Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, communication from the city manager requesting review and approve of the enclosed reorganization ordinance amendment regarding the law department.
Like, that's a
Also send that to
textbook
MO also.
ready
Roll
example
call.
Council
of
Bergman.
public corruption.
Council Calorio.
Just
Council
is
Agia.
hanging
Council
out.
King.
Yes.
Councilmember
I think I'm the
Carlson.
only person
Council
who's written
Nguyen.
about it.
Council Ojeda.
Yes.
Council Pasillo.
Yes.
Council Russell.
Yes.
Council Toomey.
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes, communication from the city manager transmitting information communication relative to the conflict of interest law and council participation in housing and rent control matters. You can send that to MO. What's that, Council Bergman?
No, I'm happy to take it at MO, but I'd like to,
We can file it too, if you'd like.
I'd like to address it, though.
Okay, Council Bergman?
I don't know if any of my other colleagues would, but, you know, this one's a real head scratcher because if you put this, if this gets implemented, which since it comes from the State Ethics Commission, it's an opinion that we have to follow. I just want the public to be aware that not only anybody that owns property, rental property, but anybody who's direct family members, which means a spouse, significant other possibly, parent, child, brother, or sister, is going to be recused from weighing in on these decisions, which in essence on a number of decisions
always.
that will come before this council, some of which are pending. My prediction will be there won't ever be a quorum to discuss these issues. So I don't know if the State Ethics Commission has considered that. I don't know how other municipalities are able to decide on issues when this is in play. But in essence, it's really handcuffing this city council from doing its business. And for those that say that people that own property shouldn't be allowed to weigh in on these decisions, you can have that opinion, but at the end of the day, it's not just people on the council that own property. It's their immediate family members. And I can look around this room, and I don't know everybody's personal family finances or history, but I can predict that if we don't come close to if we don't not have a quorum, we're gonna come damn close to not having a quorum. And plenty of these items are gonna get frozen in time, and we're not gonna be able to address them as a council body. So I know the law department's working with the State Ethics Committee, or Commission, I should say, to try to see if there's, this is the final decision and if there are any alternatives. But for those who think they've accomplished something by saying you own property, you shouldn't be able to make decisions involving property in the city of Worcester, you have accomplished something. You've now stopped us from having any discussion and making any decisions on these items. Thank you, Mr.
You just had an opportunity to make a decision on something tonight, and you passed on it because your buddy decided, your company decided he didn't want you talking about it.
Quorums, what the government body can do. Regarding if you don't have a quorum, I think there's an exception.
Mo
but
Bergman
we
is such a
get that in
little
the form of a
idiot,
report.
dude.
So we'll
He's
take
so
this, we'll
stupid.
send that to,
I think it would actually be pretty awesome for the public to actually see us not be able to pull a quorum together
The rule of necessity be used.
because everybody's a fucking landlord.
Cast for votes for certain things if there were conflicts. Could we look into that as well?
Okay.
Thank you.
So motion to send this to MO. Oh, can you, Madam Solicitor, if you have the answer, we don't have to get your report.
It's not if you own property. It's if you make money off, if you have a tenant.
Through the chair. So the rule of necessity only applies if the vote or the act is required by law. This was something that I did bring up to the State Ethics Commission, and it would not apply here.
Okay.
At least in the order before you, because it's not
Okay.
required by law.
All right, thank you.
Okay. So send that to MO. Those in favor? I'm sorry, roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio? Council Ajay?
Yes.
Council
Oh.
King?
Yes.
Council Mauro Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Bill, you should
Council
petition
Russell?
for a speed bump in front of your house.
Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Dude, I just live in the land of it's on a hill, first of all, so everyone coming by my house that's in a car that's going to be loud is in like first or second gear.
Mm.
But I mean, there's
And
a lot
then,
of
I meant to say to the auditor that Council.
there's a lot of
Cruz held
augmented cars
16A.
driving around here.
So if the auditor is here,
Augmented. I like that.
I'm sure he's in his office. You can go home if you want to. So it's held under privilege. Okay. Okay, we are on 18A, communication with the manager, transmitting information, communication of the fiscal 2025 financial update as of May 31st, 2025, and 18B as of June 30th, 2025. Both items are collectively referred to
Oh, Gio, is
Roll
there
call.
a Mo sign
Council
on the
Bergman?
neo-Nazi
Council
property?
Calorio? Council Ajay?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Oh
Council Mauro
man.
Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. Communication city manager, transmitting information, communication relative to the DCU special tax district borrowing. We send that to MO also. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio? Council Ajay?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mauro Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. We have finance items. We have 23A through E, 1224A through E, and 1225A through G. All set? We can adopt those on the roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio? Council Ajay?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mauro Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Basillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey? And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay, we have Chairman's Orders 13A and 13B. Motion was to adopt. Roll call.
Council Bergman? Yes. Council Calorio? Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Basillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey? And Mayor Petty.
Yes. 14A, request the city manager conduct a review of the mail services used by the city to ensure the amount of time it takes for mail to arrive to a destination is reduced. Council Toomey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very briefly, I was at a meeting whereby a number of residents had not.
Request the city
received,
manager
a
be the
notice that
post
had been
office.
sent out in more than adequate time. Some had received the notice that day. And so I think it was time. I know that we contract for mail service, and I think that we need to review that to make sure that we're getting the best time for the getting things out to people. So could just make sure we check on that. Thank you.
Okay, we'll send that to the manager. Roll call.
Council Bergman? Yes. Council Calorio? Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Basillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay, request city manager, request Commissioner of Parks and Recreation review the Beaver Brook softball field permit holders' usage of sound systems and all complaints by Park Ave's residents and related to sound pollution. Council Haji?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just an amendment, there should be Parker Street residents. Would really like the city manager and the Commissioner of Parks to review this as soon as possible. I get calls from the residents on that street almost every Sunday, and it's a reoccurring issue. It is causing a lot of issues. I don't want the league to not have an opportunity to share why this is happening, but the residents deserve peace and quiet. And if they're using alcohol and they don't have a license for that, which they don't, they should immediately cease and desist doing that. It's taking police time away from other issues in the city as well. I've talked to Captain McKiernan many times in our neighborhood meetings. Would really like for this to be prioritized, Mr. Manager. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor?
Council Ojeda?
Thank you. I guess this question would be through the administration or anyone else that can help answer the question. Do we know, through the chair, do we know if anyone has spoken to anyone that runs the league? Has anyone gone over there and speak to the people there? This is a league that's been going on for many, many, many years. It's probably an extension of the Roberto Clemente League that's been an inception for probably 40, 50 years. And I'm pretty sure if someone was able to have a conversation with them, understand what those concerns are, those issues, I'm pretty sure they'll be, more than understanding if the conversation hasn't been had. If it's been had, then I understand we need to move forward and make sure we take care of the people that live there. But again, it's a league that's been going on for years. And like Councilor Haji said, we don't want to disrupt the league, but at the same time, there are people that live there. So just want to know if anyone knows there's been a conversation with whoever's running the league and what's come of that.
Excuse me, if you don't mind, if I could just
No.
Could I ask for
I'm sorry.
suspension of the rules so that she can address the question?
Are we talking about the noise on this thing? Yeah.
Yes.
We need a roll call? Roll call.
Council Bergman? Council Calorio?
Brendan, the
Council
sound of your
Haji?
plate
Yes.
Council
has
King?
been described by
Council
Kimber as
Carlson?
heinous.
Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Is it this sound?
Council Basillo?
Yes.
Council Russell? Council Toomey? And Mayor Petty.
All right, I'll put
That-
that.
One
that-
sec, I just, Council
that
Ojeda,
would be
you
it.
finished, or did
That
you
would
have
be
a
it.
question? It's all right to.
Yeah, no, the question was if anyone has been spoken to that runs the league, but I think the resident.
Okay. Go ahead. Is your name and city of residence?
Natalie Turner, the city of Worcester. Just really quick, for most of you who don't really know me very well, I'm kind of not a person that's out here. I am actually a parks commissioner.
I do sit on the commission, and we have brought them before the commission both this year and last year, and it has been addressed, and it does not stop. And the fact that it's been 15 years that this league has been doing this is problematic. And when I said earlier, you know, it's not
Yeah, Gio,
just
the Beaverbrook
under City
softball
Manager
field right there behind
Batista's,
Big Y.
watch. This has been going on since City Manager Augustus was here as well, and nothing's been addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know here we are again on this particular issue. I just want to hear from the administration, or if Parks is on. I think I saw Rob earlier. What has the response been of the park stewards? And, you know, I'd like just a little bit of feedback from the city side to the chair.
Mr. Manager.
Yeah, to the chair, to the council.
Sorry,
this is-
park security, sorry.
Yeah. To the chair, to the council, my understanding is that Park Security has tried to address this a number of times, but like the resident has stated, there's been a number of times as this continued to court. This has been brought forward before the Parks Commission. There's been some violations, and et cetera. We're gonna have to take a different approach to this matter. So based on this particular order and my one-on-ones with the counselor, this was brought to me. And so I'm gonna be addressing this with the Parks Commissioner and trying to find other ways that not only support the resident and the residents in that neighborhood, but also find a solution for that baseball league as well. It's a good league. I understand of that league and the work that they've been doing, but I understand that they also need to behave in a manner that is conducive to the neighborhood. So we're going to find a way. I'm going to work with the commissioner and come back to this body with an update on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Okay, so we'll send that to the manager. Roll call.
Council Bergman? Council Calorio? Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Chamber, I'd like a
Yes.
detailed
Next
explanation
item
of
is
why it wouldn't matter
14C,
whether
request
they
the city
were
manager requests the Commissioner of Parks and Recreation
straight
provide a
people
city
or
council
lesbians
report
playing
concerning whether
softball
any
in the
steps
park.
have been taken to create a master plan for Burnco Park. Further request the city manager requests the Commissioner of Parks and Rec begin the process of creating a master plan for Burnco Park. If such plan does not exist, Council Merrill Carlson.
As it reads.
Okay, roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio? Council Agia? Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request city manager
That's a
requests
great
the
answer.
Commissioner of Parks and Recs provide a city council the report concerning whether any steps
Chamber
have been
said,
taken to create a master
because
plan
I
for
support
Pole
gay
Hill.
rights
Further
and
request the
gay
manager requests
wrongs.
Parks and Recs begin the process of creating a master plan for Pole Hill if such a plan does not yet exist.
Proud supporter
Councilor
of gay
Carlson.
wrongs.
Roll call.
Council Bergman? Council Calorio? Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King? Council Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen? Council
I
Ojeda?
too am a proud supporter
Yes.
of gay
Council
wrongs.
Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Next item is request city manager provide council with an update concerning efforts made to rename Holden Rink Park to Jack the Shot Foley Park in honor of the basketball legend Jack Foley. Council Bergman, Council Pasillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are members of Mr. Foley's family here, particularly John Sullivan, who's a nephew-in-law, and his children, great nephews. This is an item that was brought forward by Council Rose several years ago, and there hasn't been any follow-up, so I wanted to follow up on that. In my own research, I discovered that there was an article that loosely ties that field with a naming program that existed in 1995, giving some naming rights. To
Anybody
some
else have like
area
a gut
to, Martin O'Malley, who was
cringe
also an
reaction
outstanding
to the
athlete,
phrase, I did my own
basketball
research?
player. So there needs to be some follow-up as to
The radar
Nothing-
does go up
parts
these
of Holland
days.
Rink are
Nothing
available
good
for
ever
additional
comes after
naming
this,
purposes. I don't want to step on the toes of the O'Malley family if in fact they had any rights to any naming, but I think we could do something for the
Yeah,
Foley
the Twitter
family as well,
chatbot
and perhaps
told me that Hitler's
part of that
fine.
Park, the basketball courts could be named for one, and the park itself could be named for the other. I did do some research on the name Holland, and that there was a person by that name, but I don't think there's any ongoing obligation. That whole area morphed into a park through some unusual sets of circumstances, which I don't need to get into tonight. So we would like to try to get something moving on this. I think there's
Mo
an
Bergman
ample
is,
opportunity to make everybody
like,
happy. I don't know what
the
legal
prototypical,
course was
like,
taken
guy
from any
who's,
naming rights for
like,
anybody
quote
else, but
unquote
certainly the Foley
into
family would
history,
like to see
but,
some effort
like,
made that some part of the park to
doesn't
be named
care
after
to actually
Shaun
learn
Foley. So I'm
any
looking
real
forward to
history,
report
just like
back from the manager. I did speak briefly
likes
with
to
Mr.
watch the
Connolly,
History Channel.
and he's willing to look into it further. So perhaps by the next time we come back,
It's that Shane Gillis
we'll have
early
a
onset
follow-up report,
republicanism joke.
and ultimately perhaps it should be sent to the
Like,
appropriate
you know
committee,
you're turning into a
try to
Republican
get
when you
something
start
accomplished in
getting super into World War
Thank you,
II.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
My son brought this up to me while we were driving down to Texas last week. But have you noticed that Shane Gillis seems to be absent lately? Like he just hasn't been in class for like the last couple months. I feel like people finally realize that, like, oh, he might not actually, like, I think all the nuts finally came around and realized he might not be one of us.
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Yeah, that's because he's definitely not.
Yes.
No.
Request City Manager
But,
provide
like,
council with a report regarding
so if
the
I was him,
planning
I'd stay quiet
implementation
too.
schedule for
Yeah.
sidewalks on the
I just,
Like,
upper
I hadn't
portion of
really
Bronco
noticed,
Street.
but like, yeah, my son was asking me, have you seen him anywhere? Like, be sure he's alive.
Yeah, I can imagine someone like that who
Yes.
like
Council
has
Florio,
freshly made
Council
it.
GA,
Yes.
Council King, Council Merrill Carlson.
Yeah, after the
Council Nguyen,
getting back on Saturday Night Live,
Council
like,
Ojeda,
no reason to open your mouth
Yes.
after that.
Council
Just
Pasillo,
ride it out.
Council Russell,
You freshly made it, and you're like
Mayor
set.
Petty.
You're
Yes.
set, right? Shane
Request
Gillis
Manager
is
requests
set.
Commissioner of Transportation
And
Mobility
he probably
conduct a
has
traffic
the
study in the vicinity
podcast
of 21
circuit
Ellsworth
hitting him
Street
up
to
like-
determine ways the city can curb dangerous
like
speeding
100
concerns
times
in the
a
area.
week. Come
Councilor
on this
Ojeda.
show. Come on this show. Come on this show. And he's like, damn,
Roll call.
Council Bergman,
maybe I
Council
just
Caloria,
won't
Council
talk to a
GA,
bunch of
Yes.
Council
Nazis,
King,
right?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson, Council
You get
Nguyen,
asked questions about
Council
like
Ojeda,
Yes.
women's
Pasillo,
high school
Council Russell,
sports
Yes.
and have to like
Toomey.
pretend that I care.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request City Manager provide.
Yes,
counsel
Camber,
with
I
a
drive
cost
to
analysis
Texas at least
chemical
once a year.
treatments Needed in Indian Lake that targets the excessive growth
Oh,
of Wodia, the native
hold on.
plant
Before I ask
species.
this question,
You
what
want me to
item
do
is
all
this?
these together, or?
Oh no, wait. I want to hear the Indian Lake shit. This shit's usually
It's
wicked good.
KL.
H through L.
But after that,
H
Brendan, prepare your notes
I
because
got
I want a
H.
Bucky's
I J K
Virginia
L.
review.
Okay, yep. Okay, order request City Manager provide council with a report detailing the treatment schedule for Indian Lake and all lakes under the lakes and ponds management throughout the city. And request City Manager provide council with a study that determines the best treatments for lakes and ponds across the city. And request standing committee, is this okay too, or?
K and L.
Okay, yep. Innovation and technology representatives from the Department of
June
Conservation
stays in
Recreation
Worcester.
to attend the meeting to discuss best practices for treating cities, lakes, and ponds. And request city manager provide counsel to study determining the environmental impact of fertilizer being washed down into the Indian Lake. Was there 15A and B too, or?
What is that?
Oh, I actually didn't see Christian's order on the fertilizer thing. 'Cause that's the whole
Blue
fucking problem.
space and maybe those are different.
Yes.
Those two? Okay.
Yep.
Indian Lake is surrounded on
Request
three
city manager provide
sides
counsel to
by
require a report
residential
concerning quality of state's Blue
properties
space management, said report should outline
that have
treatment planning
phosphate-heavy
timelines and options that are defined for such
fertilizer
blue space.
because they got to keep up with the
And require
Joneses.
reports specifically regarding the review
So,
of the
of
24,
course,
25 Indian Lake management, said report should include
the algae
information
bloom,
concerning nutrient
the
loading,
weeds are going to be a
and
problem.
lake aging strategies, lake conditions, related adjustments, and the health of the ecosystem. Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This came out of a bunch of note-taking on my phone during some of the community meetings over there, led by Councilor Carlson, attended by yourself, Mayor Petty, addressing the issues over Indian Lake. As Chairman of Urban Technologies and Environment, like to get this into committee for sort of a triannual review, and we just want all bases covered. I will say that there's a lot of work that's occurred over the last few weeks and months to address some of the issues on Indian Lake, but I would like, we do have the annual report on our blue spaces that come and are in committee. But I think really what I'm looking for, again, is having all this information so that we can, on a triannual basis, take a look at this and have some city council oversight and support of the councilor of that area, in support of all the councilors that have folks that frequent that water body, as well as the other water bodies that we have some challenges with, Mr. Chairman. So that's sort of the spirit of this. And, you know, looking forward to seeing how we manage all that. A lot of these questions have been answered. There's still more work to be done. I just want to turn over to the administration. They can kind of give an update to folks that have not been able to attend such meetings. I know one of the things they're looking for is improved communication that happens, and we've had the different treatments and management plans, but really looking for a way to provide additional oversight. So through the chair to the administration, if they could just be a quick response to these items through the chair.
Mr. Manager?
I am no expert political consultant, but I do not think you get to be mayor by telling counties that they can't fertilize their lawn 17 times a year.
Topic in Indian Lake, we've had some challenges there. We're constantly always reviewing.
Yeah, like every environmental issue, it's a lose-lose.
As well.
Yeah, seriously,
we've also had some challenges as well. So we'd be happy to kind of work with the council.
Unless like there's
further updates to the residents.
organic
maybe at more frequent intervals.
lawn fertilizer company bankrolling you. Because they're going to put some sort of garbage on their lawns. Like,
And as my colleague stated,
This is an
there's
immutable
been
consumer
several
behavior.
meetings over there at Indian Lake. And Indian Lake is very different than Lake Quinsigamon. And Indian Lake is very different than Coe's Pond. Mr. Chairman, Indian Lake,
Yeah,
Sears Island.
Indian Lake is
which
full
I
of chemical
represented
fertilizers.
since I
Lake Quinsigamon is full of human shit.
The other
Coe's
part,
Pond
Holden
is full of
Street, when the district
industrial
was
waste.
And Buicks with
that
bodies in the trunk.
Also became D2. So that piece along Holden Street and Shore Drive, I just want people to be clear of what's happening at Indian Lake. Indian Lake and what's happened, because 4 years ago, we as a city made a decision to put in the allium dosing station. Prior to that being put in, Indian Lake, lots of times, was not open because there was all kinds of issues over there with the different bacterias. At that time, Beth Proco was the president of the Indian Lake Watershed Association. And Beth Proco spent every day of her life working on.
Brandon, do we have a Worcester story about a Buick with a body in it in Coe's Pond?
No, I think it's just what most Worcester people drove at the time when people were dumping bodies in Coe's Pond.
on Indian Lake.
You wouldn't push a Cadillac into a pond.
Proco made a decision.
Chevys were more of like an
years
Auburn
ago
sort of thing.
To give up the
Right,
presidency
right.
of the Indian Lake Watershed
You could also take
Association.
your Buick up to God's Acre.
And
Dump a
we've
body out in
also
the woods.
transitioned from Jackie.
That was before the Kidney
Burmeister
Foundation existed to give you a free $500 tax break for donating
And
your
those
no longer running car. Had to put it
we
somewhere.
as a city, quite honestly, and I
Milford,
spoke
where
to
I'm
the
from,
manager about this,
there was a widely known and now joked about insurance
communication
scam
just hadn't
where you left
been
your
what it had been
keys
during the Beth
at a
Proco
local bar, I won't
days
say which one,
and the Jackie
and then
Burmeister.
somebody
And now you have new
who
individuals
was
who are head of
may or may
the
not have been
Indian Lake
connected to a
Watershed
local
Association,
mafia
along with we have
would
Katie
drive it
now,
into
who,
a quarry.
is working on
Yeah.
lakes and ponds. So yes, the communication
That's
needs
that's
to be
right
better.
there. That's a waste
And
management
yes,
consultant.
most of this
Yeah.
information over the last 3 months.
And quite a town service.
of meeting with the neighbors, but again.
It's a great town,
the
yeah.
Neighbors called
One of the
for
best town
these
services in
meetings,
Milford has
called
ever
for
had,
these
and
meetings
it was
because
municipal.
of the property damage to their properties. Not just their docks, but there are people over there who have
Geos?
walls.
I mean, like
Their
Geo
walls
Metros?
had
Those
been
those didn't
destroyed.
exist at the time that we were mostly
And we as a
disposing of bodies
city
in
made a decision
Coe's
in the
Pond. I'm
last
sure you
2
could get a Geo
years,
into
and
the
it's only
pond.
the last 2
It might
years
float though.
not to draw
Little
down
car.
that lake. And that obviously created a real issue for us as a city and a real issue for those who live on the lake. So we recognized that in the meetings that we had with John O'Dell.
Yeah, but not a lot of
was
Worcester
there, Katie
people
was
driving
there,
Yugos
and
either, because that was
the
also Cold
mayor,
War. I mean, they were here,
along
but
with Councilor Toomey, Councilor Bergman, and Councilor King. But again, I think, that these items are
Wait, there's an underwater
great, and we
YouTube
need to do
video
whatever
of
we
the bottom
can
of Lake
do.
Quincy.
But I also think that it's extremely
I'm gonna need a
important
link
to know the history
pronto.
and to also know the reason for these meetings, because I know that there's a couple of folks who want to sort of derail this into something different. Again, this is about the people who live on the lake who had damages to their properties. And we want to make sure as a
Wait,
city
is Candy
that
saying this
is
part out
not
loud right now?
happening. And we did, I didn't get the opportunity to talk to
oh
Katie
wow, there is.
today to see if COMCOM agreed to the
There's
Candy saying this part out
drawdown,
loud right now? The reason that the lake gets shut down every year,
because
kids
that's what
can't
this
fucking
is
swim in it,
really all about. This is about
is
the
because it's really all
drawdown
about
on
the
Indian
7
Lake. We
lakefront
have
homeowners.
drawn down that lake for the last, that people can tell me, the longest individual who
How many
spoke about
lakefront
this is
homeowners
in the
are there
vicinity of 31 years. The
on Indian
city
Lake? There's like
does not
maximum
even have
30,
a lot of these
right?
records going back. Mr. Odell tried to get as much as he possibly could for us in terms
I
of
wish
the
I was getting
records, in
shelled.
terms of what the cost is for us treating Indian Lake. I
I'm a
will
real
say
pick
this
me
to
in terms
you
of that.
is
You know,
Do
for
you like it?
all that's happened on Indian Lake
Hold on, I want to see which
this
one that
year,
this one is.
in terms of the
Okay,
bacteria in
I pick
that
up
lake,
Litter shared one video
it's
with you.
been,
I got to show you
believe
this
it or
other one.
not,
That
it's been
that is a
minimal
great video.
this year
But this one is
because of
just some
the
dude
treatments
jumping off the
that
dock
we've
into
put
Lake
in there
Quinsigamond with a GoPro
this year. So
and filming what's
I
underwater.
just want to say
And
thank you to the
suddenly the streets of
administration
Worcester look
for
like the
John
cleanest part
Odell
of the
and
city.
Katie, and certainly to the mayor being there at all of
Hold
the
on.
meetings that have taken place over there.
dude, this
And
Brendan, this
yes, of course, it
video.
would be good to get a report back, but I don't want any of my colleagues to confuse Indian Lake
Oh my
with
God.
any other lake that's in the
I haven't
city,
been to Lake
because
Quinsigamond for like
Indian
20
Lake
years, and I feel like you need to go out and get a fucking tetanus shot right
unique
now.
in of
This
itself.
is some real
Thank you,
drunk guy
Mr.
bullshit right here.
Mayor Petty.
I'll be quick. I just
All
want
right,
to thank
I gotta get
Councilman
back.
Carlson
I gotta get
for
back inside
planning
so I can share
Indian
this
Lake
with
and
the group.
really the recovery effort to the lake. I never seen. Well, the lake was in pretty rough shape with the not like Councilmember Carlson said at the meeting last night. We learned more about non-invasive.
That's an incredible video.
And this was a non-invasive.
Need more of that guy.
I guess
Fucking
weed,
hell yeah,
for
we
lack
do.
of a better term, that invaded that lake, which helps keep the lake clean. And it worked for a while, and all of a sudden it just overgrew and took over the lake. And I want to thank Catherine Liming, who coordinates the lakes for us. I think she did a good job responding to this.
Oh man, here's another one for the same
I learned
guys.
pretty quickly. This can
This
happen
is
overnight.
totally
And,
hold my beer TV.
Katie could be there on a Monday and Friday. She only do it once every 2 weeks. You could have a disaster on that lake. So we learned a lot about that. The drawdowns. It's very complicated in the sense, if you draw down the lake, you might get more invasive species that you don't want. So that's why I want to thank John Odell too, what he's done there too, and really communicating really well on this issue, because if you draw it down too low, you could get non-invasive species, you could have a bigger problem than you have now. So it's a balancing act, and I understand the frustration of the people there, because they want to use that lake, and it was pretty hot weather, they couldn't use it, or they couldn't boat on it and swim in it at one particular time. Then we learned about the bacteria the other night, how it should be at 10,000 instead of 25,000, and that's why they treated the lakes to keep it low, because once it gets to 70,000, you'd have to close the lake. And so I just want to thank, and we did a couple of tours on the lake with some of the people there, and I just want to thank the whole people that live in that lake for really working with us and understanding this. And I understand their frustrations and their anger, and we'll see, get a report. Yeah, I need to get the report on COMCOM either last night. We'll see where that is on lowering the lake. So, thank you.
I couldn't agree with that more. Yeah, this is.
All right. So,
Council King for a second time.
let me get that
Mr. Chairman.
in the chat.
Just wanted to reiterate again.
And Ruth, for no other
as
reason
this
than like
work done, but
you can
there was a
take something
tremendous
completely
amount of
mundane and
frustrations that I recorded
impress
on
upon people
my
how it
phone
still is a
during that
quality of
meeting.
life issue if you present it well.
And there's a number of things
Everyone hears
that
it,
I'm looking
and
to
it just
get
with
back
rare
throughout
exception, it's
the
just reading off
orders.
shitty notes.
And just for some clarification, these are not additional orders, but some of the information that I'd like to see is how we're going to be improving communication and signage for treatments.
Right, like Indian Lake is a
given
site
concerns
of
about
perpetual
inadequate,
class warfare.
Signs during the herbicide treatment, a cost analysis of recent management
Yeah.
efforts versus
And there's a case there to be made if
traditional
anybody
approaches.
cared
I know
to.
that
But
part of
anyway,
adjusting
here's
the draw
a video
depths
Brendan found
annually, which my
of
understanding will be
some
starting with
drunk
around
guy
1.5
jumping
feet
into
this winter,
Lake Winston and taking a video of the
is
bottom.
to a degree based on how effective that may actually be in terms of do we need to draw down even more.
And then a chaser, he goes tubing.
Actually, a great YouTube channel. A lot of snowmobiling and
what they called, I think they called it Project
motocross
Restore.
ice racing
So
in New
I'd like to
Hampshire.
report back on what exactly that's going to be.
This guy's fucking sick. I'm subscribing.
Kind of sad though that the video stopped about 4 years ago, and it could very well have been tragic.
Also, I think
It's
part of the questions
the
I
safe
had
money is on
was around
it
what the
being a
state's
tragic end to
responsibility
this guy's
is. There was a
filmmaking career.
comment at the last
Yeah.
meeting about earmarks for this
Yeah.
particular body of water. I have had
Man,
conversations.
here he is doing a
with Senator
425
Kennedy,
no strap
the
deadlift.
elected representative, one of the elected representatives.
All right,
in that
425
area.
deadlift is like
I know
it
that
sounds
that has
cool.
not been a requested earmark by the
It's not that.
administration.
It's not that good.
I mean, it's not.
up to the
No,
mayor
you're not
in
winning
the
any
last
competitions,
year
but
or so, or the past few years.
just keeping it
So
ready for dirt bike
I'm
season.
really, have requested that she take a look at that and work with the administration.
Keeping ready to fight off his next
and the
hernia.
leadership of the council on that particular issue.
I'm doing that
Perhaps
shit
there's
kind of
some,
bad.
Support we can get, but through the chair to the administration, if you could just share with the public, like exactly the responsibilities of that body of
I'll
water,
deadlift 400 pounds right
state,
fucking now.
local, et cetera, through the chair.
Oh, look, I bent my knees.
But we could help with that.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
I probably
Council,
couldn't deadlift
I don't
200
have
pounds.
a definitive answer, but I know that
I'm only half sure which one the deadlift is.
PCR in our administration.
It
in our
sounds
team
like you have the right thing and the right idea.
Department of Sustainability.
It's when you pick something up off the ground with
there's
the
joint
thing.
effort
Yeah.
always to try to provide as much service as we can in those bodies of water, but we can be provided reports. Part of your report.
Sure, it's part of this, and again, this is just based on some of the notations. I
I'm
was taking on
deadlifting
my
about
phone.
200 pounds every time I get off the
in
freaking
addition
toilet.
To that, trying to balance the long-term ecosystem health while keeping folks informed. And the Project Restore that I mentioned is also very, very, very important. So we'd like to get some of those things. Again, I'm very encouraged by Senator Kennedy's openness and willingness to seek earmarks at the appropriate time upon the request of the city.
Wait,
so
Big Brother, Big
also,
Brother
again,
man.
This isn't to.
What are these?
anything
What are
other than
these
get
phone
this into
references? Did I
committee
miss this?
in support of the folks, not just that live there, but also the folks that use those bodies of water. One of the
I think I
concerns
missed
was
it.
Safety of folks who were swimming there as well. Again, appreciate the work that's been done, but we obviously have to keep our eye on this, and we can do that through committee as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Council King has asked us to suspend the rules to go back to 9. I'm sorry, for a second time, Councilmember Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, from what I understand is the vote took place last night with COMCOM, and they did vote yes on the 1.5 foot up to 3 feet, which is great news for the folks who live on the lake. The other question, Mr. Chairman, that I have through you to the administration, these folks that live on the lake.
Anybody
need
telling you,
to,
lift with your
rebuild
legs, not
some
your
of their
back,
walls
that's a
along
government
with
plant.
their docks. So
You gotta
obviously,
lift with your
for them to
back.
do that, they have to go through COMCON.
And also hold your breath.
And for the amount of folks who are going to need to do that, I'm asking for us to work together, to work with the folks on Indian Lake to make sure that there's a time frame, and we're working with them to get their properties back up to acceptable limits, levels, whatever. I'm not quite sure, but that's really what came.
You know why you're
out
not
of
quite sure,
last
Kenny?
night
Because you
is
have no
that
coherent politics.
People are concerned that once they do the drawdown, and they
You
now
just
have to
don't.
reach out
I mean,
to
our Worcester City
COMCON,
councils are
timeframe
like average
is
Americans in that
so
way.
short with the drawdown, and
They
then
just
the
don't
roof.
have a coherent
Can they
It's
get
just
to
complete issue to issue reaction. Skews fascist.
Thank you. So we'll take 14H, 14L, 15A, and 15B off the orders. Roll call.
Council
Big brother, if you
Yes.
could tell
Council
Mo
Gloria?
that
Council GA?
Bill
Yes.
Shaner
Council
wishes
King?
you a happy
Yes.
birthday.
Council Carlson? Council Nguyen?
That would be
Council Hayda?
amazing.
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
I would
Council
tell him
Russell?
that I wish him a very
Toomey?
happy gay birthday.
Yes. Council King has asked that we suspend the rules, go back to 9E. On the petitions, we got the name and rights of Bethany Vanny Way. Councilor Talhajai also is on this order, so motion to suspend the rules. Roll call.
Council Bergman? Yes. Council Calorio? Council GA?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Member Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Hayda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council
Oh my
Russell?
God, imagine
Council Toomey? Mayor Petty?
what would Candy think Praxis is? Why?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In response to this,
She would definitely mishear it as
on behalf of
practice.
Bethany Vidi, her family, Worcester Black History Project, Debbie Hall, Bonetta. I just wanted to just briefly speak about the impact of slave narratives, Mr. Chairman. We know that Bethany Vidi, who was called,
We definitely think that it's a medication.
was not only of African descent,
Probably
but
for
also of
cholesterol.
Blackfoot heritage. That her narrative really highlights historical connections between Native Americans and enslaved Africans. She was born into slavery. She had her family split apart, sold away, and she was very resilient. And her slave narrative provides a most powerfully accurate voice of her history, of this country's history, and of Black history, Mr. Chairman. It's a story of perseverance. When she established herself here in the city of Worcester, she became a force in the Black community. She ended up purchasing and freeing 16 family members that she brought back here to the city of Worcester. She lived to the age of 103. She could not read or write. She dictated her story and her narrative. And she lived at 21 Tuff Street, which is now 33 Winfield Street, Mr. Chairman. And there were many, many broken promises of freedom that were made to her. And although she was separated from her family, her journey to freedom was due to her unwavering perseverance. And I really look forward to this going to committee. And again, thank you to all the family and folks who were part of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will send that to the PACS and Public Works Committee.
Public Works.
Roll call.
Just Public Works, right?
Public Works Committee.
Okay.
I said PACS by accident. Okay, roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio? Council GA?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Member Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Hayda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. We are on 14M. Council Pasillo, request city manager, request.
They're kind of flying through this shit, to be honest with
Council
you.
to report concerning functions and services that were gained and lost on the city's website because of transitioning the website to a new system. Council Pasillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we spoke about the website interface, I believe, during budget, and originally we were told it was kind of a placeholder for a new website, and it's still the same, and I feel as though the functionality is challenging. Residents have reached out to me. They're not able to find city council agendas. It's challenging for them to find things in the clerk's office or pay their bills. I also use the website frequently for information, and it really is.
Praxis, what's that? Like those little Brazilian potato
If you were to
chips?
search speed hump under agenda, past agendas or pending agendas, they give you different results than if you search speed humps. Agenda items need to be downloaded, so the budget needs to be downloaded. You can't just click on it. Previously, you could click on it, it would go to a link, and you could see everything. It's not like that anymore.
I don't mind that part.
For the agendas, I noticed that they don't give a time right when it's posted. So to see that time, you have to click on agendas, view meetings, click public notice, then download it to see what time the agenda was posted. I just really feel like in this day and age, the website should be very simple and user-friendly and transparent and accessible. Another few things I've noticed is when you go to pending agendas, or if you were to type in Jenny Pasillo, Clark Street, all of my agenda items are dated at 4/10/25. So anything we've put in on the council floor, that all says it's been done in April 2025, unless again, you click on it, you download it, and then you can see the actual date. Another thing, I was trying to find the WRTA advisory board to look at past meetings, because I have another item on. And the boards and commissions only go back to 2021. And for the WRT advisory board, there's only one agenda, and that's for their upcoming August meeting, so nothing previous. So, you know, I would have gone through, I roll the footage a lot in old meetings just to get a better idea. Cannot do that. So through the chair to the city manager, who runs the website, and is this something that could be fixed relatively easily in-house?
Mr. Manager.
To the council, a lot of your examples, I need to understand to know if it can be done easily or not. The website is our IT department. We have two individuals who are experts in managing and content creation, and also they do the back end of the website. I think what you're alluding to, there is a new software called One Meeting that there's a correlation or there's an integration issue perhaps between the One Meeting and the web page itself of the website. And so that's probably something that we need to look into. So I need to understand better what the issues are, but that's something that I will work with our IT department.
Okay, thank you so much. It is, I was just using the website a lot this weekend to prepare for today. And then just looking at the fact that you can't see boards and commissions past 2021, through and including you can't see the time when the agendas are posted easily, which I think that should be very accessible to the public. Through the chair to the clerk, has this new software impacted your office?
Mr. Clerk.
Through the chair to the council, so I think based on what you stated earlier, there's two things that are happening here. There's the One Meeting portion, which is the agenda management portion of the city council and boards and commissions. And there's also the functionalities of the website itself. So the functionalities for the website itself is we've lost a lot of the abilities to connect to our homegrown Citrix apps. So I think one of the issues we're running into with residents is we used to allow searching capabilities right on the clerk page. So if you're looking for a vital record, if it was a birth or if a death or a marriage, you can go back to as far as 75, sometimes even farther, if we had a digital record of that marriage or vital record. That is no longer the case. There's a loss of connection between the website and my Citrix apps. So right now, there is no capability for vital records to be searched anymore within the clerk webpage. So that's one piece. The second piece is the one meeting piece that we're still working with our vendor. As I communicated to you in July, there is no communication between the old council program and the website, which is the new release in July, so that's why we're in one meeting, because that's not supported anymore. So there's two things happening. There's the one meeting piece, which is still in the works. The vendor is still trying to put a lot of the data in, but I can provide you a report at the next meeting with some of the issues we see.
Yeah, thank you so much. That would be great, because I think, you know, for myself, and I'm sure a lot of people go back through previous agendas just to make sure you understand what's happening and to get an idea of an issue. So thank you so much.
Thank you. So send that to the manager.
Yeah, the new website
No
stinks. It fucking sucks ass.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Also, with these agendas that we've been receiving since then, since the new system has come into place, you know, obviously the numbers don't line up because of the way that this new system is, and there is nothing here identifying what's a city manager's item versus what's a council item. And
It's very easy to tell the difference. I don't
for
think
one,
that's a legitimate
would
complaint.
love to know is, I shouldn't have.
Does
to
it say it's from a
look all over
department
to figure
within City
out
Hall?
that it's
Well,
a
it's a city manager's item.
versus a council item. So I do think that the system needs some tweaks, if you will. Thank you,
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, I just want to add to the sentiment that I think the clerk's office shares quite a bit. This new system, it's called Granicus, is a system that many municipalities across the nation have used. It supposedly is the top of the line when it comes to agenda management. One of the challenges, according to this company and us, is that we've historically always had a city manager agenda and a city council agenda. And the city manager, I don't see what the clerk's office is posting in their agenda, and then they also don't see what I'm posting on my agenda until it's all finalized and all.
This is so funny because it's like, well,
control all of that.
why don't
we
you
don't
fix
see
this
that at the
part?
end, right?
Where
And so
like
that's
the
important
city manager
and that's been important
and the city
it's been
council have
placed
two
in our
different city
homegrown
council
systems.
agendas.
But many systems across the nation
Like
don't do
if
that.
that's the
It's
bug,
the clerk's
making
office controlling
this
the entire
otherwise
agenda, and
useful
city
tool
manager or
unuseful for
administration
Worcester,
of that
why do we
municipality
have
provides it to the city,
two
clerk.
agendas for each
There's
meeting?
been a lot of hiccups, a lot of challenges in the
Like, just
systems
fix
and
that.
integrations and trying to get all the information.
It doesn't seem like it's that hard to fix.
I can totally picture like a team of engineers sitting around putting together a website too and saying like, this is a really fucking stupid system. How about we just don't do it and see what happens?
Yeah, what if like I would like Worcester's contract can't be that valuable to one meeting that they're going to like build out a custom UI for a system that's stupid to begin with.
Better transparency, more flexibility in terms of this calendar, but also, and the reality is the homegrown system that we have, the code is completely breaking apart. A lot of the it was built in-house. The people that built it are long gone, and so we need to find a way out of this. And we've put our efforts into the system, but we know we still have a long ways out based on the challenges that we're having with this current system.
Okay, Council Toomey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a little bit different, but it's still on the website. I noticed that you used to be able to go in and look up deaths, and I haven't been able to find that. Is that not part of the system anymore?
What did she say?
To be fair to the council, so my understanding is
She doesn't pay
as I
for a TNG
stated
subscription
earlier,
and
the
hasn't found
Citrix
legacy.com
apps,
yet,
which
so she
is
just used
apps
the
that
city
were designed
website.
with
Yes.
David Rushford in
She just said you
1990.
used to be able to go in and
They
look
used to
up
connect.
deaths.
Yeah, so that was a long time ago. So basically, we are using the same system, the home built systems that actually the vital records at the state level adopted, and other cities have adopted from the city of Worcester, because in the 90s we were able to innovate and design our own applications. So the dogs, I think, the marriages, the births, and the deaths were connected
Can't
directly
we just
from the
ask
website
that?
into our Citrix apps. That's no longer the case
Oh
with the new
my God.
website. So I think there's certain vital records we're still reviewing, which I
Yeah,
can provide you in a report.
I haven't been
What
able to
is
look up
available
my
to the residents,
deaths.
But we are getting concerns from residents about our loss of capabilities to provide reports. And before the transition, I think with some of the records were going back to the 70s.
Correct.
Because everything was in our Citrix apps, which we have access, by the way, internally. So we're kind of getting a lot of those public records requests now internally. It's not like we've lost capabilities, but we've lost the public capability of going on the website.
Right. I think it was very helpful for people, especially for people looking for family and documentation and all that stuff. So if it could ever be brought back, it's something maybe you could take a look at. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman.
I feel like we're piling on something that we all know needs work, and I know we've got a lot on our agenda, but something I've noticed as well that
But I'm gonna do it anyway.
On the topic I wanted to mention as well, in the older system, if you wanted to see how many properties, for example, were affected by a certain item, you could go on to, let's say, West Boylston Street, and once you type in West Boylston Street, you get every address, every owner, and you could see property you're concerned about, whether it's a zoning issue, otherwise how many properties are affected by it. Now,
Wait,
you have
what
to
is this
choose between
magic
the
he's
address and
talking
the
about?
owner, and you have to
That's the way you can do property record searches.
separately.
Oh.
It's laborious, it's inefficient, and, you know,
It's
I don't
much harder
know
to
if we
dox
can
your
fix
neighbors.
The problems we have, I know this has been done with the best intentions, and I know some people will probably mumble under their breath when they hear me say what I'm about to say, but I'm going to say it in any event.
You should start a company,
Sometimes
Ruth,
something
called
new,
Praxis and start
something
pitching
better.
cohesive
I like the
website
older
design
system,
to municipalities.
and it has nothing to do with my age. It has everything to do with the ease in which I could be able to manipulate it. Now it seems that it's even harder for people to manipulate the system. Maybe we can fix it. Maybe we can't. I'm just surprised that this is such a popular system throughout the country, knowing the difficulties that we're facing.
Yes, because
I don't think
our
any of
system
us
is
here
stupid,
are,
thus
anything
making it
other than reasonably
incompatible.
intelligent people, so I don't think the problems we're having are any different than the problems of the residents in the community.
Your use case was looking up deaths.
Councilor Russell?
There wasn't a lot for the engineers to work.
Chairman, I have to ask, how much did this cost us? And how long is the contract?
Through the chair to the council, so my understanding is, because tech services is the one who pays for the software, is roughly about $55,000 a year.
About 55? and
It's
is
an
this-
annual subscription.
It's an annual
that's
subscription,
not
so once we're in it, right?
So basically.
No, it's an annual subscription.
kinda entered
Did
in
you not hear
contract
him?
With this vendor probably about 2 years ago.
Jeez.
And they were supposed to have it built within, I think, 8 to 12 months, so we're still building.
And what, through Mr. Chairman to the manager, is there folks in your office that are actually working on this? Wasn't there a couple positions in the budget that were supposed to be like people working on the web?
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, there's 8 media positions.
Yeah, there's people that are working on the website. This is a different product outside of the website. This integrates with the website. Website and this product are two different things.
All right, so what?
And so, but there are staff working with this product, with these vendors on a day-to-day basis in the clerk's office to try to mitigate the issues.
So what, through you, Mr. Chairman, so what did the website cost us and how long is this on?
George,
Is it something that we do?
you fucking born yesterday.
No, the website is the website you have to be in a platform to be able to do that. There has to be I can't think of the word, but there's a platform that manages websites, that controls the websites.
All right, but how much roughly was it?
It was quite a bit, and I don't have the number in my head in terms of what that is. You have to come back with it.
More than we could afford.
It's quite a bit.
Sure it was. And Mr. Chairman, just on a simple level, Councilor Bergman always talks about his age, and throw my age in it too, but
Oh my
today I
God,
didn't
shut up.
remember if.
How
it was
about
a
all of you just
6:30
shut up?
meeting,
How about that?
5:30 meeting or 6 o'clock meeting. So I went to the website, I figured, city council agenda, and the notice will be right on the front page, couldn't find it. Did the search bar, couldn't find it. So I just.
Did
gave
the
up
search bar?
The text message to Josh in the city council office to ask what the time the meeting started.
Yeah, I did the
It
search
really
bar.
is bad.
Dude, it's at the top of the agenda like it always is.
Okay, look forward to that report. Okay, so.
We're just
I'll
men.
Send that to the
We're
manager.
just ordinary men.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio? Council Haji? Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
A ton of good quotes in that past segment.
Request the city manager explore the feasibility of incorporating environmental reclamation efforts for the American
That last
chestnut
segment was
trees
made
at
for a
Indian Lake
vocoder.
Park, located at
I
149
know.
West Boylston Drive. Councilmember Carlson.
Dude, just George Russell, the way he says search bar. I mean, I wrote it down. Search bar. I even used the search bar. Nothing.
Gloria? Council Haji?
Dude, like, what is he talking? What is he talking? What
Councilmember
search bar? What are you talking about?
Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Awesome.
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay. Request city manager, request Commissioner of Public Works and Parks, repaint the yellow line on Wrexham Road. Councilor Pasillo.
As it reads.
Council Bergman? Council Gloria? Council Haji? Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council
Yes.
Pasillo?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Council Russell? Yes. Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request city manager install additional trash receptacles on Lincoln Street and Boylston Street between Pasadena Parkway and Tacoma Street. Council Pasillo.
As it reads.
Roll call.
Council Bergman? Council Calorio? Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request city manager, request Commissioner of Public Works and Parks review the sidewalks on Neptune Road to make any immediately necessary safety
It's so crazy that
repairs.
on this agenda,
Council Pasillo.
they're
That's it.
restructuring the DPW again. And I think it got voted
Council
through.
Bergman?
without-
Council Calorio?
They haven't gotten
Council
to it yet.
Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council
They're
Pasillo?
making it like the
Council Russell?
DPW
Council Toomey?
and cemeteries.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request city manager, request Commissioner of Public Works and Parks review the sidewalks on Haviland Street to make any immediately necessary safety repairs. Council Pasillo.
As it reads.
Roll call.
Council Bergman? Council
So under your
Calorio?
previous
Council
plan, you
Haji?
could be a 4-star general of cemeteries.
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yeah, 4-star general of cemeteries. Like, you basically Ozzy Osbourne at that
Yes.
point.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request the city manager organize a public meeting in the vicinity of Elm Park to discuss the challenges, solution, timelines, and funding sources to fully restore the water bodies at Elm Park. Council Bergman.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be brief on this. I appreciate the
Dude,
efforts.
I
the
wish
city
Mo Bergman
manager
wouldn't say that every time when he's not brief.
It will not be brief.
DPW
We've been
tried
talking
to
about this for
separate
7
the
years
two
now.
bodies as well. But nevertheless,
Mo just
you
went down there
drive
with a
by
pair
Elm
of
Park,
scissors. He could have
although you
taken
see a
care
lot
of all the
activity
weeds.
there, and I'm optimistic.
I'm so tired
And I
of
know
these
it's-
fucking
the issues
people.
there are being addressed. It's still, kind of a sad state of affairs when you look at it. Got a brand-new Darty. We got the arguably oldest disposition of money used for public park in America by way of Elm Park. We've talked a lot about Worcester history tonight.
No,
it
you
just
have.
Seems like year after year,
Fucking
we
idiot.
just don't get it done. Now, we are making progress, and as I said when I started speaking a moment ago, I'm grateful. The manager, Parks Department, DPW, for the efforts that are being made. But I do think there's a lot of...
Rando Pilgrim, I did read that today, and
questions about
it was something I was going to bring up earlier, but this meeting is so riveting, I forgot about it.
what are the
So this
funding
ballot
sources
initiative
if this is gonna get
was
finished at
put
all?
forth by a member of,
Message
or someone who's like
from the
aligned with
manager
the
and
state
basis of
Republican
this
committee.
order
Her name's
is
Caroline
perhaps
Cunningham.
we could do it at Connolly High School, perhaps is it a better
She's the
location?
same one who had the, led the way to strike down our mushroom ballot initiative last election cycle. Clearly an awful human being. Has no use for mushrooms, has no use for weed, which is why I actually want to try and put together a group of people who would like to submit a ballot initiative for our next election cycle to invoke the 1778 banishment law in Massachusetts, which is still on the books. And I would like to propose that we have Cunningham banished from Massachusetts for just being an example of a non-fun human who we just can't afford to have here.
Thank you.
Dude.
So send that to the.
If we bring back
Council Bergman?
banishment, like the legal definition of banishment, that would consume
Yes.
our local politics would be nothing but banishment orders within like 3 or 4 years.
And I think it could be great because, like, look, man, it's like all these meetings here, right? Like, we have the potential for Massachusetts, for massive fucking Massachusetts. Like, we have the potential to be so fucking awesome. And then we got this guy mumbling in my ear for 6 hours a week.
Banish.
vanished. That's it. We used to send these people to Rhode Island where they belong.
Exactly.
Okay,
And I was looking it up. So this
Thank you.
it's a law in Massachusetts, 1778.
Okay,
It's
so
been on the
send that to
books.
the
It was
manager.
last challenged in 2015
Councilor Russell.
because
Chairman,
people
this
were
was an item that
trying
was
to
put forward,
stop
on
towns.
June
The last time the
17th of
Banishment
25.
Act was
And
used
because
was
and
to
the
try
reason
and
why I'm speaking on it, because
banish
I've
sex
received
offenders from
a
certain
call or
communities.
communication
So
from
the
residents
SJC shot it
indicating
down,
the
but
street
specifically for that.
and it wasn't a
That
street
like
naming.
that's a
It was
bridge too
sent to
far.
the
They didn't take it
manager,
off
and
the
the
books
item
though.
read
So we might
back
have
at
one
the
more
June
shot.
17th,
There might be
uh,
just a
being
little
honored
bit,
that
a little
the
bit of
city
powder
manager
left in this
be-
cannon
be and
to
is
actually
hereby
get a ball moved.
requested to
That at this
consider,
moment in time, imagine if you could actually
organizing
wield the
appropriate
banishment hammer
recognition
in
of Douglas
Massachusetts.
Canham
You
Jr.
change the country.
lifetime
Dude,
commitment to the Little
you
League
could just, it would
of
just be the
Worcester to
witch
honor
every
his-
day.
His passing, such
right?
recognition could be
We're sending
could
all of
include
our
the
most
naming of
loathed
an
Worcesterites, like Mo
athletic field
Bergman,
or a
out
street
to
name.
pray
So it was it was
in
sent there. It went to
Rutland
the
that this
administration,
plot of land
and it was never
brings them good
designated- never
tidings.
designated a
And
street.
you
So just so
you
that there's
you bring back
clarity here,
banishment.
it's not
The only
a
thing
street
left is
naming.
annexation,
I
and then you have
think that
lawsuits
should
like this
depend
fucking
on
Holden
the public
nonsense.
record if it was, but
Spare
it's
me,
not.
spare me.
Just to be
Like
clear,
the
for
townspeople of
residents, I
Worcester,
don't think that
y'all
the
meet in my front yard,
commission or the public
all
record
225,000 of you, and we just take Holden by
Next on the
force.
public works.
That's it. It's that simple. We don't need silly
no.
lawsuits to talk about sewer rates and
Go
who
send to
gets
the
more
manager.
water from who.
Yeah, you know what Holden
Chairman,
doesn't
can I
have?
just add one more thing?
An
Just to follow
Azov
up Councilor
battalion.
Russell. I don't think it's a question whether it is or isn't. a
It's
street
gonna
name.
be
It's a
comparatively
question
easy.
of Could it be, or are there other alternatives? So while I agree and understand my colleague Council Russell's, suggestion or concern.
Have all the farm animals from Green Hill
could well
Park
turn
leading the
into a
charge
street.
or
Need
any
input
shit
from
of Holden.
Parks Department.
Yeah, they're all screaming for Donker
At
Farm.
the moment, it's.
So there's
the
just
best
like
course
one
of
sheep
action
out in front of them,
at
clacking all of their
in terms
swords,
of
going,
one
"Death!
impression.
Death!"
Could very well be. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Roll for the manager, roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio, Council Haji, Council King,
Yes.
Council Carlson, Council Nguyen, Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Pasillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. 14U, request the manager provide.
Which is
chief
precisely
fire
why
chief
they need,
provide
why
city
we need
council
to
report
annex them.
detailing the plans for the Worcester
We
Police
don't have
Department,
time in
Worcester
Worcester to be.
Fire
We don't have
Department
time for
having
cleaning our own
potential
water.
Regarding.
We don't have
retention and
time. We
recruitment.
certainly don't have
Council
time
Toomey.
for dealing with their sewer
Thank you,
rates.
Mr. Chair. On both departments, I've heard that it's getting more difficult to find qualified people that are applying and taking the exam.
Good.
I know that both departments have been doing yeoman's work, especially in the area of recruiting minority candidates, and they've really been working very hard. As a matter of fact, we just had our most diverse police class sworn in just recently. What I'm concerned about is we have 440 sworn officers and officials right now. Currently, we have 50 that are out on IOD or military or leaving 390 for our day-to-day complements. The two largest police classes are eligible to retire this year and next year. And the significant numbers of people that could retire are very great, number one. Number two,
Kate Toomey, I don't know how many
other cities in town,
current or former cocaine
not only
users we
putting out
have in the
ads for
chat
just
right now, but
recruiting,
what
but
Kate Toomey
putting
just
out
did
ads for lateral
was
transfers.
hilarious.
With
Not saying
not only
that she
remuneration,
partakes
but also,
or has
in
partaken
terms of
before, because that would be
salaries,
illegal,
also,
right?
Quinn Bill type
It'd be the sort of illegal thing that like a Worcester police
sick
officer would never do.
differentials, Vacations, Sturbridge police
But that was a
officers,
little, that was a cocaine
range
sniff right
between
there.
67
I just have to say it.
102,000 with
The thing that really sucks, Bill, and you, Bill, if you can, you're free to be sick of me hearing me say this, but like what the pause when she did her cocaine sniff is where she should have said the two largest classes that Worcester's ever had, because the federal government gave us literal, unfathomable sacks of money to hire police because our crime rates were 30% higher than they are currently, was like an important bit of information to slide in that uncomfortable cocaine pause. It's
$5,000 bonus if you're out of
Yeah.
state.
Like we don't have the number of police that we have because that's the way it's always been. It's because we had double-digit unemployment and we used the federal government. The federal government took that up as a jobs program because it was through the roof. It's not anymore. In the same way you don't need the National Guard rolling around DC, you don't need police classes that large.
Right. And like where's the pool of labor for this? Where's it going to come from? Like, we're talking about how we don't have enough Worcester police officers, even though that's like a logical fallacy. And then like the big, beautiful build back Brandon bill, whatever that just passed, has a $10,000 signing bonus for ICE agents.
Yeah.
Or something stupid like that. I don't know if it's $10,000, but it's like something in the ballpark. And it's like the only people that are going to apply to be ICE agents are cops or COs.
Well, the FBI just did the same thing, man. Like they just announced they're taking on everybody. They've basically gotten rid of their standards. The ICE one is crazy because it's now I think it's the only federal job that has no real standards attached to it. Yeah, that South Park episode about what's his name, the counselor landing the sweet gig. Like that's basically what it is. It's you apply, you're hired, and I think you're undershooting it with the $10,000. I thought it was $20,000 that they were offering, but it's a ridiculous amount of money.
Yeah, whatever it is, it's ridiculous. Yeah.
Troubler says they may have dropped it, but yeah, the whole Justice Department is doing that, man.
It's like there's only so many cops.
But the difference is like we do have. You could make I think a good faith argument that we may be on the verge of a crisis of employment, looking at trends in employment, especially the younger you get with people. But the difference now is like we''ve done this before, where you created a bunch of jobs out of thin air, but it at least philosophically solved the purpose. Like we had incredibly high crime rates in every city in the country. We don't have that anymore. What we need is garbage men, because we have a very dirty city. So we need a federal jobs program to hire more garbage men, and then Worcester can have its first 4-star garbage general.
That's why we have to defund. Well, don't ever say defund again. We need to fund the DPW.
Yes.
And where's the money coming from? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it. You want fund the DPW.
I believe in Millbury. And we've done a lot.
You know what's crazy is we have this hiring deficit with police officers, but the police budget goes up by 6 or 7% every year.
To say public and private schools.
So if we're not at full complement,
we've had several private schools in our city.
Wait a second.
But the budget's still going up at a higher rate than cost of living salary increases.
But they won their knapsack championship, so that's similar to the state championship. So
am I the first person that's had this thought? Like, where's that money going?
All our youth and coaches and everybody that's involved, and continue to show the greatness of our sports in our city.
How are we losing officers and paying more money? Are they just keeping it in a contingency fund for new officers to come on board?
That's probably something that we should pay attention to for next budget cycle as well. Like what you're saying is obviously correct. And I think the way it always comes up is people who are critical of their budget talk about details when they should be talking about overtime.
Yeah.
The details paid privately, overtime's coming out of their budget, and there is a ton of overtime available now, whether it's grant-based or in-house because of staff.
My bill last month.
Right.
What was it?
You don't want to know. Okay, Council Facil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is something that we've spoken about as a council frequently, and I always, appreciate my colleagues' support and input. So last fall, the Department of Public Utilities, a 3-person commission.
I can't wait for Jenny to be gone.
Rate hikes up to 30%. And we all saw those bills hit right around the holidays, right around Christmas. I got a $725 bill. I heard from a bunch of residents. Everyone's really upset. They came in, they spoke to the Public Works Committee, and that was fine. But going forward, looking at the coming fall and the coming winter, I would really like to have a conversation to just really advocate for the residents. These rate hikes are unacceptable, in my opinion. It creates a huge burden on residents in Worcester throughout the state. August 1st, 2025, both utilities have raised their basic service supply rates. So Eversource increased their supply rates from 13.24 cents per kilowatt to 14.88 cents, which is about 8 to 10 per month for the average resident. National Grid also increased it about 5.5%, which is about $4 to $6 more per month for similar usage. I know these numbers seem small, but they're not, because they keep increasing our rates year after year whenever they get the chance. I talked about this before, I'm gonna say it again. These are billion-dollar companies that seemingly adhere to no one, and they come into our municipalities and they pinch residents on their bills. In 2024, Eversource reported profit over $800 million. Their CEO made $18.8 million in 2024. Last year in New England alone, National Grid made over $1 billion in profits. You know, I look at what they do on construction projects in the city, and I know I've spoken about this a lot, and my colleagues have as well. We have a request on from Councillor Carlson, which I appreciate, on the Shore Drive sidewalk. Why is it okay for these utilities to come in, dig up our roads, residents don't know, we don't know what's happening, they put the roads back together, they're in horrible condition, you know, I'm sure we
That just
all
happened
hear
on
from
my
people
house.
throughout the city, talking about potholes, trenches, you know, there's a trench on Calumet, they did sewer work last year. The trench is all sunken in, and this happens with the private utilities, and then the city has to chase them down to get these projects fixed. And I find it unacceptable, and I know it's not unique to Worcester, but I would like to request a report on the feasibility of adjusting private utility permitting fees in relation to any utility rate changes. So if Eversource wants to raise the rates 30%, I'm curious to see if the city of Worcester could increase their permitting fees by 30%. I just feel like we talk about this over and over again. Residents cannot afford to pay their bills. I certainly can't afford these bills, and I've said it before, my house is not warm in the winter, okay? We are wearing sweaters and blankets. It's not like we're being excessive with our utilities, but we all have to just kind of adhere to whatever they feel like doing. And I'm really, really tired of it. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Jenny.
Okay, Council Carlson.
I rise to ask to sign on. I think that, you know, Councilor Priscillo, in talking about, you know, what these utility companies have done, and quite frankly, I think we've all gotten the exorbitant bills. Mine just came today. I think the idea of maybe we should be looking at these utility companies and saying the percentage that they went up on our utility bills, maybe their permitting fees should go up by that same amount. So I want to say thank you to Councilor Priscillo for putting this on. But I also rise to say that I know that Mr. Mayor, you and the city manager, I believe last year, or had a conversation with the utility companies. And at the end of the day, the only person who has any say on the utility companies is the governor. We can talk about going to our state delegations, but truth be told, there's only one individual in the Commonwealth who has any say over what's taking place.
Fantastic comment,
And I
Amber.
think maybe it's time for another meeting with the with the utilities or with the governor, because we've seen that, yes, the governor tried to get a reduction.
Yeah,
a little bit of a reduction. But that
the
was
municipality
also
has
met
really
by
no
a
right in the
significant
situation but to
increase
complain,
once we got by those couple of
which
months.
is
And,
unfortunately consistently, like, Jenny will have something that stems from like good politics and will argue convincingly for it on the floor, and then the end result is Mr. Manager, can you complain harder on my behalf, right? And there's just no leverage in that. What are you gonna do?
in years past, they were able to get
It's just
maybe
not,
a little
not,
extra
these are not serious
because
people,
the
as
bill
Logan Bryan
was
would say.
a little bit of extra money, and this year here, we know that these agencies don't have that money to give to people. So what is going to happen to a lot of the folks who honestly cannot afford to pay these bills? The money just is not there. So I would ask for the mayor and the city manager to meet with the governor of the Commonwealth to see what else is it that we can do. I know that there is a larger group out there right now that's also working with the governor, trying to reduce the cost. Thank you.
Okay. You sign on? Council Russell, sign on?
Yeah, I'm going to sign up, Mr. Chairman. I just want to ask for a report too, if I may, from the administration. Number one, if it would be okay, if it would be legal for us to do a retaliatory increase, which is not a bad idea in my opinion, but if it's illegal to do. And then the other thing is, Mr. Chairman, is that Council Pasillo talks about the condition that the streets are left in from our utility companies. She's absolutely right. It's an issue that we've all talked about countless hours on this council floor. And our Commissioner of Public Works is here tonight. I don't want to put him on the spot, but I would ask for a report, what's going on with that? Because she made the remark, Councilor Pasillo I refer to when I say she, made the remark about, I'm sure it's in other communities. Well, I don't see it in other communities, to be honest with you. I drive through many of the suburban communities, and I don't see streets in anywhere near the condition our streets are in. And so many times I've bugged the commissioner since he's come on, and his predecessors as well, about the whole process of these utility connections and their way they're sinking in. And it's something that we need to address, and I think that what we should be doing is maybe looking not necessarily as a retaliatory increase, but we should be looking at charging these utility companies an awful lot more than whatever we're charging them. So I'd like a report, number one, how much we're charging them, number two, what's the ability to increase.
I was just
those
about to
costs,
export final
to
version
put
of Water
that
Lawnmower.
extra
Reaper
money towards
crashes on
repairing
my
the damage
ass.
that has been done by these utility companies. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll
Crashes
sign
on my
up.
goddamn ass. I picked up a cheap
Everybody to sign on. All those in favor?
Chinese SSD
As amended
to
the,
help
city
my Mac
manager,
Mini
myself, roll call.
Councilor
process
Bergman?
my many
Councilor
audio
Florio?
plugins,
Councilor Agia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Morrow
and it's been
Carlson?
nothing but a headache ever
Councilor
since.
Nguyen? Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Basillo?
I know I'm opening up a whole can of worms with that, but
Mayor Petty?
Yes.
you know,
Okay.
this two
Worcester
drive
Manager,
situation,
Worcester WRTA Administrator,
it
provide
requires a
council
smarter
report
guy
concerning
than
any
me.
improvements made to the Worcester Regional Transit Authority in fiscal year 2025, as well as plans for future improvements. Council Pasillo.
As it reads.
Okay, we'll send that. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman? Councilor Calorio? Councilor Agia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes, I'd like to sign on to that as well.
Councilor Morrow Carlson? Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Basillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey? And Mayor Petty?
Yes, anybody want to sign on as amended? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, we have, request. City
Yeti,
Auditor
I'm just seeing this now. I
report
don't
detailed
remember.
Data from the past 18 months between dispatch and the Worcester Police Department
I
concerning
don't
the
remember.
Bates Health
I don't
area
remember.
in response to resident concerns. Said report should include any relevant communications aimed at improving operations while highlighting areas of consistent and timely responses. There should include levels of response to calls as documented by the Worcester PD. Council King.
Can we take 14Z concurrently?
Sure. Request city manager provide chief conduct an internal audit of all main South 911 and non-emergency police calls from the past 18 months. Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to amend 14Z to request Oh, no, we'll just leave it. We'll take those concurrently. Mr. Chairman, this is coming out of a number of concerns. I've spoken with the district counselor who signed off on this as well. And really looking at measuring the concerns. So in our role as city councilors, we're often approached by folks in the city with concerns about a number or a myriad of issues that occur within city limits, Mr. Chairman. And if we're not measuring it, we don't know how effective we are in the work that we do from any department. These particular concerns have come up time and again during the number of times I've attended neighborhood meetings, and more than even that, hearing from folks that live there. So as an at-large counselor, there are times that you can't get out, given the number of neighborhood meetings across the city, but that doesn't mean that you're not hearing from residents throughout the city and constituents during those same times. So, you know, when we're looking at data collection and analysis, it also obviously must include interpretation of that data. Interpretation of that data is what gives meaning. It allows the auditor to draw conclusions and formulate recommendations. So we're not just looking for numbers, we're looking for data interpretations that will allow the formation of an auditor's opinion. We know that's a crucial aspect.
What the fuck are we talking about now? I don't know.
I know from speaking with the district counselor that there has been some
Gio, I'm using a
work and communication and information that just came to the neighborhood.
M.2
But would also love to get some
NVIDIA,
data
I think,
for,
style.
The subcommittee.
A small one,
They can take a look at
256
this well.
gig.
So when you hear from folks, hey,
And
we're not
an
getting,
enclosure
the level of responsiveness,
that has a
we're not getting
fan
any response,
made
we're not
by
getting, you know, when phone calls are made
Hyuvant.
to 911 or what have you, folks are driving by and
Because
not
I'm getting ready for the
engaging,
Chinese
reporting
century.
it,
You know what I mean?
and it's all over the place. So for me, whether we measure, is that accurate? Is that, you know, can that be explained away? To what degree is this?
If I had a kid right
That's
now,
why
I'd be
this
like, you should
particular
learn Chinese.
order talks about
It's
the report coming in to provide relevant communication, aimed at
256
improving operations,
gigabytes,
while also
not
highlighting
a terabyte.
areas of consistent and timely response, Mr. Chairman. So this is really a commendation.
It was
and correction.
$20.
I know that some years ago when I had filed for a similar audit regarding dispatch and 911 and responsiveness, we determined at that time that there was an issue with end of shift fulfilling of calls, and they were those at the end of those shifts, those calls in some instances were being erased and they were starting over. At that
I'm
time,
sorry,
we
Yenny,
looked at
but
this
we
issue.
aired all of our grievances about the new website earlier in the meeting. We've moved on past that. Comment period's over.
How they did business at the end of shifts. So the data was able to identify a gap in operations and response.
So,
really,
gee, I wouldn't try too hard to figure it out.
I'm
It's
looking
definitely
for
a
similar
user
data.
error on my part.
I'm sure when Councilor Ojeda speaks,
Not
he
a,
can speak to
not a
kind of
plug-in
the,
error.
The report of the latest meeting, where it's my understanding that there were some concessions made to, you know, falling short in some instances. So
I just need to
before
learn.
this done quickly,
I just
through
need to learn the
obviously
ways
auditor.
of file management.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I use Reaper for music, which lets you do
Yes,
things
thank
stupid
you,
to your
Councilor
own
King, for bringing
peril.
this
It's
forward.
kind of like
Yes,
Morrowind in
there's
that
been
way,
a lot of work being
or like
done
the
here,
first couple Fallout
at
games,
some of the meetings
where
in
you
the
can
neighborhood.
fuck it up and they
And
just let you.
I
Right?
think one of the most important thing is what the chief has come out and stated when he was able to become chief, was transparency and understanding how things work and working alongside dispatch.
Oh,
There's
congrats,
a lot
Jenny.
of concerns with
It's your sister, but
the
you
the
helped.
time
Congrats for that as
of
well.
calls, from when a call is made to when an officer or someone shows up. Concerned about consistencies, inconsistency. Also, trying to identify where the gaps are. So I don't think we were trying to use this as a I got you. It's more of, what are some of these issues and how can we either rectify, what can we do to help with these gaps? Sometimes people feel as though or they're not being treated properly, and maybe that just comes down to understanding that the person on the line has had several calls probably for the same issue. But again, it's also trying to show respect to the people that are calling. Also, it's also about understanding, what is really going on. What happens when you do call dispatch? What takes place? How much time is from dispatch and sent out to the local route officer, and what is the time frame from there for them to show up? But also understanding certain calls have certain numbers based on the importance of the call. So it's again trying to show the people, our residents, that there's not a real big difference versus the same call from a different district compared to a certain district. It's just understanding what the process is and understanding that there's a higher call volume. And I'm not sure people realize between the hours of 2 and 6, they may understand there's a higher call volume, but they don't understand what those call volumes are and how certain call volumes, certain calls can escalate. So if it's just a normal disturbance, something small, it's not seen as important. But then it can escalate to something bigger. And understanding that the original call, say, was at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and then someone shows up because it escalated, but no one showed up for about 45 minutes to an hour, whatever it may be. But again, it was just an original low-level call. And it's also being, like I said, being transparent with the residents and really getting this information out. There's residents that are afraid to show up to some of these meetings, and we have to meet them where they're at. Pushing for some more Zoom meetings at these neighborhood meetings to share this information. The chief was there at the last meeting that we had. Dispatch was there. 311 was there as well. So they shared a lot of the information that's important for our residents. But I like I said, I appreciate what Councilor King has put forward for us to get a better understanding of what we can do and how we can support some of these calls that go out, and really just show that we're here for them and support them. It's not an easy process, and I understand when those high call volumes come in, it's what do we do? So one of the conversations we had with the chief, and I had asked them, is there's certain parts of the city that don't have those call volumes. What can we do to get some more police officers in that area? If we know that this is the time between 2 and 6, what can we do to make sure that if phone calls are out, that police officers are there just to handle certain situations so they don't escalate? So again, I look forward to what comes from this and continue to work with all departments. Thank you.
Okay, we'll send out the city manager. Councilor King.
I haven't had dinner yet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to be clear. This is a request to enhance our responsiveness to residential concerns, to public health and public safety. I'd like to amend this to include any co-responses and to what degree or to what percentage are we having a clinical co-response in this area to calls. I want to be clear, I'm not looking for an oversaturation of law enforcement in that area. What I am looking for is data. Data will drive us. What are we doing? How are we doing it? For too long, we've been asking police to be nurses. We've been asking them to be AAA, social workers, youth workers, etc. We do have a ambassador program there that does some things. We have a myriad of departments that are engaged. You heard 311 dispatch, quality of life in those meetings, all of those things. But really, we need the data to drive us in terms of moving forward operationally as a city. And again, I'm not looking for oversaturation. And if we need to put more clinical components in, I know that we've revamped our clinical co-response model, and I'm really looking to see the data What are folks being called for? To what degree is it responding? How often are there 45 minutes to an hour to no shows on calls? And let's see how we can come together and get better, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Councilor Russell?
Mr. Chairman, I'll support, as you said, sending it to the manager. And I'd like to even include some of the other, I'll just say the other urban neighborhoods, just if they
Sure, I'll
are
amend it.
different, if they are different, or if it's something.
Absolutely.
Whatever, without specifically naming off the neighborhoods. And Mr. Chairman, I just wonder if this I think sending it to the manager is the right thing, because I think before we can ask the auditor to look at anything, we need to ask the administration to give us that information first. Thank you.
Okay. So you want to amend this to include other district areas? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, again, I'm okay with that. The reason I purposely wrote it that way is that there has been a reported heightened need in this particular area, and I didn't want a city-wide assessment to delay or defer. We don't want to miss something, and then in that area, given the reports that have come in, we don't want to miss anything anywhere. But this is where this acute concern has come from. I really would like that prioritized. I am open to the amendment, but I want to state publicly, we would like the Main South area, given that that's where this originated from, that provided first and I would amend it absolutely, that should be cross-referenced with other areas of the city. So I would like the amendment to read that way. Councilor Russell is absolutely correct on that count. Thank you.
Okay, send those to the manager as amended. Roll call.
Council Bergman? Council Calorio? Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nayan? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey? Mayor Petty?
Yes. Request city manager review the feasibility of enhancing the capacity of the Department of Health and Human Services as it relates to the city's responsiveness and the challenges of the unsheltered population in the city. Such strategy should include increased social workers, clinicians, and outreach staffing, and consider reorganization plan versus a budget increase. Councilor King.
Mr. Chairman, we are at a crisis point here in the city as it relates to folks that are unsheltered, folks that are unhoused, folks that are suffering from the inability to afford living here, folks that are suffering from those financial challenges, mental health challenges, challenges with substance use and misuse, a confluence of factors that impact the varying levels of the unsheltered, situational, chronic, etc. That being said, and I brought this up during the budget time, and I brought this up for the past 3 or 4 budgets, and really looking to expand the capacity of Health and Human Services. I know the last time I brought this forward, Commissioner Castile and the administration indicated that they didn't need the additional social worker positions I was suggesting, or outreach positions that I was suggesting. Mr. Chairman, by the mere eye test, we need to do more. Now, we only have so much money in the pot. I'd like the city administration to look at vacancy factors, a pattern and percentage of vacancy factors that we have, and what the financial significance of those are. I'd like the administration to take a look at perhaps reorganizing in a way where we can buff up and we can expand the capacities of HHFs to respond to this crisis. We have the elderly folks where there's a significant uptick in their inability to afford to live here, to exist, to eat, to take care of themselves. The quality of life is diminishing, as referenced in the report, Seeds of Hope, regarding addressing senior homelessness that came before us previously. Those folks are looking to age with dignity, Mr. Chairman. And HHS, Health and Human Services, is one of the lowest funded departments in the city of Worcester. And we are it's going to get better before it gets worse. We know this. I've been contacted by folks where, I've filed orders asking for public restrooms. I'd like to make a motion that we get an update on those orders. Some time ago, when I brought forward the orders regarding the trash cans that we're now seeing and across the city, and folks talking about, again, people defecating, relieving themselves in public spaces, us not being able to use public spaces. How do we share these spaces? We are not going to police our way out of this. For folks who want an immediate response, we know that back in the 80s, we deinstitutionalized. We are the United States of America. We're not Russia. We don't just take people and take them off the streets, without discrimination and
Oh my God.
put them in facilities. Worcester State Hospital doesn't exist anymore. And in those facilities, there was inhumane treatment. That's why they went away. Human rights violations, civil rights violations, folks being, chemically restrained, et cetera. We know that there's Mass General Laws, Section 35, Section 12, that exists for folks who are harmed themselves or others, or who are, have their substance use challenges such that they can be taken in. But it's changed, and it's supposed to be community services, it's supposed to be community-based treatment, and what happened is that funding never came. Now, we haven't even talked about housing. We're just talking about services right now. We know that without the proper housing, and we're moving that way, but it's incremental. Without the proper housing, based on the hierarchy of needs, if you don't have housing, you don't have a stable place to be, that's your number one focus. The second is food. You got to be able to eat. And then you want to think about the other things and the other life challenges. Mr. Chairman, we have to have a strategy that the city manager reacts to in an urgent manner, where we're increasing the capacity of that department. Yes, we need to contract as we have and work with our community partners. The mayor has a mental health task force. We have a housing plan. We have all of these things. What we don't have is more clinical supports in the moment. I've been out there with the EMTs. I've been out there when police have responded, and seeing the challenges that they have as it relates to what's within their capability, within the law, and what's not. I've heard the concerns that residents have about people being picked up and, is that my time? People being picked up and arrested, and they're out the next day, and folks are furious. Well, I'm not about incarcerating the homeless. We have to figure something out, but we do not have control over the state. We don't have control of the federal funding or the state funding. We don't have control about how much local aid. What we do have is the ability to advocate for ourselves, which I hope we continue to do moving forward in a more aggressive manner, Mr. Chairman. And in speaking with our state and representatives and senators in our delegation, there's talk around the state of $16 million in funding that may not be coming in due to cuts in Medicare and Medicaid, a federal political matter that has local implications. All politics are local. A federal political matter is going to impact the individuals in our community, Mr. Chairman. And we have to do this. I'm not looking for increasing taxes. I'm looking for, and I'm challenging the city manager to find a way to enhance the capacity of health and human services, our social workers, clinical and outreach staffing. We've done it before. I filed orders that resulted in the first social workers there, first outreach workers, additional social workers there. I filed the orders for the social workers at the library, and we know the day treatment center is coming at some point. Finally, we got an affirmative for that. But in the interim, we have to pull up all stops with the small amounts of resources we have. Mr. Manager, I challenge you. Thank you.
Oh, my God. Thank you. So send that to the manager. Roll call. Oh, Councilor Bergman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I read this, it really focuses on the unsheltered population, so I'm going to focus my remarks based on the words of the order itself. I know there was discussion about trash and other issues that may or may not be associated with these words, but I agree. There's a strategy that's not working. The time I've been on the council, I haven't seen the unsheltered population get less. I've seen it get more. Where I disagree is I don't think we can either spend our way out of this or employ more people to get out of this. I think what we need to do is we need to look to our state delegation, and I think there's a rather simple formula. There's X number or percentage of people that are unsheltered in this state. Each community has to supply that percentage of units for their respective community, or pull into a fund for other communities such as Worcester, who are being asked to be financially responsible for the unsheltered population, when all the towns around us are basically shirking their responsibility. I don't see us spending our way out of this. I know there's been a challenge given to the manager, but as I recall, the people in the Health and Human Services says we don't need more staff. I've asked people in these positions, what percentage of the population, the unsheltered population, do you see that aren't from Worcester? And the responses I've got over the last year, anywhere from 50 to 65%. These are people that work in those departments. I'm not going to mention them by name. They're not random people that I just search out to get an answer I want to hear. And that's fine. We shouldn't not help people that aren't from Worcester. But we've got to stop pretending that we can handle the responsibilities of all the towns around us by simply trying to spend our way out of it or employ more people out of it. It ain't going to happen. And the time I've been on the council, the unsheltered population has increased. The number of people that are unsheltered from around Worcester, not from Worcester, has increased. And yes, the strategy has failed. Not for lack of trying, but let's not go back to the same strategy and make it even more of an issue. Let's try to focus on what the
strategy are you talking about? The strategy is the quality of life team. That has failed. I can't deal with this shit.
That have resources in the community by way of family members and social services that can help them, instead of Worcester trying to pretend it can be a be-all and end-all to every problem that exists surrounding Worcester.
The strategy is routine camp and
I think we need to
sweep.
focus on trying to help those that are here, whether they're from Worcester or not.
Routine
But I
camp
think
sweeps
going forward, we have to
have
really
led
draw the
to
line.
the visible homelessness that everyone is
don't have all
upset
the money in
by
the world
today,
to fix
because it used to
all the
be
problems in the world.
fucking
We need
invisible
to have the communities around
in
us
camps in the woods.
be responsible for their share of what's at stake here. And I don't minimize the summer heat, the winter cold. People die.
Shut the
being unsheltered. I don't minimize that at all. But I sit here year after year, month after month, week after week, and I hear all these plans on how we're going to fix the problem. None of us are experts, and even the ones that are experts that we employ will tell you that the problem
That's
hasn't
hell's an
gotten
expert.
better. So
Fucking
I'm
dickhead.
of the old belief that if you repeat the same pattern over and over again and things aren't going to get better, why would they get better just by repeating the pattern over and over again?
The strategy is the sweeps that you support
Thank you, Mr.
100%.
Chair. It sounds like a broken record.
I can't listen
For the
to
past
Kate. I'll be
several
back.
years, have filed orders requesting we look into talking about getting some remuneration. And I just believe it was the last meeting, I filed an order very similar to Boston's order, requesting the exact same thing. That the
No, but
cities
first,
and
like,
towns who are
I just want to say,
who
like,
people originate from,
there's a lot of
they take
fucking
some of
Nazi
the-
Germany
some of the,
conspiracy,
the
like
share
comparisons
of the
getting
burden
fucking whipped
on
around these
cities
days.
like Boston and Worcester.
Like this,
we
what
have
you're looking
most
at
of
right
the-
here is the
most of
actual
people in
banality
the
of evil.
state and outside
Right?
of the
This is
state.
like the
I've
banality of
dealt with
evil that
people
drives
that have come down
a
from
fascist
Maine
movement
that
and
were put
allows
on
it
a
to land.
train.
Like this
Go to
is
Worcester.
this right
We'll
here
buy
is
you a ticket, go to
exactly
Worcester, they'll take care of you. You know,
what it
so it's
is.
great.
The
We have
abstraction
resources.
of
We
the suffering
wanna
of human
help people.
beings.
That's great, but just like
To be able to
the
talk about it
Medical
this
Act,
way.
when we have homeless children, right? The federal act
This is
says
this is the
you shouldn't have to
scapegoating.
pay
This is the
the
banality
entire
of evil
burden,
that drives
right?
this stuff.
These kids are coming in here through no fault of
We
their
are
own.
on.
Temporarily, they go back to their home
This is like the
district,
most boring
which we would
remake of
pay
the
for
zone of interest
transportation
of
to
all
home
time.
district, or they stay in school here, and the host district sends partial payment to the city of Worcester so that it's not that much of a burden on us. And I think that that's fair. I think that's equitable. And when actually the numbers that I've heard have been 70% of the people are not from Worcester in the community. So it's something that we all have talked about for a long time. I believe that the legislature needs to be addressing this, not only the legislature, but perhaps Congressman McGovern. Maybe it needs to be federal because our cities and towns are really being impacted. And I understand, like I talked to a police officer out in the Brookfields. They have absolutely no services whatsoever, none. They don't know what to do with people, and they know they need help. So they bring them here because we have services. And that's great, but there's also a greater burden. And so we're just asking that it be shared. And I think that it really needs to happen. We need to get some movement on this because it's not fair to the people who are unhoused, who have substance use disorder, who have mental health issues. It's not fair to them. It's not fair to our city to have all of this without support systems, without the amount of housing that we would need is insurmountable at this point in time to be able to take care of everybody. And it just doesn't happen quick enough. I mean, we'll talk about the ADUs. I mean, I remember talking about that. We were going to do a tiny village with ADUs, tiny homes, and even that is costly. So I know tonight the senator talked about it. I know the mayor, and I signed on to his order with the tiny homes, getting an update on that. But that's really important. I've been talking about that for years as a resource, as a possibility of being able to get more housing out there. But and I digress. We really need to move forward on this. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Haji.
Yeah, so first of all, I reject the notion and the framing of this issue as people are burdened, or it's a game of whack-a-mole, or any other phrases that people like to assign.
Chamber, I would only throw it
it
that from a services perspective, while like I know we
So
correctly
keep
complain
repeating these
about
numbers,
lack of
50, 60,
services,
70%.
even things like
How
being able to find a
exactly
meal
is this,
or somebody
idea
else
going
who
to
you can
work
talk to
that
that's in
we're
the
gonna
same position
identify
as
when
you, or
somebody
some
became
really
homeless?
basic healthcare.
Somebody could
I mean,
become
that
homeless
probably
in our
is
community.
huge
They
in
travel, but this
context
is a very
as
transient
compared to
population.
a small
They go to
town where
Maine, they go to Boston,
you're
they come back
just
here.
on your
So
own.
we're going to identify each person, ask for their personal history, where they became homeless, and then come up with these ideas that I'm not even sure are cemented in reality. When exactly has the legislature worked efficiently to come up with legislation like the one that Councilor Toomey has proposed to force other towns to pay a fair share? How are they going to identify if Etel Hajia became homeless in Holden, or Councilor King, Christian King, became homeless in Oxford, or Jenny Pasillo became homeless in Boston, first of all. And second of all, I have asked for a 12 to 18-month emergency plan to identify specific and goal-measured, time-specific plans for how we're going to deal with the human condition, the human crisis that we're in right now. Mr. Manager, where are we with that plan, if I could ask that question through the chair?
Mr. Manager.
Yeah, through the chair to the council. Right now, since there's a lot here that I want to share, because through my administration over the last 2.5, 3 years, whatever time frame you want to count from when I started, this, I feel like almost, if not 2-3 times a week, I'm in a meeting discussing this exact same issue. There's a group of providers in the city, which include HHS and myself, that I personally attend on a monthly basis, specifically to try to come up with a strategy, a comprehensive strategy to address this. there's a lot that's being communicated in there with the providers that are on the grounds doing this work. And so right now we're in the works of establishing a new structure, identifying a mission and vision of what we want to, what are we trying to achieve as a city. We're going to identify some goals and strategies around it. And then we want to then present it to the council. This is a very complex issue that impacts in so many different ways that I would love to have an urgency to bring it to you in 12 weeks, 6 weeks, 5 weeks, 4 weeks, 2 weeks. But it's not that easy because there are so many different tentacles that this impacts that everybody needs to be in an alignment for this effort to work. And this is just the presentation of a plan and a strategy, because then we got to figure out how to get funding to support this. The other element too is, and I know the Councilor King has also asked for many times for our office to increase social work, et cetera. That has come to the table as part of our discussions. And we talked about that with the providers. And one of the challenges or concerns is that the city then becomes a competitor in trying to compete with the same people that have a limited number of social workers in this community, outreach workers in this community, people that are even going into the space. We're also having conversations of creating a pipeline because we're seeing a lack of outreach and case managers in these agencies to do the work because people are not choosing these careers for whatever reasons, right? And so there's a deficiency in terms of staffing that some of these agencies are dealing with. So we've had conversations about pipelines. Do we work QCC? Do we work with our high schools and create a pipeline certification process that allows people to get into this space so that we can provide more case management? Right now, it's almost a ratio of 1 to 50 when we talk about case management. It is 1 case manager to 50 individuals. So there's a plethora of issues and challenges that we're trying to deal with. So I guess the long story short, we're hoping that we can come soon to the council body with a strategy. We've been at work for the past months in discussing this structure. We feel we're at a good place. Just last week, about a week and a half ago, we started to kind of refine some of the language and context in terms of how we want to, or what are the things that we want to approach. But there's 2 elements of this that we want to identify. It's one, we want to do information sharing. We want to be able to share data and have the right data. And then 2, we want system change, which requires policy, which requires ways to think differently about changing of the system. Not just simply implementing programs and hiring people. We want to be able to identify what are the changes that we need to implement. And so we're coming soon, I guess.
Which
I
fucking
can't give you
system?
an exact date, but we're hoping.
Which
to
system
do
are you
this
trying to
soon.
change?
They understand there's an urgency. I have an urgency. We collectively have an urgency. But that
Is
doesn't
it the
stop
criminal
us from
justice
doing work
system?
on a day-to-day basis and being on the ground.
I don't think it
and I've
is.
been very committed as a city manager and doing everything that I can.
Seriously though, like
support
just
and
sit
in-house
in
community,
district court
from
for a day.
overflow
Spend the whole day in
shelters
district court.
to the resource center,
You will absolutely
to,
understand
funding social workers at
how
the
homelessness in
library.
America
You name it. I mean,
is created
that all has
and
happened
perpetuated.
over this 2.5, 3 years. We're not talking
Just sit in
about
district court.
5 or 10 years.
One day, that's
All
all you
of
have to
this
do.
has happened in the last 2 or 3 years. And we're going to continue to stay at it, and we're going to work at it. But we don't want to do this in a way that's just, reacting to a situation. We know we need to react, but we want to do it that's right and that's comprehensive and that's creating system change.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Manager. I look forward to that 12 to 18-month report, and I've spoken to some of the providers on the ground, and they too feel the same urgency, especially not knowing what the Trump administration is going to do to the HUD funding that funds a lot of this program. Lastly, I just want to mention something for clarity. While we can make blanket statements about communities that don't take care of their own, I have specifically known that the town of Oxford, their police chief, their librarians have reached out to Worcester to learn from our model. They have a smaller number of unhoused folks. They are taking care of their own. And that's just an example of communities that are trying to replicate some of the things that we're doing here. I want to be careful with the public that we don't set expectations that aren't realistic. The state legislature, as of now, in the last 50 plus years that we have experienced the rise of homelessness, has not done a damn thing to force other communities to contribute to a fund, which I would love to see. And so that is not going to happen, period. What's going to happen is that it's going to be upon us, on the cities and towns, to take care of our own, regardless of where they became homeless. I want to make sure that the public understands it is a very nuanced conversation to make blanket statements about 70%, 60% of people. I don't care where people became homeless. If they are in our city, they are our residents. It doesn't matter where they become homeless. They are not a burden on us. They are human beings that need our support.
Councilor Ojeda?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And yeah, I appreciate what the city manager mentioned. Him and I have been in many conversations regarding this. And, you know, there are programs to help people, you know, get back home. But those it's not as easy as it seems. So, and as the city manager says, there's many moving parts. And what I appreciate is, you know, him mentioning that we can't just react right away. Because what happens is it creates gaps, it creates issues that we just didn't take the time to see. I mean, to understand that, you know, there's lack of support due to staffing. I mean, 1 to 50 is, that's a huge number, and that's really tough. And that right there alone creates those gaps, and that's where we'll lose out on you know, making an impact. You know, so
Worcester doesn't
you know,
deserve
I
a towel.
support, and I'm pretty sure the city manager's been working hard. Like I said, him and I have had conversations regarding this with Unsheltered for many individuals, all individuals, and I do look forward to seeing what he has planned, and I think it is tough because we see it on a daily basis. You know, Councilor, you know, Bergman mentioned that, you know, the numbers have increased. And that's really tough to hear, you know, over the time. It's like, well, what have we done? And I know we've done a lot. It's just, again, there's a lot of factors that go into it. And I appreciate, again, the city manager's approach of understanding that there's a lot of moving parts, and we have to make sure we try to cover all the bases. And we may not get all the bases covered, but at least we take a really good look at it and hit the ground running with this. So I appreciate it, and again, I look forward to continuing doing this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ojeda. All set, Councilor Bergman for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to rise to speak on a few things that have been brought up. First of all, I particularly, when I spoke, never used the word burden. I used responsibility, and it is a responsibility, a financial responsibility for this community to be able to try to address the needs of the unsheltered population. The fact that the state legislature hasn't addressed it, well, I'm not willing to give up on the state legislature to say because they haven't done it in the past, they're incapable of doing it in the future. The end of the day is, you know, the supply of housing for the unsheltered in this city will never meet the demand. Let me repeat that. The supply of housing in this city for the unsheltered will never meet the demand. And that's why it goes up every single year, because the supply in the surrounding towns, and Oxford may be an exception.
Are you
but the majority
fucking
of towns
kidding me?
around here do not provide
Are you
to their community.
fucking kidding me?
And why I have to draw the line, and I don't want to have to draw the line on any human being, but lines do have to get drawn at times. That's the reality of what we do.
Yeah, you got plenty of
Other
fucking
people
practice
may
doing
deny
that,
it,
bud.
but that's the reality of what we do in our budget process and the decisions we make every single week. And the reason why I must draw the line is because we've talked about the elderly being homeless in the city of Worcester. And I don't want to have to tell somebody who was born in the city, who raised their kids in the city, who worked in the city, who retired in the city, and cannot find housing, that the housing we had available for them went to somebody from another town.
You didn't
who
have
just
housing
moved into
available for
Worcester.
them.
That, to me, is patently unfair, and that's why, unfortunately,
Jesus
lines
fucking
have to be
Christ.
drawn.
This is
We can't
crazy.
be all
This is
things
absolutely
to all
fucking
people,
crazy.
even though we wish we could be.
Okay. So I'm going to send that to the manager.
Councilor Bergman?
No, hang on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for the public's purposes, I just want to be very clear. The assertion that this is a request to spend more money and spend our way out of it is patently false on its face. This order is very clear. This is a reorganization plan versus a budget increase. I talked about vacancy factors. I talked about shifting departmentally. Again, I stated in my statement, so this is for the press if they're paying attention, the folks if they're paying attention. That wasn't the ask. It also wasn't an ask that we don't continue to advocate with our state and federal partners. It's a reality check that we know the local aid we need isn't going to come to the degree that we need it to. As I mentioned, they're tossing around the number of $16 billion.
Hey, Bill, I know, I mean, you've researched this as an issue more than anybody I know. Are you familiar with what the actual like rate of like the number of homeless, like the percentages in the United States?
We know that the housing situation, the unsheltered, is going to get worse. And it's not just about housing stock. It's also about housing affordability
It's like
for our elderly.
What's reported?
It's not simply that there's not
right, like from a point in time count.
Yeah, it's like 2024 is the last number that I can find. I'm asking a loaded question because I'm actually shocked by like relatively like how low it is.
Those financial challenges.
So I want to be higher than it was during the pandemic.
It looks like, I mean, reporting that's coming in last year is showing like huge increases from 2022. But it's 0.23% of the population is homeless or unhoused.
Yeah. So hold on, let me.
And like,
so you're going off a HUD point in time count?
That's all I was looking at. It's like in Worcester, like arguably, I know we do a bad enumeration in general, but like Worcester is somewhere between 15 and 20 per 10,000. So that would actually put us below the national rate of 0.23%.
We're always below the national rate, yeah.
Like we're really right at or just below the national rate.
We can't
but like,
continue to do what we
just to the, I mean, Mo knows this because he does most of his law work in real estate. Like your goal for rentals, like just take the rental market, is 90% occupancy.
From the fire department,
So like the idea that like we don't have housing for people, right? And I know we're not just talking about warehousing people, but that we don't actually have beds for heads that need them is patently false. And it's also like not talking about a huge number of people. Like in Worcester, you're talking about 3,000 people.
We can do it.
That's,
I really do.
It's not a big fucking number.
It's not a big fucking number at all. It could be accomplished with bonding, like a fifth of what we bonded for.
And I don't think that's
I'm just tossing out bullshit like fucking figures there, but like it would not be that expensive.
But it's, I mean, they're not shit in the context of, any year over the last 10, we're bringing online roughly 4,000 units of new construction apartments. So like, still enough. Like, it's just a matter of who we're, and I know this is the point you're always making, it's just a matter of who we're actually building for. But like, the idea of public housing is no more expensive than just completely eliminate the problem. Is no more expensive than what is spent on a year on the private sector to entice people also not from Worcester, born in Worcester, lived in Worcester, retired in Worcester, to move here from Boston.
Doesn't mean you got to stop fighting for it.
That's why I like had to take a little chill
I know.
on that zone.
I'm not lecturing you. I look every year at like the increase rates or the decrease rates, right? Because that's what. But like I've never actually stopped to look at the actual number, which is an embarrassingly small number.
What Mo Bergman is talking about when he says it increases year over year is the amount of homeless people that he personally sees.
Right. Which again is because we're pushing people out of what they consider to be relatively safe spaces out of public supply.
Right, without providing an alternative that's anywhere near suitable, and like voila, you have people at the new dog park next to 145 Front Street because they have nowhere the fuck else to go, and they have been literally herded there by a police department with nothing fucking better to do. That like is duty bound to respond to every complaint about an unhoused person that comes in over 311.
Right.
Which is like a significant amount of the 311 complaints in general are
The order
just
of
reporting
Mayor
the
Joseph M.
existence of
Petty
homeless
requesting
people.
the city council provide the
Mo
city,
Bergman
requesting the
just
requesting the city
betrayed
manager provide the
a
city council with a report concerning the city's
insane.
ability
When
to
he said,
require
"I don't like to
landscape
draw the
green
line
space
at any
plans
human
for
being,"
underdeveloped lots
it's like,
under
well, it
ordinances
kind
and
of sounds like you
regulations
do, brother.
associated
Like
with
you were
anti-blight.
very happy to draw the
Further,
line.
request the city
But yeah,
manager
like,
And
even if
contact
create
the
this
owners
nativist
of the
equation between like
former
a
Notre Dame
Worcester-born sympathetic
church
unhoused
property,
person.
as well as the Polar Park District property.
But like,
It's
even if you
crazy.
want to just take like a
Any
warehousing
implementation
perspective,
of
like
such plan, Mayor Petty.
0.7% is
Thank you,
the
Mr.
population
Chairman,
that's in
and,
prison.
I was at a neighborhood
Right.
meeting. I think it was the
So
Elm
like
Rock neighborhood meeting.
3 times. we've already figured out how to warehouse 3 times the number of people pretty effectively. We're like really good at it.
Even had a concert on
Yeah,
the weekend.
it's like the problem for Mo is that we haven't
We have these
figured
empty
out
lots. See if
a
we- I mean,
crime
we might have
serious
those
enough
evaluations
to
now. I
keep
wasn't aware of them, but
unhoused
we don't.
people in jail.
Have
Well, I mean, and that's just to bring it around to what
similar that we did
George
with
just
the
said
city.
in the comments that I don't know if you caught this last week, but like, so Dallas has fixed this, bro. And we talked about this as a group last time we had Attell on as a guest. Attell had mentioned the work that Dallas, Texas had been doing in terms of housing, like actual supportive housing. And they
Yeah,
announced
Dallas and Houston. Yeah,
Dallas announced back in May that there was no more homelessness in Dallas. Like they fixed it, like in the same way that it was only 20 years ago that we had cured child hunger. And the Trump administration is actually moving to eliminate funding for the program that Dallas was getting ready to basically introduce to the entire country.
And they deserve.
To
yeah,
your
like
point, because it's going to be easier just to round people up and warehouse them on military bases over the coming months.
Make sure that
right,
vision,
right.
that people can see that
And
there's no blight.
like so Dallas was it was a rapid rehousing model, right?
Yeah.
And that's
so
like
no one
the
else,
no-brainer, like
we'll send this to the city
short-term
manager.
solution to this that
Council
doesn't
Bergman?
interfere in
Council
the political
Caloyo,
equation
Council
of like
GA?
the
Yes.
real estate
Council King?
speculation at all,
Yes.
right? Like
Carlson?
the
Council Nguyen, Council
the
Ada?
local economies
Yes.
of
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council
like
Russell?
Yes.
trading on
Cheney?
assets and real estate aren't affected at all by rapid rehousing, and rapid rehousing is
Order
comparatively less
15E,
expensive than
the order
jail.
of Mayor Joseph M. Petty
Um,
and Councilor
Right.
Kathleen.
Yeah. And
And
they're just moving the wraparound
City
services
manager
to the
provides
back end
city
of
council
the
with an
rapid
update
housing so that they have a
concerning
captive
tiny home
audience instead of
projects in the
just running
city,
around like
including such a
cartoon
project
dog
on
catchers with
Claremont
nets
Street.
trying to
Mayor
catch
Petty.
people and convince them to come in for services.
No, this is
right, which is exactly like the argument that I have been making,
Yeah.
like short of like any sort of like influx of funding for rapid rehousing, like you have to leave encampments where they are so that
who are unsheltered,
you
who
can
are down their luck, might have some
leave,
issues.
Right.
But you need
like
that
you know you have a
respect
point of
and,
contact,
making
like
sure they get the services that
literally
they need.
the
There's no question about that.
the
As long as you-
visible like
you talk to people who are
sidewalk,
unsheltered
we'll say,
on our
sidewalk
streets,
presence of unhoused people in downtown Worcester is a
they're just
direct
people
consequence
who will talk
of
to you,
Worcester's
cooperate with you if you ask them
decision
to.
to
I know that a lot of people who move. There's an event on the,
answer
on
an
Paul Park, they have
email
an event.
sent by Walmart
They'll
in
leave and come back.
2021
But
to
and it's
get
such a
rid of
complex
the
issue.
encampment that
And,
was in between
emotional, like I
Walmart
said,
and the train
because
tracks.
if you go
Right.
into one spot, you go into the Green
It's not any more
Bridge,
complicated than that.
force people to go
And
to another neighborhood,
to
they're gonna
be
come back.
put in a situation like it's
Everybody's
like
in
this
the
is why I
neighborhood.
get so
There's
worked up
there's
about
no
this
neighborhood
because
that is not impacted by the unsheltered here in the city of Worcester.
shut
you
the
could
fuck
go,
up, Joe. That's not
sometimes
true.
you don't see them, that they're in the woods, and which is a
So,
problem, especially that quality of life team does.
this
by the way.
argument about the towns
So,
is
say that.
fascistic
They're out there on the streets,
in that
maybe more
it
assistance, so
takes
someone wait for you to
a
chat with you,
scapegoat
Mr. Manager.
Oh, yeah.
But just
created
ties
by
into my order
the
here,
police state
from
that
Council Toomey's already been an advocate
the state
of tiny
enables
homes in the city of
via
Worcester
like K2Me
and on
subcommittee,
Claremont
via the
Street.
city
We had,
council, via
Senator
the fact
Shaun
that
come
the
in,
cops
Senator
get everything
Kennedy,
they want in the city.
talk about the seeds of hope.
The
You put a
cops
plan
create
together.
a
It's a pretty
situation
good
where
plan.
homelessness is more
And,
visible,
if we could
and then
use,
you create an artificial fucking
support this
divide so that
100%.
half
and,
or
it's-
whatever,
it's
you can look at an
funding
unhoused
issues.
person and be like, well, they're
That's
not
the other
from
thing
here,
is
so they
every time
fucking
we come up with great
deserve
plans, it's
whatever
down to funding.
plans we have for them in the
It's such
future.
a huge
It's-
issue, whether it be
Oh yeah, no, and
drive,
I know people are going to listen to you say things like fascism, dude, and say, oh, go Bill again. I mean, I just listened to a conversation that, what's his name? Jason Stanley, the Yale professor that just fled to Canada earlier this year, who wrote the book,
Must be
How
nice.
Fascism Works. talking about just that. It's like how and he was. I mean, he's just basically to the point where it's like, how do you idiots not see this? That like, you know, it doesn't have to be othering based on race or gender or whatever. It's just as easy to other somebody based on economic strata, and that's all that we're watching happen now. That's like anyone who thinks there's actually like a war zone in DC is just a moron who's never been out of their small town. And I'm sorry that that's your worldview, but that's how we broke ourselves up in the country. But yeah, no, that's literally what it is, and it's fucking gross. It's we're
and like this
bringing
whole
nationalism to like county level.
Right, exactly. And like, what a better like, what's like that's a step to ghettoization. I don't know. It's whatever, but like this whole thing about the towns versus the city in terms of like one specific population of people who can't afford a home. It's like that. Like I've written this a couple times. I've tried to explain this as hard as I can, but it completely just like is a know nothing. You have not thought at all about like the way that capital and uneven development flows between suburbs and an urban core in America. Of course, even to accept the argument that all the unhoused people are coming in from the towns. It's like before they were unhoused, they were getting pushed into the city anyway, because that's the way that this economy of social segregation based on economic earnings works. You can move the more you make, the further you can move away from the city. The less you make, the more you're pushed toward the city.
Right.
It doesn't make any.
And there's nobody, with the exception of Vattel and Jenny. And I guess Christian as well too, and maybe Louis. No, Louis was here at the time, so we're the same age. I mean, there's nobody else on that council who isn't old enough to remember that, like, in the late 70s, early 80s, Holden was a poor farming town, right? Like everyone moved to Holden for the same reason the Irish Riviera exists, because federal judges made Worcester implement busing.
I think
so like wealthy people bought land in Holden, and at that point in time, which was only the early 80s, started pushing people who couldn't afford to live there anymore into Worcester or other towns, as the case, whatever the case may be. But yeah, I mean, it's that used to be my jam when I worked as an EMT, because I was like the only person who worked in the company I worked for from Worcester. It was back when the PIP shelter was still a thing. And because I worked with just townies who were terrified of the city, like anytime we went to the PIP shelter for a call, I would make sure I showed people, like my partners, the driver's licenses of the people that we were picking up, so they could understand that, like, 01602, 01609, Paxton, Holden, Leicester, where everybody that would be at the PIP shelter originated from. It's just what you're saying, but like there used to be a physical representation of that in just the last issued driver's license of everybody at the PIP shelter. Started in 01609 or 01602 or one of the neighboring towns.
Mr. Manager.
It's like
I just want to rise quickly. This is an important project that the city has been involved in since.
Like this is. I'm so
actually,
bummed out right now having to hear this shit.
Dr.
It's like
and then she partnered.
You can't fight the
Senator
tide of
Chandler,
it.
and then
Like
it just took off.
we're just, most people are going to be, I feel, more readily receptive to like Mo Bergman's framing of this, which is naturally fascistic.
I agree with you, but it's only because I feel like nobody does a good job of explaining to, like, if Joe Rogan was to take up the cause of homelessness, it would take exactly one episode for him to explain to everybody that, like, yeah, no, this is a really small population. Like, this would be a drop in the bucket from what we normally spend on, like, prison or whatever the case may be. It's like we don't have like the pathways to actually get into people's head, like the actual dollar figures in a concise way. It's like we were joking earlier about Massachusetts, right? I mean, like, we used to do shit. It's like we're still the wealthiest state in the nation and have a rate of happiness that's on par with Nordic countries, right? Like, we literally have the tools to just build enough housing for 3,000 people. That we could do that by next year if we wanted to.
Yeah, if we wanted to.
Five, just
it's so crazy because, like, I've tried to chill in it lately, but like every other fucking post that I write is about this shit.
Yeah.
And like,
15E roll call, Mr.
yeah,
Clerk.
I have a small audience
Oh, sorry,
of
Counselor
sympathetic
Merrill Carlson.
Oh no,
people.
that
It's
wasn't
not.
directed at you. I just mean
No,
it's like
no, I'm not
one of
saying
those-
it is. I'm not saying. I'm not. Don't worry about that. What I'm saying is that like,
I quite honestly don't know the
I
answer
have
to
taken
this,
it
obviously.
as far
Is
as anybody has
with the
in local
CPA
media,
funds,
right?
is there a
Like the sort of counter argument
any of that
to
funding
the prevailing
to be
like
used for
I don't know what you want to call it,
this particular project, given
normie
that,
neoliberal perception of
there's
homelessness
certainly a
as being
partnership
like
with
a personal failing,
I know the United Way of Central
and
Mass
the
is
presence of
giving some
homeless
money,
people as
and
being
there is
liked.
somebody
I have
else
offered a
who's giving
counter
some
argument to
money.
that,
Forgive me
and I think
for,
I've done an okay job, and I've taken it
I
as
don't forget about
far
what that is, but
like
I just
I've been doing it for
wonder
5 years. I've
is
taken
with
it
our
probably as far as
CPA
I'm going to
funds,
get,
could we not use some of
and
those
I
funds
don't think it. I don't think it
fund
even
this
penetrates
Mr.
on the
Manager.
level of like the mayor or a city councilor
Yeah,
saying
through
they're
to
coming in from the
to the council,
towns,
though
and
that's
then
a
like
possibility.
way more
They,
people are just going to be like,
the
yeah,
group or
duh, it's
the
the
entity
town's
now that
fault,
owns the property,
right?
WCHR would have to put an application forward.
Yeah.
In
It's just
partnership
tough,
with
man.
the coalition that's been doing this work. They would have to put an application forward.
Yeah,
before
it would
the
take
city-
like
for the
maybe
city
like a
committee
Globe
to disperse
Spotlight
those
series,
dollars. They have also the ability to go to
but
affordable housing.
they're not
trust,
about to do
right,
that.
to seek some dollars from
But
there as
the,
well.
again, the
So
crazy
there's two
part though
avenues
is that
that's outside of my
if you just whatever the
jurisdiction
number
to make
is,
decisions
and
on
let's
those
just
funding,
focus on the
but
housing
it's
part.
the
I think this is what
committees
made
and
why
those
the Dallas
committees
project
allot
made
those
sense.
fundings. And so it all depending on
All the only
funding
like valid
cycle in terms of
complaints
what those
that any
committees
of the counselors are making
and so
that
it's
are
something that it's
of like
available
the
to them.
Soylent Green, the homeless crowd,
through the
is
chair to the
like it
manager
upsets
in
people,
terms of
right? Like I remember a couple
funding
years ago, the big one was like nobody wants to see a tent from their back when they're sitting in their backyard.
is that funding
It's like, and I totally get that, but okay, like there's a better way of making that go away, and it's actually probably one of the most affordable things we could do from a public health perspective, and it reaps huge rewards for your local economy. I mean, last week Tim Murray was in the Telegram saying we need to have a back to work order for state employees to save local economies. You want to save your local economy? Like, yeah, make sure there's no homeless people on the street by getting them houses. Like,
Right.
you have every like it's actually a capitalist argument that you're making a small public investment that's going to show huge private rewards.
Yeah, like come on, Worcester Regional Research Bureau,
Get
make
on
the
that.
case. Like I don't have time to put together a research report, like.
All of the dollars of the affordable housing trust.
But honestly, like it would be a very productive research report to look at what everyone's upset about is not even our unhoused population, because like our unhoused population as determined by these point in time counts like starts at like between places, like living in your car, living in shelters, and then being unsheltered is the lowest one. And then unsheltered is like they ask like how long have you been unsheltered, and most people are going to say like a couple days, couple weeks, couple months. So below that even is what you call like chronically unsheltered, and that's an even lower amount than 3,000. That's like 100. That's 100 in Worcester.
Yeah, and that's where
And that is the visible presence in the urban core, like that 100 people.
and it becomes a whole different conversation too that I think is also an equally important one to have, but I think it's one that gets a little bit dicier. Where, like I've said this before, man, like in the 70s we decided we were going to get rid of state, mental institutions, mental facilities, and we did it for the right reasons because we were warehousing people based on sexuality or birth defects and whatnot. I mean, it was like it was an insane system. But it also, like, we just got rid of a system and said, okay, you're free now. And like, put a bunch of people on the street. Like, we know that there's always going to be roughly 1% of the population that's going to deal with chronic schizophrenia, for example, right? Like, we know those percentages do. We don't have resources to provide stability for those people as well. And I'm not suggesting everybody that's on the street, or even the 100 people you mentioned, are all like unmedicated schizophrenics. But you're never going to find out who is. And either, like, as a society, we need to make a choice. Like, are we going to like force somebody to be medicated, or are we going to institute? You don't even get to that point until you can actually enumerate them and provide some degree of stability. and that's a roof, right? Like that's a roof and a door. That's like, you can't.
Yeah.
So it's a partnership.
Otherwise, you're just again the cartoon dog catcher running around with a net.
That does the placements of the.
It's like
It's a waiting list.
Correct.
it's really really dark when you think about how cheap it would be to solve the problem.
Right.
Because then you have to start thinking about like, well, I mean, you can't just write this off as everybody involved in this is a dumbass.
15E.
Why are we allowing an incredibly solvable, but perceptually, culturally, insolvable problem to persist?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Councilor
And it's
Yan?
like,
Councilor
well,
Ina?
the cops have something to do.
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
And
Toomey?
Yes.
Mary Petty? And Vice Chair Councilor
real
King?
estate, like, kind of needs that uneven development, right? Like, you need to artificially depreciate the value of an area.
Up
right?
to $500,000.
I don't know. Honestly, man, that's the part of it that doesn't make any sense to me. Only because, like, I still hold on to the idea that from a real estate perspective, like, when you're talking about affordable housing, like put a pin in the unhoused population for a second. But like, if you're just talking about affordable housing, we've got enough data at this point that shows like you get more affordable housing just by as a byproduct of building any housing, right? Because like it's the one, it's one of those products that it's like housing is weird that we still treat old stock on par with new stock in an area where we're not building new stock. Right. It's like you would never expect the price of a used car to be the same as a new car. Like you'd expect some recognition that like, somebody's been farting in this for 10 years, right? Like we're going to acknowledge that, and you're going to pay less than you will for a new car of the same model. Housing, like it historically, it always did get more affordable the older the stock was. Now I mean, from a real estate perspective, and I do this shit all the time, right? Like you develop marketing around the charm of an old house, right? Like we celebrate our old houses in a way that like we're gonna keep them on par with new stock, and it doesn't make any sense, right? Like, but it goes back to, I think the other thing that you talk about enough to probably want to bang your head against the wall behind you right now is that like we're also not having any meaningful conversations about zoning and how we can actually build shit. Like those two problems might be separate, and they might seem in conflict with one another. But if you dealt with both of them rationally at the same time, I think they end up being the things that are complementary to one another.
Yeah, it's almost like countries with central planning, like never had a homelessness.
Yeah. Working with some of the recipients, it's important because a lot of
it's kind of crazy how that like.
The board did.
I don't know, dude.
We're pretty hot on this.
Maybe we should make Joe Petty read Engels on housing. Maybe
this funding
because, like, say what you will about the ills of, China, Russia. Those motherfuckers build housing for everyone. Even our betters in Western Europe. Besides England, which will be dragged into the pits of hell behind us in our wake for the rest of eternity because of the Iraq War. Like everywhere else, they have it pretty figured out, dude. Like I have been to those places. It is not like
Counselor at large.
Well, so I would, in defense of
I was much younger and applying to college.
actually making America great again, right? Like I would spin that around and say we did that too, right? Like when we had tons of people coming back from World War II, and we decided we were going to give them all free fucking houses, but we didn't have any place to put them in the meantime. We created a public housing system specifically so that those people had a place to go. And then we put a pin in it, and we didn't expand that system because we started immediately making the argument that this was something that the private market would be better at solving, even though it was a problem in that moment that was uniquely something that only the public sector could take care of. Like we can do both, like pretty fucking effectively. So I would just say that, like, instead of the book recommendation that I would make to a dunderhead like Joe Petty would actually be starting with Edward Bernays and understand just how easy it is to be swayed by good marketing and public relations. That's going to make you believe some bullshit that should never have been in your head in the first place. But you're going to buy a bunch of things and believe a bunch of things that somebody else wants you to because it's convenient. And as Americans, that's the thing that we really fucking suck at, is believing other people's bullshit, even though two morons like you and I can identify it as being, well, bullshit.
Yeah, because we've just like taken a deep breath once in our lives. Mo Bergman saying earlier that we will never have enough housing
Just trying to figure out how to ask a question
for our
to
unhoused
Chair
population
with this situation.
just belies that entire
I'll ask later.
idea.
Roll
Like
call,
he's like
15.
that was a tacit endorsement
Councilor
of
Bergman?
the social
Councilor
exclusion
Calorio?
engine
Councilor
that was
Hadjia?
birthed into being
Councilor
when the New
Carlson?
Deal fell apart.
Councilor Yan?
And the New
Councilor
Deal
Hayda?
fell apart
Yes.
like
Councilor Pasillo?
pretty much
Yes.
because of the
Councilor
Vietnam
Russell?
War. So it's
Councilor
like,
Toomey?
you know, the
Mayor Petty?
stereotypical image
Yes.
of
Vice Chair
a
Councilor King.
Vietnam
Yes,
vet,
go
a
to
homeless
15I.
Vietnam vet,
Order of
is
Mayor
like
Joseph M.
actually
Petty,
like
request city manager,
a
request
pretty
police
good
chief
bellwether in general
to
of
consider
like the emergence of this
providing
problem. It's
increased
like
traffic and speed enforcement.
it's
But
like
it's Vietnam, man. But it was also the tendencies that we look at ourselves as the heroes of World War II, and maybe we were, but like
Councilor Calorio? Councilor
kind of went
Hadjia?
in and screaming.
Councilor Carlson?
We were doing the fashy thing
Councilor
as well,
Yan?
pretty
Councilor
fucking
Hayda?
effectively. You know, it's
Councilor Pasillo?
certain
Councilor
dudes on the
Russell?
other side of the pond
Councilor Toomey?
gave credit to the United States for a lot of their ideas
And Vice Chair Councilor
about treating people differently. I mean, had the misfortune of watching Selma again while driving through the South, and you can't help but notice that the takeaway message in this speech at Montgomery was about white folk being lied to, that black folk were their enemy, not other rich white folk. And
Right.
I don't know.
Yes,
That's
Mr. Chairman,
that's the line
this
we
is
buy
an
into.
order that I
Also,
filed
not to get all early onset Republican on your ass, but World War II was won and lost on the Eastern Front.
Yeah.
Like the Western Front was flashy, it was dramatic.
Yep.
You know, it was sexy. There's Paris. there's
But the meat
London.
grinder was on the other side.
The Eastern Front made or broke the German Empire. Like the Third Reich was broken on the Eastern Front.
I guess
So,
my question is through the
I don't
chair
know.
to the manager.
And then we immediately
is
went to
this
war
an
with the
item
guys who
that we
won
could
the Eastern Front.
potentially see on
So,
September 9th?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, in a slightly more restrained way of doing the same thing.
Through the chair to the council,
Right.
yes.
Probably just
we've
due
worked
to
through it,
logistical challenges.
And that's something that you can expect very shortly.
Right.
Okay.
But we had our West Germany, and that CIA, whatever the West Germany CIA was called, full of Nazis. Full of Nazis.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
A direct
Councilor Hadjia?
through line
King?
to our
Carlson?
Azov
Yan?
battalion
Councilor
of
Yes.
the modern
Councilor
times.
Pasillo?
Yes.
Yeah.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yeah,
Yes.
I love the idea of like leaning into my
Okay.
my early onset republicanism, but it's just like completely communist. Like, I'm just like super into the battle tactics of like the VOC.
Beach near Shore Park.
Because my God, dude,
posing a safety hazard.
what an inspiration! Did you know that Star Wars
Yes,
is
Mr.
like
Chairman,
George Lucas?
this
It came out in an interview
sidewalk over
with
has been
what's his
ripped up
face, the Titanic director,
for
James Cameron.
the
That he
entire
consciously
summer,
based the resistance in Star Wars on the Viet
happened,
Cong.
Oh, really?
last
Pretty sick.
year,
Pretty sick when
and
you think
we
about
were
it that way.
told, first there was, they ripped up the sidewalk.
Because like I'm
left
sure
it.
that like George Lucas
Then
wasn't
we
like a
were
scholar
told,
on
once
things
there was
or
a
whatever,
question
but
asked,
like the
Councilor
fact that that
Pasillo
basic morality
and
play
myself,
just
they
transmuted
said
into
that
the
there
like
was
space
a,
cowboy universe that he was creating landed so
utility
hard
work that needed to be
and
done
was
there.
indelible and continues to be indelible to this day.
go
Like
back
and
to
Andor being the best
there's
example of
utility
carrying
work
on
that
that
needs to be
politics.
done
Yep.
It's pretty cool.
which,
It actually makes
quite
Star Wars
honestly,
useful.
Mr. Chairman, and to
Because
the manager.
like it actually has a
At
good
some
grounding in real
some of this
anti-imperialism.
stuff needs
Well, I mean,
to
that's I think
become
that generation. Well, that was the later end of
from
it, but
these
that
utility
mid-century
At some point, we as a
science fiction in
city
general, right? I mean,
need to hold them accountable.
Yeah.
Star Trek
You
is
have a
probably still
swimming
the best
area
way to
over
introduce somebody
We
to the
have
concept,
lifeguards over there.
the
We have
concept of
families
like
going
late
over there,
socialism.
and you have
Hey, we'll
giant
still fuck people
holes
up if
in
we
the
need to,
sidewalk
but
because they made a decision.
it's at least
I
a good
guess
way to
we
get a foot in the
can't
door,
get
or at least a toe.
Yeah.
We never
Yeah.
it feels like, we never force them to fix what they've dug up, and
Oh.
they just don't care about the safety issue. Yet,
Candy,
if one of our
oh my
residents
God, I cannot
puts
deal with
trash
these people.
bags in the middle of the sidewalk or puts something out there, we go down there and we give them a fine. But wait, you just can't use the sidewalk, and God forbid you have any mobility issues because you're never gonna get there. And it's been sitting there and sitting there and sitting there and sitting there, and it is extremely frustrating. And quite
That's a
frankly,
good
I
Massachusetts
just don't get it. That we can have
dialect
a swimming
thing.
area
Instead of saying
that
frustrating,
people
you
go
say
to
frustrating.
every single day.
Like you drop the first R.
And
So like
it's quite okay
F-U-S-T,
that we
frustrating.
have a very unsafe area.
I'm so frustrated. I
over
don't even have time for this content.
And, you know, it's
Frustrated.
over
Sound like a
and
little kid.
over and over and over again with the utility companies. And Council Russell has had them into public works.
So this is another perfect example
and
here
we
of
have,
just like
with previous commissioners,
Candy,
had these folks in.
you're identifying a good
but
problem.
I am just going to tell you,
Where's
they
your
don't give a
politics?
crap.
Where is your
They just
analysis?
don't.
Right? Where's your
When
analysis of
is it,
why
or what is
the
it
utility
that we can do?
companies
Because obviously we're
don't
not
give a
holding
shit
them
about what they
accountable
do?
in any manner, shape,
I
or
had the
form.
utility companies out in front of
And
my
how
house
is it that
yesterday.
they're not completing the job?
They clearly didn't give a shit. They parked in
that
front of my
they're
driveway. I had
not
to ask them
holding
to move like a billion
accountable?
times to get
And
my fucking
how
power.
is it that there is not a fine for them
Um,
not completing the job? So they can open up a city sidewalk and they can leave it there for, I don't know, 7 months, 9 months, 12 months, 15 months. Who knows? It's only when we say something that we finally
It's almost like when you give a private company a regional monopoly on something, they don't really give a fuck what your opinion is anymore.
Like, why wouldn't she say that? Right?
Council Russell.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to support
Another
my
one who's going to
colleague,
get up and say
Councilor
nothing about the
Carlson on this
regional
item.
monopoly.
It goes to what we've been talking about time after time after time. The city councilors in this room and out of this room.
Like, they're just
shouldn't
complaining,
be the-
right? Like,
the
it's just diffuse
reporters
grievances.
Of potholes on every time. If it's an unusual thing, great. But there was one on Sunderland Road where utility connection, and I kept hitting it and hitting it. Finally, I have to get out of the car, take a picture of it. That's the only way it's gonna get fixed, is if we're doing it, if we're chasing them. And you know what, Mr. Chairman?
He's getting so worked up his
there's
voice is
Nobody
cracked.
on this council floor has been more supportive of the Public Works Department in my term, in my years on this, the years of this council. And I know Councilor King gave me the look. I'm sure he's been equally supportive, and everybody has. But I've always been complimentary to the Public Works Department. But we're dropping the ball. The inspection, and I don't want to say the personal inspectors, but somewhere down the line, we're not doing the job inspecting these. We're not holding the people that are digging up the streets, holding their feet to the fire. It's that simple. It shouldn't be, shouldn't, residents shouldn't have to hit a pothole 10, 15
Depending
times.
on how the results of the
Residents
city
shouldn't
election
have
go,
to trip on a sidewalk multiple times and call
we
their
really
city
need to start
councilor
thinking
to
about
get it done. This is the job of the inspectors. And ultimately, Mr.
whether
Chairman,
like
through you, Mayor,
like
it's
we're
the
complicit in
responsibility
pretending the
of
city
this
council matters.
administration to get that job done.
Yeah.
And this job is not getting done.
Right?
In that category.
Because like
Thank
holy
you.
shit, like it's that's like Candy and George right there offered perfect examples of like
There's nuances to all of this. You had your moment, let me share
completely
my moment now to
apolitical
speak.
screeds
There's nuances to all of this.
that
Right? An inspector may
there's
go
no
inspect
action
the
steps,
job,
and they're not going to
3
fix
weeks
it. They're
later, 2
literally
weeks
just
later,
complaining.
a pothole creates. You can't blame the inspector because he didn't inspect the job. Something happened, and we have over 500 miles in the city. You can't expect every DPW worker to see every single pothole, every single issue in the city. That's why we collectively as residents, it is all of our responsibilities. You communicate to us, and our job is to work and go get it done, and then advocate for the residents and advocate for the council to these companies. But you can't assume that the employees of the department should be all eyes and ears on 500 miles in sidewalks of the entire city at all times. That's impossible. All of us collectively, we work
Wait.
together we share the issues, and my job is to work with the commissioner to go and get the job done. That's the way it works.
Well, Ruth,
You
that's
can't
what I'm
expect them
saying
to
is
see
that
and know everything, because the
the
inspectors,
city
they
council,
inspect the work, but it may
like
be
in
a week
theory,
later
the
that
way
it
it's
then
written
creates again. We cannot
matters.
assume that they're not doing that job.
And it's
Mr.
pretty
Chairman,
simple the way that it
the
matters.
last Commissioner of Public
In
Works
practice,
put forward a
it's
policy
nothing like
about
that.
patches. Put
And the way
forward
it's
a
written
policy about
is
patches
demands. I
in
mean,
the
it
middle of the
doesn't,
road to the
it's
curb.
not even just better. Like, it
It was supposed to
demands a
be-
fully
supposed to be
engaged
implemented.
public
That hasn't been implemented.
who's like
Yeah, the thing-
also
Mr. Chairman,
staying on top of
it
what's
is
this
all of our
conversation.
responsibilities, and I'm
The
gonna
thing doesn't
very
work
happy to
without
accept
like a
my
robust
responsibilities
city
as district
council,
council
like
for the last 14
making
years.
demands that means
And make no
what it's
mistake about
devolved
it, but when a
into
truck goes down the
is
street
Kenny
to
Merrill
fix a
Carlson and George
pothole,
Russell
and
going
there's a
on
pothole 5 feet away, and they don't
completely
do it because it's not
independent
on their work schedule, or they
like
don't report it
grievance
to the
rants with
Yeah, I mean,
no
this-
action
inspectors
steps
to go back
This
and
entire
tell
night
the
no
utility
has been a
company
conversation
if
about
something is
utilities, the
sunken.
quality of
There's a
roads, and the
problem with
creepy
the
guy
system.
sitting on the curb at
There's
the
a
end of my
problem with the
street,
system,
who
and we're
makes
in
me a little bit
denial if
uncomfortable,
that's
right?
not
Like,
true.
that's a
On
conversation I
Sunderland
can have
Road,
with
I
my
bugged the
neighbor
commissioner,
without having any
just last week
knowledge
about a
of
specific
any of those
pothole.
things. This isn't like a legislative body.
Got
It's
it
just
done
it's a
within a
grievance.
matter of hours. There were people there.
right like
right there,
a
took
like a
care of it.
council
It was
with
a space just like Councilor Carlson was
11
talking about
Itals
on
on
a
it
sidewalk
Mhm.
and a pothole out in the street
would
where some work was done. I
operate
don't know if it was done by the water
in a manner
department or
that
some utility
would
company,
be
whoever, but he
unrecognizable
got it done
to
right away. But
watchers of this show.
from my desk to Councilor
You know,
Burber's desk, there's other multiple potholes.
like there would
weren't
be
done
consequences for not following
time.
through with
Something is wrong with this
extremely
system.
well articulated
And that's all I'll say. Thank you,
demands.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Whereas now, the city manager is dealing with like diffusely and vaguely articulated
Thank you, Mr.
individual
Chairman.
demands
I like
from
to also
11
support
individual
this
people
particular item.
who went through some sort of
Refreshing to
townie
hear
popularity
Councilor
contest
Russell,
Olympics
and
to get
Councilor
on the board.
Councilor Merrill
It's
Carlson,
completely fucking broken.
died
And most of those
day
people are people who've tried to get
Councilor Russell
on
didn't
this
want to be
committee
customer service
and failed
representative,
miserably, but still managed
I
to
get
keep
it.
their status
I hear
as
you.
like
You know, I
a
was interested to
local
hear
like
also the talk
curmudgeon
we
that
collectively,
captures
Councilor
enough
Russell hit
audience
the nail
at the
on
local
head with
Dunkin'
some of the
Donuts
things I've
that
also been talking
Yeah,
about
right.
opinion
And
matters.
then
with him
in the
over the
conversation
years
about audience
regarding
is hilarious
what is
because
the
it's like, what
expectation
audience?
of other departments
Like
when they
Wayne
see
Griffin,
something,
what
be it someone
commands like
dumping trash,
respect in the
mattresses
circles of the city
or
council.
potholes and sidewalks.
He doesn't have an audience.
I talked about this before, that I'm sure there's
No
some
one.
sort of collective bargaining
If I
issue
didn't
with
write
requiring people
about
to
Wayne
do this, I
Griffin
know that's
the
my
one
job.
time that he
But is there an
did
ask?
one of the most vile things
And if
anybody's
there's
ever
an
done in the
ask, is
city.
there any compliance?
None of my readers
You
would
know,
know about
what
Wayne
does that
Griffin.
look like?
It's like his
Because,
sphere of
you know,
influence is
I've
like
seen
200 people.
spaces and
tops.
places where there's a
which again is why going back to where we started with the
to the cleanliness of the city,
side quest here. It's why the whole conversation tonight devolved into the difference between the elderly person who's lived here their entire life and the person who maybe they did come here because they knew they could get something to eat at St. John's, and that there was going to be a community of people that were experiencing similar life experiences as them.
We constantly
But they're who they are as people doesn't actually change. But it's very important for this body to make sure that they're paying attention to the elderly person on a fixed income who's against the ropes, because that person is actually going to vote.
Individual that is specifically
Yeah,
charged to do this type
and
of work.
what that division belies is like, what about the
part of the collective bargaining.
like the fucking elderly person on like the part of Airport Road that turns into Holden? Like, what about the elderly person that's on the Auburn line? What about the elderly person that like like lives on like the opposite side of Herbie's or whatever from where Worcester is?
Maybe short of.
Like the whole us versus them thing sets up a scapegoat that doesn't exist. It's like there's no difference at all between somebody who falls in hard times in Boylston and somebody who falls in hard times in Worcester. And we are in the same media market, we are in the same real estate market, we are in the same metropolitan area as defined by the agency that HUD
but certainly want to sign on to this.
or that the Trump administration is going to get rid of, and
Mayor, second
HUD.
to the manager, roll call.
I mean, there's a reason why we do this like the point in time counts and shit
Commissioner?
by metropolitan area and by census tract as opposed to by municipality, because like especially in Massachusetts, municipalities are just these like petty little fiefdoms that shouldn't
I heard some
exist.
great news today from Councillor Antonelli that the utility conflict has been resolved, and he expects the contractor to remobilize within the next 2 weeks, and the work will be completed by Halloween.
Thank you. Councilor Bergman?
Meet Mr. Commissioner Westerling to do some laps, but while he was up there, I had a question for him pertaining to some of the
Like
discussion we just had.
other states
Councilor
aren't like
Russell's
this.
brought up
Like the
an
fact
issue
that
that
we
I've
have
had
370 municipalities
talked about it as well.
in the
And I know there
geographic
was a different
area of
philosophy, at least
Massachusetts
expressed by the
is
former
kind of an
commissioner
outlier.
About what happens in situations where there's a work order for a pothole, somebody goes out to fill the pothole. And I think it's important for the public and for us as councilors particularly to understand through the chair to the commissioner, are other potholes in the vicinity likely to get fixed if there's no work order? Or is the policy going to require that there be a work order in order for other potholes to be fixed? Because to me, it's a very important question as far as efficiency in city government that drives people mad.
Commissioner?
Through the chair, there's been a lot discussed this evening, but I'll focus on the councilor specific question. Excuse me. If we have a crew that goes out that's patching potholes on a certain street and they've got adequate materials in their truck, of course, they're going to fix any potholes in that area. So that is a policy to be efficient and to take care of any potholes that are in the immediate area of your work zone.
So through the chair, it's kind of a maybe fallacy, or maybe it's relying on the way things used to be, that without a work order, if the pothole is in the vicinity of one that does have a work order and there's enough material, that it's being filled. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, yes.
And just one last question, Mr. Chairman. Is that something that's a written policy, that everybody that works there knows to do this? Or is it something you're counting on people to have common sense and do?
Ruth, you're making
Because
the right
the
choice,
reason
I
why
think.
ask that is I'm not
Good
sure
night.
from what I hear.
I mean, Ruth.
People that
Let's say
watch
good night to
these
Mo,
potholes
too. It
being
is the right
fixed,
choice.
that everybody's telling me that
Full worker walkout at a faux place on Green
Through the
Street.
chair,
Troubler, can you link
I'll
a source
take
for that?
the worst example of pothole season, which is in the spring after the freeze-thaw cycles. We have multiple trucks that go out on multiple roads, and they are given an assignment of either a neighborhood or a list of streets where the most pothole complaints are. And that's their job, is to maximize their day, maximize the use of their materials, and maximize the number of potholes that are filled.
So I just want to follow up. I apologize. I did say it was my last question, but the commissioner's response compels me to ask at least one more, which is I understand through the chair of the commissioner that in the springtime you're asking DPW workers to go out and fill spot holes in particular neighborhoods. My question is a little different. My question is after the springtime, the summer, the fall, the winter, if it's possible to do it in warmer weather in the winter. If 929, 1300 is called, or 311 now, and somebody is told or given a work order for a pothole, let's say on West Boylston Street, how do the workers going out to fill that pothole know to bring enough material to fill other potholes in the vicinity, because there likely are going to be other potholes in the city? That's what I'm trying. I'm struggling, not with what you're saying, with the reality on the street, which is, does that actually happen, and why, and how do they know to do that?
So through the chair, if there is a work order, there isn't just one work order, there's a number of work orders, and they would maximize how much material they're grabbing in their vehicle. They would go out, and if they're filling one pothole on West Boylston Street, and there's some of the general vicinity, then it's our expectation that they would fill those. West Boylston Street is a very lengthy road, so again, they'd be focused on where the work order was. They've got a number of work orders that they need to get to, so they're going to maximize the area that they're in. They wouldn't get to all their work orders if they started filling potholes down West Boylston Street, but in general, they're going to take care of the potholes that are in that area.
All right, thank you.
This is very interesting, Troubler.
Councilor
I like
Russell?
What restaurant is
Thank you,
that?
Mr. Chair. I have one more question for
I'm trying
Mr.
to
Westerling.
place it.
And I do want to say a couple of things. 311 is great, and I report potholes all the time. And, I've spoken with people on the street team who are out filling potholes, and they're wonderful and they're great. And yesterday I reported a missing valve cap on Calumet, and it's been fixed, and it's great. I'm so happy. And I also want to remind us that we're turning on each other when it's the private utilities who are doing this, and so we should stay focused on them. But through the chair to Commissioner Westerling, how many inspectors are there going out day to day looking at construction sites and Eversource work, National Grid work?
What if they covered all the
Chair,
potholes with
to your
speed
direct
bumps?
question, we have 4 inspectors
There you go.
who are inspecting approximately 2,500 utility permits per year. So at this point, we're around 2,000 permits that have been issued. We have 4 inspectors.
Oh,
We also have 4 inspectors who are going out and they're
My bad.
inspecting city work.
You know,
If we
listening to
are,
him talk, it's making me
reconstructing
think,
the
why don't
road,
we do what we
they're
did
out
with
there
Boeing,
inspecting the work
and
that's
we'll
being
allow
done by
them
those
to inspect
contractors
their own
doing
work?
Approximately $20 million.
yeah, exactly. That's a
So,
great idea.
Through the chair to Commissioner Westerling, it's 8 inspectors total?
Interesting.
Or is these same 4 inspectors?
Interesting.
that are doing
There's
all
4
of this work?
inspectors
Through the
for
chair, there's 8
utility
total.
caused potholes in the entire
Okay,
city.
so I guess,
But yet
through
there's
the
8
chair
members of
to
the
the
vice
city
squad.
manager, my question would be, how could we better support the inspectors? Because it seems
We
to
have
me
8 morality
that's a really
police.
big workload.
We have 8 morality
And I'm
police.
all
4
about, collectively reporting potholes and things
What
like
do
that.
people
I'm
care
happy to
more
do it.
about?
I don't mind
Right?
being a customer service representative.
What do you think people care more about? Do they care more
But I
about
just feel like
potholes getting
it
filled in
sounds
a
as though
timely
these
fashion,
inspectors have an impossible task.
or whatever it is the vice squad does,
Through the
besides
chair to the question, to the
the
council,
illegal
that is a
thing?
question I think the
The legal,
commissioner
what
be
are
more
the legal
prepared to
things?
answer,
Like
understanding
go
his
up to a normal
staffing
person in the
capacity.
street and be like,
But again, that's
what does
something
the
that
vice squad
we
do?
can always look at
Right?
and take in consideration as part of the budget process.
You're gonna get
Okay.
a
you
million
so much. Thank
answers.
you,
No one
Commissioner.
knows what the vice squad does.
Through the chair, if I could, I happened to be at a neighborhood meeting in Councilor Hijiai's neighborhood, and the same question was asked of why, as a taxpayer, should I be calling 311 with potholes? And to the city manager's point, it takes all of us. 4 inspectors, 8 inspectors, can't possibly see all the potholes across 500 miles of roadway. So we do
Oh my God, if this
appreciate
guy
when
had any
folks
balls,
take
he'd be like, we
advantage
need
of the
more
311
inspectors.
system and
Right?
call us so that we can.
But he'd know that he'd get
we
a
can
talking to from the
address
city
those
manager if he
issues.
said that.
Okay, Council Toomey?
I don't think he'd make it to that
Very
office.
quickly, a
Yep,
few years ago,
exactly.
I know, I filed an order regarding, there was some mechanism that you could put on the vehicles, the city vehicles, underneath, and it would.
Yeah, they
take
fucking have
pictures
those,
or-
Kate.
or
Next
some-
question.
Use some sort of geography.
This will really
not
shock you, Kate.
geography,
It's the
geometry,
same
so,
LiDAR that
to
systems that they
determine
use
whether or
on
not
police
they're driving
vehicles.
over a pothole. There's some new technology that's out there that can do that. Other cities and towns have used it. So not just the DPW vehicles, but all of our other city vehicles, you could put this on. It's both if I recall, it was relatively inexpensive. So we have cars that are driving all over the 500 miles of roads, and possibly could track that as well, if that's something that you could look into. Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to send that to the manager. Roll call.
Council Bergman? Council Calorio? Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Still going, Sally.
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, request city manager, request Commissioner of Transportation and Mobility conduct an updated traffic study regarding the number of accidents that have occurred in the intersection of St. Nicholas Ave and Clark Street. Further request that such traffic study include information concerning the implementation of vulnerable road user safety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. After a brief conversation seconds ago with Councilor Pasillo, sounds like some of this work is ongoing. I know that the residents there that I spoke to about a week ago had significant concerns. A number of them did not, who live in that intersection, or right next to, abutting that intersection, were not aware of the implementation plan. So I would ask that this go forward and that that be communicated to the public. Councilor Priscilla can perhaps talk about the work that she's done and what's going to actually happen at that intersection. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Council Pasillo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councilor King, for checking in on this. So basically, I actually live right on Clark Street, and I drive through this intersection constantly, and this has been something in our Burncoat neighborhood meetings that's been an issue for years. Councilor Rose tried to work on it and didn't have much luck, but over the past year, I was able to work with Transportation Mobility, so I asked for a traffic study with safety improvements and speed calming measures back in May of 2024. Councilor Bergman requested a four-way stop at some point, which DTM was able to work with the state. I wish they were here, they could probably give us more details, but there will be a four-way stop at Clark and St. Nicholas. It meets the crash data. My understanding is Mass DOT is paying for it, and that's why it's taking a little bit longer, but there will be the stop signs with the flashing lights on them, stop bars painted on the streets. So that should be happening this year through the chair of the city manager. Do you have any information on this? You don't?
Mr. Manager?
Through your chair to the council, you've shared all of it. But yeah, it should be happening within this year.
Okay, and then, thank you so much. And additionally, we do have 3 speed humps on St. Nicholas from Squantum down to Country Club Boulevard, which Country Club Boulevard is also getting redone with safety measures.
That's a lot of speed humps.
And last month at the meeting, I requested painted lane markings on St. Nicholas because the problem is St. Nicholas is really wide. People go way too fast. You have a school at the end of it. You've got the housing authority, you have neighborhoods, kids. Someone was in an accident earlier in the summer at St. Nicholas and Squantum, and it's incredibly dangerous. So I appreciate Councilor King's help, and I've been working on it for like 1.5 years. So thank you.
Thank you. Good job, Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to amend this, striking the first part of this and just requesting that the implementation of the safety strategy plan timeline be provided, Mr. Chairman, and strike the rest. I can tell you that up and down that street, this past week, folks are significantly concerned, and fearful of what's going to happen next. So would love to see that in writing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So as amended, send it to the manager. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman? Yes. Councilor Calorio? Councilor Haji?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request the manager initiate a public service response regarding dog waste, including but not limited to creating an advisory discovering dog waste disposal in the city storm drains. Further request that said response also include installation of earth-friendly locations with compostable waste bags of all standard parks and dog parks of the city. Council King.
Yeah. We don't have trash barrels anywhere in the city. We're going to take care of the dog parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Definitely appreciate.
That's not true. We do have that one trash barrel
opportunity
that
to speak
somebody
on
put out
this.
and nobody
This has
knows
been
who
brought
owns
to
it.
me by a number of
And we also
very
have our
active
downtown bid brand
residents,
ambassadors
who are reporting
going around with their little mobile
dog
trash bags.
waste, being disposed in the city's storm drains. Through the chair to the administration, are you aware of this concern?
Have you heard anything else about their lawsuit?
Mr. Manager.
Whose lawsuit?
The bid is one of the groups suing
Commissioner has
Chip.
received any complaints, but that's something that we can definitely look into.
Okay.
No, wait. They're suing who?
Chip Norton.
Further.
Oh
in addition
yeah.
to
Okay.
sort of some
No, I
educational
need to
work
look up
going
that
on with dog
lawsuit.
You and
owners,
I might, and maybe
folks
some of
who don't
the people in the
own dogs,
commenters
right,
union
care
here
for
might be the
dogs,
only people in the city not currently
other pets
suing
as
Chip
well,
Norton. And I'm doing it specifically
that
because
we
there's
have an
a
advisory
non-zero chance
discouraging
he's going to
dog
be my
waste
Uber driver
disposal in
sometime
the
this
city's
week.
storm drains. We know
And
we have
I don't want to miss that
challenges
opportunity.
anyway. This just exacerbates
Oh
that.
yeah, I should be taking
So sort
Ubers.
of
Like if I was a
public
real
service advisory,
dumb shoe, I'd be taking Ubers every
that we can
day.
do through social media,
Requesting
through
a
the
Maserati.
spin team on
Canceling them as soon as you see it's not him.
communication team.
Yeah, paying $3 every time.
And also, as well as maybe working with folks who are getting dog permits and et cetera. Now, the other portion of this is installation of earth-friendly composable waste bags at locations that become standard in our parks and in our dog parks as well. This is something that I brought forward previously. That's really something that we should have in basically all of our parks. And as far as I know, we do not. So through the chair to the administration, do we know to what extent we do have those sort of receptacles where we're providing, waste bags for our pets in parks?
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, we currently provide them at our dog parks, but I do know that we do not provide them at all of our parks in the city. So that's something that we can look at the most used parks in the city.
All right.
To try
I'll
to
be right
look
back.
at certain receptacles. But I know that currently right now we provide it at our dog parks.
Thank you. And is there any sort of educational component? Well, I'm not going to ask a question. If we can ensure that there's some sort of recurrent aspect to the dog permitting and other pets, regarding waste as it relates to best practices to be used in the city and what have you. Maybe there's something that can go out if there's not something already when they get permitted or they get reminded to renew their permits, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Ojeda?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Councilor King. Yes, just real quick, I guess I was being a nosy counselor one day. They were cleaning the storm drains in the Bellevue Street area, and speaking to one of the gentlemen there, and he mentioned that exactly, the dog waste that's being picked up inside those catch basins. And that's really concerning because I don't think the residents really know where that storm drain water is going, where it heads out, where it flushes out to. So hopefully some information can be sent out to the residents to understand where that water is going and how it affects the storm drains and the issues and the hazardous issues and concerns it can propose to us. But thank you.
Thank you. So send that to the manager. Roll call.
Council Bergman? Council Calorio? Council Hajiya?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Carlson? Yes. Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Basillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request city manager, request Commissioner of Transportation and Mobility review the installation of all stop signs and speed bumps in the city since January 1st, 2022, to ensure all locations comply with the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and federal regulations associated with each of their placement and installation. Council Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually filed this on behalf of a constituent who had also contacted me, I think yesterday, and said that he gave me the wrong date. He's looking to go to 2020 instead of 22. They asked me to try to get this information. I told them I didn't think that the speed humps were an issue with any type of compliance or whatever. But he asked if I would do this, and so on his
Okay.
behalf.
So send that to the manager.
you.
Roll call.
Council Bergman? Yes. Council Calorio? Council Hajiya?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Basillo?
Yes.
Council Russell? Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request city manager provide council with an update concerning the drafting of ordinances relative to the advancement of two Worcester Now Next recommendations concerning eliminating or reducing the minimum parking requirements and reforming tree protection requirements for all developments. Council Hajiya?
As it reads.
Roll call.
Council Bergman? Yes. Council Calorio? Council Hajiya?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Basillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. We refer 17A, the Worcester Regional Research Bureau's report to Public Service and Transportation. Roll call.
Council Bergman? Yes. Council Calorio? Council Hajiya?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Carlson? Yes. Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Basillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. We have reported economic development. We have 18A, motions to accept and adopt in the roll call. We have 18B, motions to accept, 18C, report of the economic development. Okay, we'll do 18A and B first. Roll call.
Council Bergman? Council Caloria? Council Hajia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Member Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. 18C, 18D is motions to place on file. Roll call.
What is that?
18C and 18D.
Okay.
Roll call.
Council Bergman? Council Caloria? Council Hajia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Member Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. 19A, the motion is accept and adopt on the roll call. And 19B, the motion is to accept. Councilor Ojeda.
I just need to recuse myself from 19A.
Okay, we'll take them separately. So, motion to accept and adopt on the roll call. 19A, roll call.
Council Bergman?
Mr. Chairman,
Council Russell.
myself.
Okay, we please note that Councilor Ojeda and Councilor Russell have recused themselves.
Why are they accused?
Roll call.
Council Bergman? Council Caloria? Council Hajia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Member Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda recused. Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell recused. Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Someone remind Bill that it's
Motions were accepted.
What's up?
at 4 hours and 19 minutes.
Council
You get a
Bergman?
little dance from
Council
George
Correa?
as he was leaving his,
Council Hajia?
going on the other
Council
side of the
King?
room. He did like a little,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson?
He did a little dancing poo.
I want to say he did the truffle shuffle on his way out. I don't know if that would be disparaging
Council Toomey?
Yes.
or just showing my age. Either way, it's kind of what he did on the way out. Yeah.
Part one.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
A through 20.
You said that was a
On the roll call. Roll call.
4 hour.
Didn't change.
Council Calorio? Council Hajia? Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
It's 21A to 21. Is it?
Holy shit, they have more orders.
Dan, a roll call.
Council Bergman? Council Calorio? Council Hajia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request the mayor to consider providing council with a report concerning the expansion of Shannon's CSI funding perimeters. Said report should include information that
Ooh, this is one of the last items.
changes in funding perimeters may impact youth crisis responsiveness, as well as update concerning the related selection committee member planning and selection process.
As it reads.
Roll call.
Council Bergman? Council Calorio? Council Hajia? Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey? And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay, back to 8B.
No.
In accordance with Rule 33C of the Worcester City Council, request City Council suspends the rules as the August 19, 2025 meeting to take up an item not reasonably anticipated. The City Council of the City of Worcester does hereby convene an executive session at its August 19, 2025
This is
meeting
us.
for the purpose of discussing litigation strategy with respect to the case of Town of Holden.
'Cause they're not reconvening.
Conservation, Recreation, and another pending in Superior Court for the County of Worcester, as having such a discussion in open meeting would be detrimental to the city's negotiating position. City Council will not reconvene in open session.
$30 million they lost to Holden. That's embarrassing,
Council
dog.
Bergman? Council Calorio? Council Hajia? Council
Crazy.
King?
It really is crazy. I don't have like time to dig into it enough.
Yes.
Crazy, right?
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes.
All right, folks. The council will be talking for an undisclosed period of time about how they ate shit and had to pay $30 million to Holden over some sort of weird water dispute that I don't really understand. Yeah.
I think it's mostly just that all of our water is in Holden and other towns.
Yeah. Like our reservoirs and such.
I mean, we have lots of water in Worcester, but we fill it with shit.
Right.
The clean stuff in Leicester and Holden.
Yeah. Is the dispute over that really pristine body of water that is technically in Holden that you drive past when you drive past like the Cascades?
When you drive past my house, yeah.
Well, I wasn't about to talk about where your house is, Brendan. But
It's fine. It's
I mean,
public
you
record.
can. Oh, Tokyo Rain.
Nice.
Ambience on the YouTube audio play.
I don't think it was that one. I think it was actually one of the other reservoirs. And for some reason, there was something about sewage costs involved too. This one was just confusing to me, but it's yet another reason why we should be annexing Holden.
We need to annex Holden physically.
Yeah.
Kinetically, as the cops would say. Be like, hey, Worcester Police, we finally have something kinetic for you to do, right? You guys have been itching for something kinetic to do, right? You want to do some? You want to have some kinetic action? All right, annex Holden. Let's go. Ah, man, what a depressing.
More than $30 million.
No, like, what's the GDP of?
Well, that's just it, right? Like, I mean, it might be the wealthy community,
What's
but
what's the GTP of Holden? You got that faux place. You got Meowlas.
So this is
the Talbot's factory store.
This fucking pisses me off, right? So Gio's saying it's because we overcharged them for using our sewer system. So don't use our sewers. Go back to septic. Why are we allowing Holden to use our sewer system?
Yeah, it's almost like half the city workforce lives there.
This is the same thing that, it's like Boston, right? Like at some point in time, all of the towns west of 495 just need to remind Boston that they get all of their water from the Quabbin. And like, it should be a community thing where like a representative from all 351 or 350 other communities gets together on the big dam in West Boylston with one stick of dynamite.
Yeah, we'll do it.
And then they go home. And it's just once a year. We just remind Boston where their water comes from.
Good luck with your biotech.
Yeah, we flooded out 5 towns. And just so you can have drinking water.
It's about to be the end of "Oh brother, where art thou" up in here, brother. Yeah, I like that idea. I think that's good. Oh yeah, Meowlas is in West Boylston. What's the stupid ice cream place in the main 122 in Holden?
That's Meowlas as well too. They moved. They have a second one out there.
Oh, they franchised. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Meowlas is spiritually West Boylston. We'll say that.
Spiritually is in West Boylston.
Yeah. Well, damn, Brendan. I don't know. I don't think there's anything else to.
I got nothing, man.
I got nothing. Come out to Steel and Wire on Thursday at 7:00.
Me?
Have elections. Yes, you. Yes, you. And I was doing like a pan to the camera thing.
It looked like you're pointing right at me. I got anxious there for a second.
Well, you're actually, I guess you could technically be part of the viewership of this. Come to West Boylston Election Squad number 2. Steel and Wire. We're hanging out. We're doing something that might rhyme with schmarioki. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun, and no charge. Besides the drinks you buy, and the more drinks you buy, the better for all of us. Except don't get out of hand. All right.
Good.
Like 4 max.
Keep it together.
Only I can get more than 4 drinks. And I will. So okay. So Steel and Wire. Thursday at 7 p.m. And other than that, I got no news.
I got nothing.
All right, Brendan, let's call it.
Yeah. Let's get back together sometime in September and I'll tell you all about the Virginia Buckies.
Oh,
no, it's too late for that now.
No, it is. You're right. I want to hear that when I'm fresh.
Yeah.
I need to hear that in like hour 1 to 3 of the program.
If we can get that in, squeak that in. We can conversation. It would be perfect.
If we can squeak that in before the conversation that made me want to jump out of my 3rd story window, that'd be great. Okay, we'll get that in the first hour next time. We will be back the next time the city council meets, which is actually after the preliminary. So everyone go vote. There's a voter guide on Worcester Sucks. Check it out, and then vote, and we'll see how much trouble we're in after those preliminary results come in. We shall see. All right. Thank you for tuning in to another wonderful edition of Worcester Council Theater 3000. I'm going to go eat the rest of my dinner. And if you have lingering dinner, uneaten dinner, you should too. Brendan, catch you next time.
Take care, brother.